Section 21 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pinewood Mists. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. My Lorelei, a Heidelberg romance, by Octave Thanet. Heidelberg, July 9th, 1874. Louis is still at Frankfurt. There are inconveniences in being in love with one's husband when he has to spend half his time in Frankfurt, on business. However, I will not grumble, since but for this same business we could not have afforded Europe for years. We have been here 2 weeks. We expect to be here 2 months. The town is a queer, quaint, many-gabled, abominably paved place, with the famous Heidelberger Schloss shouldering its red walls through the trees of the western hills, like the Middle Ages looking down on us. When the sun sets, its rugged towers are outlined against a golden background, such as Fra Angelico gives his Madonnas. Our hotel front is the Anlage, a charming street of which only one side is bordered with cream-coloured brick, while the other rolls back in wooded hills, where the white-caps hold their Knipen and the band plays on summer nights. Louis's Prussian friend, Count von Reibnitz, recommended the hotel. Indeed, he honours it with his own long-descended presence. He is a tall young man of florid complexion and frank expression. He has regular features and a great sunburned white moustache, which he waxes at the ends. I cannot believe that his shoulders are so square and his waist so slender without some assistance from art. His regiment is stationed in Schwetzingen, but for some occult reason he seems to spend a great deal of time here. Herr Tresham is here also, my good-natured, good-looking, and, I fear, slightly good-for-nothing cousin, whom I haven't seen for 2 years. His engagement does not seem to have sobered him particularly. Probably it is merely a family affair. Miss Tresham is so rich, and his second cousin besides. She is staying here with her aunt, Miss Guernsey, waiting for Uncle Tresham. When he comes, they are going home, and the young people are to be married in December. I have always had a curiosity to see Undine Tresham, and now that I have opportunities, I improve them. She is worth seeing. When I look at her, I am reminded of a German Lorelei, and I do not think it is the name altogether which suggests the comparison. No, for there are the deep, calm, quite indescribable eyes, the waving, soft, brown hair, the mysterious smile, all that delicate and elusive loveliness which the poets give to those strange creatures who attract a passion which they cannot return. She has 2 marked dimples and a blue vein on her cheek. Her white teeth make her smile dazzling, and she has the very sweetest voice I have ever heard. Yet I doubt my cousin may have made a great mistake. This too, though Miss Tresham is undeniably clever, and her manners are as charming as her face. Will Coombs was in love with her once. He never asked her to marry him. She was too jolly heartless, he said. Will has a keen streak running through his nonsense, and I fancy he was right about Undine Tresham. Graceful and cordial, and as winning as she is, there is an intangible mist of coldness about her. Curious remoteness, a persistent light-heartedness that seems to spring not from ignorance or hardness, but sheer incapacity to feel. For instance, I cannot for my life imagine those beautiful eyes of hers filled with tears. All this from 2 weeks' acquaintance and Will's wild talk? Decidedly, I am not timid in inference. July 10th. I know a countess. She is the first countess of my acquaintance, therefore valued. Her name is Dunin Schlepswald something. Mamma has it all neatly written out on a slip of paper, which she carries about with her that she may be able to address the gnädige Frau properly. I shall call her Countess. It is short, but at the same time imposing, and I have observed that they always address people so in novels. She is an amenable old woman, who rouges and smokes cigarettes after dinner. Once she was a celebrated beauty, and she is still a brilliant talker, when she does not speak English. Unhappily, her politeness always leads her to converse with me in my own tongue. I can't tell her I don't understand English, so I sit at table d'hôte in a desperate state of mind, listening to her unintelligible fluency and making frantic guesses at their meaning. Mamma can't understand her at all, and she thinks the poor woman is deaf. And when Mamma looks helpless and unhappy and murmurs, "I beg your pardon?" she yells the remark over again. Her seat at table d'hôte is next to mine, and opposite we have two Americans. The elder is a middle-aged woman, the younger a girl of perhaps 23. They are interesting, after a fashion, that is, the girl is, for the woman looks like nothing so much as a weak watercolour. She is so faded, indistinct and neutral-tinted. But the girl is a beauty. How Titian would rave over her crispy red gold hair and topaz brown long-lashed eyes and creamy white skin, with the pink glowing under the white on her oval cheeks. To me she seems like one of his gorgeous Venetian dames come to life again, with his own luxuriant grace of contour in her figure and his own alluring splendour of colouring in her face. I suppose 9 persons out of 10 would call Miss Grace Wilmot, that is her name, and the watercolour's title is Mrs. Moore, a magnificently handsome woman. But I don't like her. To be frank, I don't like Titian. Somehow it is an oppressive kind of beauty. There is a trifle too much of her, and then her ribbons are never quite fresh. Such things are women, Louis would say, and he would add that I was prejudiced because she flirts with Ted Tresham. Yesterday she blushed when he came into the room. He took the vacant seat beside her. It is not his seat at all, and one of the dimpled white hands stole into the table. I know from the sheepish look in the corner of Theodore's eye that he squeezed it. Undine and Mrs. Guernsey were not present. I wonder if he cares for his future wife. She, I fancy, is not likely to break her heart for anyone. Still, it is impossible not to like her. She is so amusing, and her manners are perfect. With her aunt, for example, nothing could be better. Mrs. Guernsey is odd and fussy, and what must seem even more inexplicable to Undine, fervently enthusiastic. Yet she never loses her temper, is always willing to come home before the dew falls, carries as many extra shawls as her aunt suggests, and listens with never-failing patience to the moral reflections. Far be it from me, however, to speak one slighting word of the excellent Mrs. Guernsey. She is a boon. Like Mamma, she is a hungerer and a thirster for information. I am not. It is consequently an immense relief to have flung in our power, as it were, a comrade from Mamma who is continually and infatigably improving the time. They go off together on little instructive sprees. July 15th. What a fascination there is about this quiet little town. Nothing is new. No one is excited. Even the course students get drunk decorously. I seem to have stepped out of the bustle and hurry and struggle of modern life. It is bliss, after Chicago. Yesterday we spent the day at the castle. There I saw a young man and a young woman sitting under the lindens. They sat there all day. 6 times we came back to them, always in the same attitudes. She knitting some blue woolen article, he sitting on the grass at her feet. Occasionally he would take her hand and hold it for a few moments, smiling. He had providently spread a gay handkerchief on the grass, for his clothes were new beyond a doubt, and he looked tranquilly and unreservedly happy. They said little, but several times the resaturation waiters brought them beer, and at noon they ate a great deal of bread and cheese and a large sausage, which they appeared to have brought with them. When the night fell and we went homeward, we overtook them walking hand in hand among the trees. They looked supremely satisfied with life, possibly a trifle stolid, but innocent as Arcadia. Undine glanced up at them as they passed. "They are happy," she said. "Probably they are very lately married, but fancy 2 Americans spending a day in such a way." "I don't like American lovers," said I. We all went up to the castle together. Undine, Ted, Mamma, and I. We rode up the hill in the most degraded manner on diminutive donkeys, with a man walking behind to guide the beasts by the tail. I shall not tell Louis. The road climbs the steepest of hills through old Heidelberg, which is picturesque and ruinous to the last degree. All the inhabitants, save a few very bad children who try to frighten tourists' donkeys, are over 80 and wear ragged, dingy blue garments. At the castle gateway we dismounted and dismissed our donkeys. The gateway itself is a commonplace, modern structure, with an iron ring to let into the stone on one side. Ted explained that this was the celebrated wishing ring. One must knock 3 times with it, wishing the same thing each time. Then he must enter and make a circuit of the grounds in absolute silence, going out through the same gateway. If these directions are followed to the letter, whatever he has wished shall surely come to pass. Instantly out came Mamma's Baedeker in glasses. "Has anyone ever tried it?" she asked eagerly. "Hundreds," said Ted. "Only 10 have succeeded, though. One of these was a woman." "Ach, so?" said Undine, with the absurd German inflection. "Actually," said Ted, "I don't wonder you're surprised, but it really happened. She gagged herself with a handkerchief and had her husband tie her hands so she managed to walk all around and out safely. But the instant he took the handkerchief out, she gave a kind of gasping scream and fell down dead." "What did she do that for?" said Mamma, rather startled. "Why, you see, she had so much to say that it killed her, trying to say it all at once. What are you going to do, Undine?" Undine, who had laid her hand on the ring, said she was going to wish. "What will you wish for, Lichben?" said Ted, carelessly. "What have you left to want?" She lifted her eyes to his. Certainly they are most the beautiful eyes in the world. There was a little vibration in her sweet, slow voice. "I don't know, Ted," she answered. "Everything has come to me before I have time to want it. I can only wish to keep." At that moment it occurred to me that I had made little mistake about my Lorelei. Such a thought had no business to make me melancholy, but it did. I walked by Undine's side almost as silent as she. For that matter, Ted was the only lively member of the party, since Mamma was absorbed in comparing the realities with the Baedeker's flights of fancy, naturally a serious occupation, and Undine never opened her lips. Finally she walked out of the gate and came back smiling. "It is a strain, Ted," she confessed. "I hope I shall be immortalized in the castle's traditions. I feel very much exhausted. Would you mind going to the resaturation and having a cup of coffee, Mrs. Burt?" Ted suggested champagne, but Undine asked him solemnly if he had ever tried the resaturation champagne, and when he admitted his ignorance, she said, "The coffee is the worst of its kind, but the champagne is simply beyond words." I am bound to say, after taking both, I think she told the truth. The resaturation is a wooden building, glaringly modern and out of place so near the grand old ruin. Ugly wooden tables are scattered among the trees, and depressed-looking men in shabby dress coats bear trays in the usual precarious manner to the people who are seated around the tables. We soon left this scene of festivity and repaired to the museum. There Mamma was in her glory. She put me to open shame, standing before some wooden-looking portraits, her bonnet perched disreputably on one side of her head, and audibly reading Baedeker's descriptions. We lost her 3 times in 20 minutes, and each time we found her thus. The weapons also seemed to exert an unaccountable fascination over her. She would take the daggers down from the wall and run her fingers along the edge. Positively, it looked as though she meant to steal the things. "Why, my dear," she said to my remonstrances, "we are all alone in the room, and nobody seems to take the least care of anything here." Nobody did seem to take any care, but nevertheless I was relieved when we got her safely out of the museum. I hope we did by our duty of Heidelberg Castle. Ted took us everywhere. We saw the Rent Tower, Tons, the great chapel, and a darksome hole which Ted called the Monks' Chapel. But I think the monks had more sense. Finally we came out of the terrace. The sun had sunk below the horizon. Only a few crimson streaks, like the careless strokes of an emptied brush, stained the yellow glow in the west. Far below us was spread the town, a huddle of pointed roofs and church spires. Directly beneath, the Neckar ran noiselessly over its rocks. To the right and to the left stretched the hills. The near hills were green and checkered with cornfields and vineyards, but in the distance the dark purple outlines looked darker against the yellow sea of light. The shadows of the ruined towers lay long and heavy on the grass. Away to the right, a solitary nightingale was singing, and as we stood listening for a moment, vaguely awed by the beauty and the melancholy of the scene, some students out of sight began Heine's song. Du hast Diamanten und Perlen, hast alles, was Menschen wäre, und hast die schönsten Augen, mein Liebchen, was willst du mehr? In the friendly dimness I saw Ted's arm steal around his cousin's waist. He hummed the refrain. Und du hast die schönsten Augen, mein Liebchen, was willst du mehr? What I wished at the gate, said Undine. And what was that? Said Ted, lowering his voice. A heart, by chance? No, said Undine quietly. I have more than I need now, but Ted, we really ought to go. Aunt Eliza will be worried. She has a wild notion that donkeys run away. She says there is a viciousness in their eyes. We rode home gaily enough, but that evening, passing Undine's door, it opened, and she came out by the lamplight. Her face looked pale. For the first time, she seemed to me not the beautiful, cold Lorelei about whom I was weaving a fanciful romance, but a girl who had no mother and who was too rich to have many friends. Almost involuntarily I drew her to me and kissed her. The faintest flush tinged her cheek. I can't describe how oddly she looked at me, saying, "Then I don't chill you, Constance?" "Not to mention," said I, laughing. Then I kissed her again. It is possible he was hurt at something. I half believe she is as puzzled over the pleasure or the pain as I am puzzled over that curious look in her eyes. July 18th. Louis has returned. July 21st. Yesterday, Louis said, "Come, Ted will get himself into a row if he doesn't mind his pace better." I caught him walking on the Anlago with that Miss Wilmot this evening. It doesn't look well in an engaged man. Decidedly it does not. Lately, Ted's devotion to that girl has been scandalous, even judged by American ideas. Where foreigners must place Miss Wilmot, I don't venture to imagine. July 26th. Yesterday I was reading Undine to Louis and von Reibnitz. Undine's namesake and the Countess came in together during the reading and would not allow me to stop. The Countess, who had never read a de la Motte Fouquet's charming tale, quite flattered one by her excitement over its ending. "Bah!" she exclaimed, "but then Undine was an idiot. Though art but small like her, my friend. She should have some other man to take her away from that villain fool," muttered von Reibnitz. He looked at Undine as he spoke. "I believe I know now why he spent so much time in Heidelberg. Poor young man." Yesterday, after some imperious trill had torn him from us, the Countess burst into a kind of Greek chorus of praise. She grew so enthusiastic that she even abandoned her cherished English and recounted his virtues in French. Not the least of these seemed to be that his mother was the Countess's 12th cousin. For a brief period this brave, this noble young man, this best of sons, had slightly, but the most slightly, view you, admired Mille Grâce. But who could care for her long? Dear friends, behold the true Berthilda, so weak, so selfish, bah, so pretty. She made such a crowning offence of the last adjective that I laughed outright. Nevertheless, the Countess is a very shrewd old woman. July 30th. For my sins, Berthilda has taken a fancy to me. She does not improve on acquaintance. August 2nd. Undine bewilders me. Does she care for Ted? If she does, how can she watch Grace Wilmot's audacious flirtation with that odd air of amusement? She has a curious smile, appearing on singularly incongruous occasions. It is almost as if she were smiling at herself. Once I asked her about her name. "My father gave it to me," she said. "It is after an aunt of mine who had a family reputation for fortitude, and my father called me after her because I never cried." You know my mother died when I was born, and there was only he to decide. He died when I was 3. I don't even remember how he looked, but I have an idea I should have liked him. Didn't you cry often when you were a child? No, somehow I never wanted to cry. I really don't remember crying hard but once. That was because I had no little sister. It was amusing. It doesn't strike me as amusing. You don't know the circumstances. I wasn't more than 8 years old. There was a horrid little girl who lived near us, a dreadfully disagreeable little girl, who was always chewing gum, and when she tired of that, used to flatten the gum on my hair. It was her crude sense of humour, I suppose, but youth is not tolerant, and it was no end of trouble getting the gum out of my hair. Well, she, this unpleasant little girl, Maylie Hungerford, had the sweetest little baby sister in the world. I thought it a great shame that Maylie should have 3 sisters, while I had not even a brother. I was very fond of little Lulu, so I stole her. Stole her? Yes, stole her out of the cradle while the nurse was talking to her friend, the Iceman, and Maylie was chewing gum somewhere else. Stole her and carried her to an old woman who was to take care of her for me for $1 a week, my Roman stash, and my new wax doll. You can fancy the conclusion of the story, of course. The old woman was a cunning old woman. She carried the baby home, running all the way. An indignant delegation of Hungerfords waited on my aunt. Poor Aunt Eliza! She began to cry while I simply stared. Oh, Undine, how could you act so? She said, the Hungerfords all the time glaring at me solemnly. I wanted a little sister, said I. But my dear, said Mrs. Hungerford. She was a very large woman. Constance, very tall and very stout, and she always grew red in the face when she became moral and instructive. My dear, said she, God gives little brothers and sisters. And he won't please give me one, I interrupted, not meaning to be rude, but only awfully in earnest. No, he won't, screamed Maylie, and you can't have any, never. But I didn't look at her. Can't I said to Mrs. Hungerford. Why, no, my dear, she said. You can't, but you may have dear little friends who will love you very much. Then I cried. Did you always want a sister? Not so much when I saw more of sisters, but I have times of wanting her still. Undine, said I, suppose you try me. I never had a sister either, and I love you. Do you? She said, looking at me with her lovely, unfathomable eyes. I am glad. You'll make a nice sister. At least, dear, though I did not say it to you, I shall make a faithful one. August 6th. Louis again away. Constance a martyr to Bertulda. Hardly a day passes that she does not come into my room, clad in an untidy blue cashmere wrapper, fling herself upon my lounge and confide. The other day she told me how hard it is to earn her living as a companion. Mrs. Moore never denies her anything. How sad and lonely she felt, and how much she longed for sympathy. She wept a few tears on a torn handkerchief, which she deluged with my cologne. Then she took the cologne off with her to bathe her head. Of course it has not returned. Farewell, a long farewell to all my sweetness, for she borrowed my other perfumery Thursday. Sometimes her feelings overcome her, and she cries on my handkerchiefs. That is why my stock is getting low. Grief always makes her hair come down, and she puts it up with my hairpins whenever she needs a pin, and carefully selects a black pin from the cushion. There are cords, and black pins in a foreign country touch one of mine. August 10th. Ted has taken Mrs. Guernsey to Baden for a few days. August 15th. Yesterday we had a most disagreeable adventure. We were to drive to Neckar-Steinach and take a dinner at a quaint little inn lauded by von Reibnitz. Mamma, the Countess and I were to go in a carriage. Von Reibnitz and Undine were to ride. It was a lovely plan, but Bertulda spoiled it all. At the last moment she wheeled an invitation out of Mamma's soft heart. Poor motherless child, said Mamma, and you know, Connie, there is a vacant seat in the carriage. So she came. She looked as handsome as a snake in a blue chambray gauze and Paris-trimmed hat with roses. We took dinner in the garden of the inn. The garden slopes down into the river, and from where we sat we could see trimly checkered hills and vineyards, and, peeping through the trees, a ruined tower from which once a robber baron descended on peaceful travellers, but which now holds nothing more warlike than flocks of swallows. On the steepest hills a few wretched houses were clustered about a slender church spire, and a footpath crawled up to them through stunted vineyards. Von Reibnitz told us that a colony of cretins dwelt there. They support themselves chiefly by begging, and I should judge that the whole colony had turned out in our honour. Horrible-looking beings they were, dwarfed, maimed, deformed in strange and hideous fashions, scarred with loathsome diseases, living hints of the appalling possibilities of our race. One bolder than the others followed us to the carriage and clung to the door. He was a repulsively ugly man who limped and had somehow lost 2 fingers on his left hand. Bertulda was nearest to him. She shuddered and called out in her bad German, "Garden schnell, ich habe nix." The preacher only grinned and clutched her arm. She wrenched it away, screaming to the coachman to strike the man with his whip. The coachman gave a half-reckless stroke behind him, and the cretin, at that instant, swaying forward with the motion of the carriage and the lash, cut him full in the face. It was an ugly thing to see. Uglier, perhaps, though, to see his arms tossed up and his body curved backward as the sudden lurch of the carriage tumbled him to the road. The frightened horses broke into a gallop, while Mamma shrieked, the Countess, I fear, swore, and Bertulda gazed piteously at her own arm. I looked back. The cretin was standing in the centre of the road, covered with dust. There was a wet, red line across his cheek. He wiped it with his ragged sleeve. Undine had thrown him a gold piece, but it glittered unnoticed at his feet. Not so much as glancing down, he looked from his stained sleeve to us, muttering to himself. Then a cloud of dust made a dingy ghost of him, and Undine and von Reibnitz clattered up to the drotchki. They were assailed by a little storm of questions. "Was the poor fellow hurt?" cried Mamma. "What did he saying?" said the Countess. "Did he pick up his money?" I asked. "Oh, no, Miss Bert, he wasn't hurt badly," said Undine. "He was saying he would murder Miss Wilmot, madam." "No, Connie, he didn't." "What is the matter, Miss Wilmot?" Bertulda was looking desperately frightened. Her nerves were so shaken, in fact, that we had to stop and avert the hysterics with champagne. She had taken as much champagne as was good for her already, and the consequent spectacle was not edifying. I wished Ted had seen her. August 16th. Yesterday, Undine gave me an elegant dressing case. I told her she gave me too many presents. She opened her eyes. "Are you not my sister?" she said. "I am out of all patience with Ted. How can a man, fortunate enough to have won such an exquisite being as Undine, descend to Grace Wilmot's beauté de diable? Because he is a man, I suppose. Yesterday night they went to the cemetery to hear the nightingales sing. Nice, cheerful place for a romantic stroll. As the Countess says, Blake. September 12th. Ted has a duel on his hands. Walk with Miss Wilmot, rude student. Grace frightened, student knocked down. Challenge. The student says he knew Grace before, had walked with her himself. Grace says it is a wicked lie. Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't. All this, with many unnecessary comments, was confided to me last night. It goes without saying that Undine is not to know. September 13th. An awkward thing has just happened. Undine and I, going into the reading room, came suddenly upon Grace Wilmot, sobbing on Ted Tresham's shoulder. "The devil!" said he. "Upon my word, I don't blame him." Bertulda sank into a chair and made a great fuss with her handkerchief. Undine, quite silent, stood in the doorway, looking from one to the other. She was dressed for dinner. The sunlight burnished the dull olive tints of her dress. There was a lace scarf flung around her shoulders, and the opals at her white throat flickered like flame. She had never looked more beautiful. I wonder if Ted didn't think so too. Anyhow, he stared at her with all his eyes. Before he could speak, she stepped between him and Grace. "Excuse me," she said, and there was not a quiver in her sweet voice. I did not know anyone was here. Before I go, let me return something that belongs to Mr. Tresham. She slipped a ring from her finger, laid it on the table near Ted, and turning, passed out of the room. There didn't seem anything for me to do save go, so I went in another direction. As for my cousin, Theodore Tresham, he has just been to see me. I am happy to say he looked infinitely uncomfortable. He burst out at once. He knew he had been a cursed fool, but it wasn't as bad as I thought. He swore he did not know Miss Wilmot was in the room when he came into it. She had heard of the duel, and she felt sorry, and so. By Jove, I don't know how it did happen, groaned Ted. I said I thought I did. That was a nice girl to lose Undine for. Leave her out, can't you? He said gloomily. You women are always so infernally hard on each other. Is Undine hard on her? Ted stood up. He looked more of a man than I had ever seen him. Constance, he said, I love Undine, and she knows it. Whatever follies and idiotic fancies for other women I may have, I always come back to her. I have to. She knows that too. Tell her I am ashamed of myself, and it's the last time she shall need to forgive me. Tell her I'll do anything she wants, if she will only let me speak to her one single time. Well, I promised, for who dares decide what will make a woman happy? Ted as a husband I should not fancy myself, but Undine may. Later, I went downstairs to Undine and conscientiously began Ted's apologies. She stopped the first of them with, Do you think, Connie, you can invent more excuses for Ted than I? She had been so composed, so free from any show of either anger or grief that I had begun to hope, yes, to hope, though Ted is my cousin, that she did not really care for him. In my disappointment, I said the silliest thing possible. I told her she was far too good for him. She laughed, and she sighed. I had never heard her sigh before, and the soft little sound affected me strangely. I don't know about that, she said. And besides, Constance, we don't love people because they are good, but because we can't help it. Nothing appropriate occurring to me to say, I said nothing. But I felt, with a rush of thankfulness so intense that it was pain, how much I respected Louis. Just at this point in the conversation, it was ordained that Mrs. Guernsey should come in and tell me most of the history of Heidelberg Castle. I have just escaped. Tomorrow, the Countess and her son are going to take Mamma and me to Schweitzinger. The son is a mild-mannered young man, who is the best swordsman in Heidelberg. A wretched old German with a villainous voice promenades beneath my window, singing over and over again the first two lines of the Lorelei. Ich weiß nicht, was stolz es wendenten, dass ich so traurig bin. I am tired. I'm out of spirits. I wish I could sleep a long, long time. Heidelberg, September 25th, 1879. How still the life stands in an old German town. I look from my window on the same shady streets, poor students, yellow-brown dogs sniffing at their masters' heels, English tourists in astonishing plaids and greys, American tourists in sombre, black, honest Hausfraus knitting in the shade of the same. I might have left them yesterday, and it is yesterday 5 years. 5 years ago I put this old journal in the pocket of my trunk, thinking then that I never should write in it again. I did not take it out again until yesterday. The trunk was too large for ordinary use, and it stood unmolested in the garret. At first I shrank from seeing the book, and yet at the same time shrank from destroying it. After a while I believe I forgot about it, but when I took the old trunk out for this journey, I remembered, and yesterday I read the journal through. Everything comes back so freshly here, where I knew Undine, and I am glad at last that it should come. Perhaps some day I shall be glad that I have told the end of the story, which I began in so unconscious and light-hearted a fashion 5 years ago. I might, for example, give this journal to Theodore Tresham. I have been trying to renew the old time in every way I know. This morning I climbed up to the castle. I wandered through the bare rooms and ruined arches, and I stood for a moment beneath the gateway where Undine wished to keep. Nothing there has changed. The waiters at the restaturation seem to wear the self-same shabby dress coats. The very coffee was cold as it used to be. One thing I have not done. I have not gone to Schweizingen. Although a very pleasant party went today and urged us to accompany them, but I did not go. I do not think I shall ever see Schweizingen again. Yet it was a pleasant enough day which we spent there 5 years ago. I forget what we did. I only remember now the look of Louis's face as he walked into the little dining room of the Golden Stag where we all were, and the sound of his voice saying, "Con, you were always brave. There has been a bad accident to Miss Tresham, and she wants you." At least, I was brave enough not to make any trouble. While they were putting the horses into the lightest carriage they could find, von Reibnitz's dog-cart, for there was no railroad then from Schweizingen, Louis told me all he knew. Afterwards I heard the rest. It seems Undine and Miss Guernsey had gone up to the castle and were out on the terrace when they heard wild screams, and almost instantly Grace Wilmot darted up to them, pursued by a horrible-looking man brandishing a dagger. Louis did not know then, but it was the cretin of the Neckar-Steinach. For weeks he had been tracking Grace with the strange cunning of his distorted wits, and he found her alone among the ruins. The dagger belonged to the museum, and I suppose he stole it. Grace had fled the instant she saw him. She rushed at Undine, stumbled, and fell at her feet. The fall probably saved her, for the cretin had caught her dress and struck one furious blow. Before he could strike again, Undine had flung her arms about him. Slender as they were, they clung like steel. Though he shifted his dagger to his left hand and stabbed her, they never loosened their grasp. "Run!" she cried to the helpless, shrieking creature by her side. "Run! I can't hold him long." Bertulda. Well, she was Bertulda. She saved herself. Mrs. Guernsey's scream brought 12 people to the spot, Louis among them. He had returned unexpectedly from Frankfurt and still wore his travelling revolver. Drawing it, he pushed it under Undine's arm within an inch of the man's breast and fired. The cretin rolled over on the stones and was dead in 5 minutes, but his rusty dagger had done its work. They carried my poor girl to the hotel, and Louis went for me. It was von Reibnitz who brought him the horse. Our drive home is like a nightmare to me. When we reached the hotel, a man ran out of the shadow of the blue and white awnings and held out his hand to help me from the carriage. "Yes," he answered, answering the question I had not the courage to ask. "I think she may live until the morning, but there is no hope." Then I saw it was Ted, for the first sun had shone on his face, and I was half dazed. Now I could see how white and haggard his gay, careless face was, with red circles about the eyes as if he had been crying. "Oh, Constance," he cried, wringing my hand hard. "For God's sake, get me a chance to see her. Mrs. Guernsey is angry and won't let me in." I suppose I must have promised. Somehow I got away, and hurrying down the dark hall, almost ran into Grace Wilmot. Her eyes were red and swollen. It was always such an easy thing for her to cry. She sobbed out an entreaty for me to stop. "Oh, Mrs. Lynde, is she really going to die? Indeed, it wasn't my fault, and everybody blames me. Oh, please stop. Oh, what shall I do?" I did stop. It was dark in the hall, but there was some light, and I hoped she saw my face. I pointed over my shoulder. "Mr. Tresham is there," I said, and I left her. It was our last conversation. Mrs. Guernsey was waiting. She led me into the room. There was a table covered with papers, drawn up to the bed, and beside it stood a tall man in black. Through the triangle made by his bent arm I caught a glimpse of soft brown hair. He moved, and I saw Undine's face. I went up to her. But what does it matter how I felt? To think it was then Mrs. Guernsey, and the doctor went softly out the room. Undine feebly put her hand on mine. "I knew you would come, Connie," she said. "My dear love, how hard you must have driven." I tried to speak, to tell her it would hurt her to talk. She smiled and said, "Nothing will hurt me now. Connie, I wanted to speak to you alone, on business. I have left half my property to Ted. Then I had left something to Aunt Eliza, all she would take. You know she is rich. And I have left some 50,000 in legacies to some poor people I have known. The rest I have given to you. You are my sister, Constance. You will take my money, won't you? It makes me happy to think of your having it." "Oh, why did you save that girl?" I cried. "Oh, how can I bear it?" Undine smiled again, the curious smile which used to puzzle me. "Why?" she repeated. "I'm sure I don't know myself. Yet I suppose I would do it over again, were it to do. It seems absurd rather, doesn't it?" I could not speak. "How still it is," said Undine. "Is it really so still, or is it— Connie, do you mind going to the window to see?" I went to the window. There was straw scattered over the street, and von Reibnitz stood like a sentinel at the corner. When I told Undine, she sighed. "How good he is," she murmured. "I wish—" She did not finish the sentence, but a moment later she asked me to thank von Reibnitz and to give him a chain she had worn, which he had once admired. "Some day, I hope," she said, "he will give it to some pretty German girl who will love him as the Countess says the best of sons deserves." It was a little while after this she asked me if I had seen Ted. I told her what he had said. "Did he think I could die without seeing him?" she said. "My poor boy. But for all that he will marry Grace Wilmot." "He can never look at her again," I cried. Heaven knows I believed it at the time. She leaned her head half wearily on my shoulder. "I believe I could have kept him had I lived," she said. "But a memory is so weak, Constance." "Yes, dear?" "Do you believe spirits can see those they used to love?" "Oh, God knows, my darling, I cannot tell you. You will be happy however it is." "Do you think so?" she answered dreamily. "I have always been a kind of pagan, and I don't feel quite certain." What could I say to her? I sat silent with a heavy heart, while one by one the streetlights sprang out of the darkness, and by their gleam I took the last look of my darling's face. They were singing over among the hills the same little love song of Heine's, which I had heard for the first time the day we visited the castle. "Du hast Diamanten und Perlen, hast alles, was Menschen berge, und hast die schönsten Augen, mein Liebchen, was willst du mehr?" She turned those loveliest eyes wistfully up to mine. "You will always love me, Con, won't you? Now call Ted, and kiss me first." Even as I kissed her, I felt her lips stir with a smile. "Connie, do you remember the day at the castle when I wished? Well, the ring is a true fairy, for I wished Ted might love me as long as I lived. And he will." I laid her gently back on the pillows, but I could not see her face through my tears. I did not need to call Ted. He was watching at the door. I could hear him rush past me and fling himself on his knees before Undine, begging her in a broken voice to forgive him, only to forgive him. "I never loved Grace. I never loved anyone but you. You said I always came back. Oh, my God. Constance, Constance, come here." Yes, he might kiss her hands and her hair, show his useless remorse in any frantic way he would, but it did not matter what he did any more, for Undine lay there with her last smile forever fixed on her beautiful mouth. As if dead she smiled at his pain, as living she smiled at her own. All this is 5 years away. We left Undine in the pretty little cemetery where Ted and Grace Wilmot went to hear the nightingales sing. Last night I heard them singing by her grave. Poor von Reibnitz was killed in the Franco-Prussian War. He left me a little pet dog which, as I am not fond of dogs, has been something of a trial to me. The Countess is on her Polish estates with her son. She writes me occasionally and often alludes to her Heidelberg experience. I have no doubt she makes a capital tragic tale of it. She was always a fine talker in every language but English. Ted Tresham married Grace Wilmot within 6 months after his cousin's death. I hear queer stories of his wife's extravagance and flirtations, and I take a grim satisfaction in the hearing. Our own intercourse with Ted naturally ceased with his marriage, but business matters have made a few interviews necessary. He seems subdued and changed, and looks 10 years older. He has never mentioned Undine's name. As for me, Undine's legacy has prospered with us. I am more in love with my husband than ever. My dear mother is still with us. On the whole, I am a very happy woman, but I have never made another friend. Octave Thanet. End of section 21. My Lorelei, a Heidelberg Romance by Octave Thanet.
Section 22 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanna Schreck, Indianapolis. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. My Aromatic Uncle. It is always with a feeling of personal tenderness and regret that I recall his story. Although it began long before I was born, and must have ended shortly after that important date, and although I myself never laid eyes on the personage of whom my wife and I always speak as the Aromatic Uncle. The story begins so long ago indeed that I can tell it only as a tradition of my wife's family. It goes back to the days when Boston was so frankly provincial a town that one of its leading citizens, a man of eminent position and ancient family, remarked to a young kinsman, whom he was entertaining at his hospital board by way of pleasing and profitable discourse, "Nephew, it may interest you to know that it is Mr. Everett who has the other hind quarter of this lamb." This simple tale I will vouch for I got it from the lips of the nephew, who has been my uncle for so many years that I know him to be a trustworthy authority. In those days which seem so far away, and yet the space between them and us is spanned by a lifetime of 80 years and 10. Life was simpler in all its details, yet such towns as Boston, already old, had well-established local customers which varied not at all from year to year, many of which lingered in later phases of urban growth. In Boston, or at least in that part of Boston where my wife's family dwelt, it was the invariable custom for the head of the family to go to the market in the early morning, with his wife's list of the day's needs. When the list was filled, the articles were placed in a basket, and the baskets thus filled were symmetrically deposited by the market boys at the back door of the house to which they were consigned. Then the housekeeper came to the back door at her convenience and took the basket in. Exposed as this position must have been, such a thing as theft of the day's edibles was unknown, and the first authentic account of any illegitimate handling of the baskets brings me to the introduction of my wife's uncle. It was on a summer morning, and as far as I can find out, that little butcher boy, a very little butcher boy to be driving so big a cart, stopped in the rear of 2 houses that stood close together in a suburban street. One of these houses belonged to my wife's father, who was, for all I can gather, a very pompous, severe, and generally objectionable old gentleman, a judge, and a very considerable dignitary, who apparently devoted all his leisure to making life miserable for his family. The other was owned by a comparatively poor and unimportant man, who did a shipping business in a small way. He had bought it during a period of temporary affluence, and it hung on his hands like a white elephant. He could not sell it, and it was turning his hair gray to pay the taxes on it. On this particular morning, he had got up at 4 o'clock to go down to the wharves to see if a certain ship in which he was interested had arrived. It was due and overdue, and its arrival would settle the question of his domestic comfort for the whole year. For if it failed to appear or came home with an empty bottom, his fate would be hard indeed. But if it brought him money or marketable goods from its long oriental trip, he might take heart of grace and look forward to better times. When the butcher's boy stopped at the house of my wife's father, he set down at the back door a basket containing fish, a big joint of roast beef, and a generous load of fruit and vegetables, including some fine fat oranges. At the other door, he left a rather unpromising-looking lump of steak and a half-peck of potatoes, not of the first quality. When he had deposited these two burdens, he ran back and started his cart up the road. But he looked back as he did so, and he saw a sight familiar to him, and saw the commission of a deed entirely unfamiliar. A handsome young boy of about his own age stepped out of the back door of my wife's father's house and looked carelessly around him. He was one of the boys who compel the admiration of all other boys, strong, sturdy, and a trifle arrogant. He had long ago compelled the admiration of the little butcher boy. They had been playmates together at the public school, and although the judge's son looked down from an infinite height upon his poor little comrade, the butcher boy worshipped him with the deepest and most fervent adoration. He had for him the admiring reverence which the boy who can't lick anybody has for the boy who can lick everybody. He was a superior being, a pattern, a model, an ideal never to be achieved, but perhaps in a crude, humble way to be imitated. And there is no hero worship in the world like a boy's worship of a boy hero. The sight of this fortunate and adorable youth was familiar enough to the butcher boy, but the thing he did startled and shocked that poor little working man almost as much as if his idol had committed a capital crime right before his very eyes. For the judge's son suddenly let a look into his face that meant mischief, glanced around him to see whether anybody was observing him or not, and, failing to notice the butcher boy, quickly and dexterously changed the two baskets. Then he went back into the house and shut the door on himself. The butcher boy reined up his horse and jumped from his cart. His first impulse, of course, was to undo the shocking iniquity which the object of his admiration had committed. But before he had walked back a dozen yards, it struck him that he was taking a great liberty in spoiling the other boy's joke. It was wrong, of course, he knew it, but was it for him to rebuke the wrongdoing of such an exalted personage? If the judge's son came out again, he would see that his joke had miscarried, and then he would be displeased. And to the butcher boy, it did not seem right in the nature of things that anything should displease the judge's son. 3 times he went hesitatingly backward and forward, trying to make up his mind, and then he made it up. The king could do no wrong. Of course, he himself was doing wrong in not putting the baskets back where they belonged. But then he reflected. He took that sin on his own humble conscience, and in some measure took it off the conscience of the judge's son, if indeed it troubled that lightsome conscience at all. And, of course, too, he knew that, being an apprentice, he would be whipped for it when the substitution was discovered. But he didn't mind being whipped for the boy he worshipped. So he drove out along the road, and the wife of the poor shipping merchant, coming to the back door and finding the basket full of good things, and noticing especially the beautiful china oranges, naturally concluded that her husband's ship had come in, and that he had provided his family with a rare treat. And the judge, when he came home to dinner, and Mrs. Judge introduced him to the rump steak and potatoes, but I do not wish to make this story any more pathetic than is necessary. A few months after this episode, perhaps indirectly in consequence of it, I have never been able to find out exactly, the judge's son, my wife's uncle, ran away to sea, and for many years his recklessness, his strength, and his good looks were only traditions in the family, but traditions which he himself kept alive by remembrances than which none could have been more effective. At first he wrote but seldom, later on more regularly, but his letters, I have seen many of them, were the most uncommunicative documents that I ever saw in my life. His wanderings took him to many strange places on the other side of the globe, but he never wrote of what he saw or did. His family gleaned from them that his health was good, that the weather was such and such, and that he wished to have his love, duty, and respects conveyed to his various relatives. In fact, the first positive bit of personal intelligence that they received from him was 5 years after his departure, when he wrote them from a Chinese port on letter paper whose heading showed that he was a member of a commercial firm. The letter itself made no mention of the fact. As the years passed on, however, the letters came more regularly as they told less about the weather, and were slightly, very slightly, more expressive of a kind regard for his relatives. But at the best, they were cramped by the formality of his day and generation, and we of today would have called them cold and perfunctory. But the practical assurances that he gave of his undiminished, nay, his steadily increasing, affection for the people at home were of a most satisfying character, for they were convincing proof not only of his love but of his material prosperity. Almost from his first time of writing, he began to send gifts to all the members of the family. At first these were mere trifles, little curios of travel, such as he was able to purchase out of a seaman's scanty wages. But as the years went on, they grew richer and richer, till the munificence of the runaway son became the pride of the whole family. The old house that had been in the suburbs of Boston was fairly in the heart of the city when I first made its acquaintance, and one of the famous houses of the town. And it was no wonder it was famous, for such a collection of Oriental furniture, bric-a-brac, and objects of art never was seen outside of a museum. There were ebony cabinets, bookcases, tables, and couches wonderfully crafted and inlaid with mother of pearl. There were beautiful things in bronze and jade and ivory. There were all sorts of strange rugs and curtains and portieres. As to the chinaware and the vases, no house was ever so stocked. And as for such trifles and shawls and fans and silk handkerchiefs, why such things were sent not stingily but by dozens. No one could forget his first entrance into that house. The great drawing-room was darkened by heavy curtains, and at first you had only a dim vision of the strange and graceful shapes of its curious furnishing. But you could not be but instantly conscious of the delicate perfume that pervaded the apartment, and, for that matter, the whole house. It was a combination of all the delightful Eastern smells, not sandalwood only, nor teak, nor couscous, but all these odors and 100 others blent into one. Yet it was not heavy nor overpowering, but delightfully faint and sweet, diffused through those ample rooms. There was good reason, indeed, for the children of the generation to which my wife belonged to speak of the generous relative whom they had never seen as our aromatic uncle. There were other uncles, and I have no doubt they gave presents freely, for it was a wealthy and free-handed family. But there was no other uncle who sent such a delicate and delightful reminder with every gift, to breathe a soft memory of him by day and by night. I did my courting in the sweet atmosphere of that house, and although I had no earthly desire to live in Boston, I could not help missing that strangely blended odor when my wife and I moved into an old house in an old part of New York, whose former owners had no connections in the Eastern trade. It was a charming and home-like old house, but at first, although my wife had brought some belongings from her father's house, we missed the pleasant flavor of our aromatic uncle, for he was now my uncle, as well as my wife's. I say at first, for we did not miss it long. Uncle David, that was his name, not only continued to send his fragrant gifts to my wife at Christmas and upon her birthday, but he actually adopted me too and sent me Chinese cabinets and Chinese gods in various minerals and metals, and many articles designed for a smoker's use, which no smoker would ever want to touch with a 10-foot pole. But I cared very little about the utility of these presents, for it was not many years before, among them all, they set up that exquisite perfume in the house, which we had learned to associate with our aromatic uncle. Fu Chu Li, China, January 18. Dear nephew and niece, the present is to inform you that I have this day shipped to your address, per steamer Ocean Queen, 1 marble and ebony table, 6 assorted gods, and a blue dinner set. Also that I propose leaving this country for a visit to the land of my nativity on the 6th of March next, and will, if same is satisfactory to you, take up my abode temporarily in your household. Should same not be satisfactory, please cable at my charge. Messrs. Smithson and Smithson, my custom brokers, will attend to all charges on the goods, and will deliver them at your readiness. The health of this place is better than customary by reason of the cold weather, which health I am as usual enjoying. Trusting that you both are at present in possession of the same blessing, and will continue, I remain, dear nephew and niece, your affectionate uncle. This was, I believe, by 4 dozen words, those which he used to inform us of his intention of visiting America, the longest letter that Uncle David had ever written to any member of his family. It also conveyed more information about himself than he had ever given since the day he ran away to sea. Of course, we cabled the old gentleman that we should be delighted to see him. And, late that spring, at some date at which he could not possibly have been expected to arrive, he turned up at our house. Of course, we had talked a great deal about him, and wondered what manner of a man we should find him. Between us, my wife and I had got an idea of his personal appearance, which I despair of conveying in words. Vaguely, I should say that we had pictured him as something midway between an abnormally tall Chinese mandarin and a benevolent Quaker. What we found when we got home and were told that our uncle from India was awaiting us was a shrunken and bent old gentleman, dressed very cleanly and neatly in a black broadcloth, with a limp, many-pleated shirt-front of old-fashioned style, and a plain black cravat. If he had worn an old-time stock, we could have forgiven him the rest of the disappointment he cost us, but we had to admit to ourselves that he had the most absolutely commonplace appearance of all our acquaintance. In fact, we soon discovered that, except for a taciturnity the like of which we had never encountered, our aromatic uncle had positively not one picturesque characteristic about him. Even his aroma was a disappointment. He had it, but it was patchouli, or some other cheap perfume of the sort, wherewith he scented his handkerchief, which was not even a bandana, but a plain, decent white one of the unnecessarily large sort which clergymen and old gentlemen affect. But even if we could not get one single romantic association to cluster about him, we very soon got to like the old gentleman. It is true that at our first meeting, after saying "How do you do" to me, and receiving in impassive placidity the kiss which my wife gave him, he relapsed into dead silence, and continued to smoke a clay pipe with a long stem and a short bowl. This instrument he filled and refilled every few minutes, and seemed to be his only employment. We plied him with questions, of course, but to these he responded with a wonderful brevity. In the course of an hour's conversation, we got from him that he had had a pleasant voyage, that it was not a long voyage, that it was not a short voyage, and it was about the usual voyage, and he had not been seasick, that he was glad to be back, and that he was not surprised to find the country very much changed. This last piece of information was repeated in the form of a simple "no," given in reply to the direct question, and although it was given politely and evidently without the least unamiable intent, it made us both feel very cheap. After all, it was absurd to ask a man if he were surprised to find the country changed after 50 or 60 years of absence. Unless he was an idiot and unable to read at that, he must have expected something of the sort. But we grew to like him. He was thoroughly kind and inoffensive in every way. He was entirely willing to be talked to, but he did not care to talk. If it was absolutely necessary, he could talk. And when he did talk, he always made me think of the French-English dictionary for the pocket, compiled by the ingenious Mr. John Bellows, for nobody except that extraordinary Englishman could condense a greater amount of information into a smaller number of words. During the time of his stay with us, I think I learned more about China than any other man in the United States knew, and I do not believe that the aggregate of his utterances in the course of that 6 months could have amounted to 1 hour's continuous talk. Don't ask me for the information. I had no sort of use for it, and I forgot it as soon as I could. I like Chinese bric-a-brac, but my interest in China ends there. Yet it was not long before Uncle David slid into his own place in the family circle. We soon found that he did not expect us to entertain him. He wanted only to sit quietly and smoke his pipe, to take his 2 daily walks by himself, and to read the daily paper one afternoon and Macaulay's History of England the next. He was never tired of sitting and gazing amiably but silently at my wife, and to head the list of his good points, he would hold the baby by the hour, and for some mysterious reason that baby, who required the exhibition of 17 toys in a minute to be reasonably quiet in the arms of anybody else, would sit placidly in Uncle David's lap, teething away steadily on the old gentleman's watch chain, as quiet and as solemn and as aged in appearance as any one of the assorted gods of porcelain and jade and ivory which our aromatic uncle had sent us. The old house in Boston was a thing of the past. My wife's parents had been dead for some years, and no one remained of her immediate family, except a certain Aunt Lucretia, who had lived with them until shortly before our marriage, when the breaking up of the family sent her west to find a home with a distant relative in California. We asked Uncle Davy if he had stopped to see Aunt Lucretia as he came through California. He said he had not. We asked him if he wanted to have Aunt Lucretia invited on to pass a visit during his stay with us. He answered that he did not. This did not surprise us at all. You might think that a brother might long to see a sister from whom he had been separated nearly all of a long lifetime, but then you might never have met Aunt Lucretia. My wife made the offer only from a sense of duty, and only after a contest with me which lasted 3 days and nights. Nothing but loss of sleep during an exceptionally busy time at my office induced me to consent to her project of inviting Aunt Lucretia. When Uncle David put his veto upon the proposition, I felt that he might have taken back all his rare and costly gifts, and I could still have loved him. But Aunt Lucretia came all the same. My wife is afflicted with a New England conscience, originally of a most uncomfortable character. It has been much modified and ameliorated until it is now considerably less like a case of moral hives, but some wretched lingering remnant of the original article induced her to write to Aunt Lucretia that Uncle David was staying with us. And of course Aunt Lucretia came without invitation and without warning, dropping in on us with ruthless unexpectedness. You may not think from what I have said that Aunt Lucretia's visit was a pleasant event, but it was in some respects, for it was not only the shortest visit she ever paid us, but it was the last with which she ever honored us. She arrived one morning shortly after breakfast, just as we were preparing to go out for a drive. She would not have been Aunt Lucretia if she had not upset somebody's calculations at every turn of her existence. We welcomed her with as much hypocrisy as we could summon to our aid on short notice, and she was not more than usually offensive, although she certainly did herself full justice in telling us what she thought of us for not having invited her as soon as we even heard of Uncle David's intention to return to his native land. She said she ought to have been the first to embrace her beloved brother, to whom I don't believe she had given one thought in more years than I have yet seen. Uncle David was dressing for his drive. His long residence in tropical countries had rendered him sensitive to the cold, and although it was a fine, clear September day, with the thermometer at about 60, he was industriously building himself up with a series of overcoats. On a really snappy day, I have known him to get into 6 of these garments, and when he entered the room on this occasion, I think he had on 5 at least. My wife had heard his familiar foot on the stairs, and Aunt Lucretia had risen up and braced herself for an outburst of emotional affection. I could see that it was going to be such a greeting as is given only once or 2 or 3 centuries, and then on the stage. I felt sure it would end in a swoon, and I was looking around for a sofa pillow for the old lady to fall upon, for from what I knew of Aunt Lucretia, I did not believe she had ever swooned enough to be able to go through the performance without danger to her aged person. But I need not have troubled myself. Uncle David toddled into the room, gazed at Aunt Lucretia without a sign of recognition in his features, and toddled out into the hall, where he got his hat and gloves and went out to the front lawn, where he always paced up and down for a few minutes before taking a drive, in order to stimulate his circulation. This was a surprise, but Aunt Lucretia's behavior was a greater surprise. The moment she set eyes on Uncle David, the theatrical fervor went out of her entire system, literally in one instant, and an absolutely natural, unaffected astonishment displayed itself in her expressive and strongly marked features. For almost a minute, until the sound of Uncle David's footsteps had died away, she stood absolutely rigid, while my wife and I gazed at her spellbound. Then Aunt Lucretia pointed one long, bony finger at me, and hissed out with a true feminine disregard of grammar, "That ain't him!" "David," said Aunt Lucretia impressively, "had only one arm. He lost the other in Madagascar." I was too dumbfounded to take in the situation. I remember thinking, in a vague sort of way, that Madagascar was a curious sort of place to go for the purpose of losing an arm. But I did not apprehend the full significance of this disclosure until I heard my wife's distressed protestations that Aunt Lucretia must be mistaken. There must be some horrible mistake somewhere. But Aunt Lucretia was not mistaken, and there was no mistake anywhere. The arm had been lost, and lost in Madagascar, and she could give the date of the occurrence and the circumstances attendant. Moreover, she produced her evidence on the spot. It was an old daguerreotype, taken in Calcutta a year or two after the Madagascar episode. She had it in her handbag, and she opened it with fingers trembling with rage and excitement. It showed two men standing side by side near one of those 3-foot iconic pillars that were an indispensable adjunct of photography in its early stages. One of the men was large, broad-shouldered, and handsome, unmistakably a handsome edition of Aunt Lucretia. His empty left sleeve was pinned across his breast. The other man was, making allowance for the difference in years, no less unmistakably the Uncle David, who was at the moment walking to and fro under our windows. For one instant, my wife's face lighted up. "Why, Aunt Lucretia," she cried, "there he is! That's Uncle David, dear Uncle David." "There he is not! That's his business partner, some common person that he picked up on the ship he first sailed in. And upon my word, I do believe it's that wretched creature outside, and I'll Uncle David him." She marched out like a grenadier going to battle, and we followed her meekly. There was, unfortunately, no room for doubt in the case. It only needed a glance to see that the man with one arm was a member of my wife's family, and that the man by his side, our Uncle David, bore no resemblance to him in stature or features. Out on the lawn, Aunt Lucretia sailed into the dear old gentleman in the 5 overcoats with a volley of vituperation. He did not interrupt her, but stood patiently to the end, listening, with his hands behind his back. And when, with her last gasp of available breath, Aunt Lucretia demanded, Who are you, you wretch?" he responded calmly and respectfully, "I'm Tommy Briggs, Miss Lucretta." But just here, my wife threw herself on his neck and hugged him and cried, "You're my own dear Uncle David anyway." It was a gloriously fortunate inspiration. Aunt Lucretia drew herself up in speechless scorn, stretched forth her bony finger, tried to say something and failed, and then she and her handbag went out of my gates, never to come again. When she had gone, our aromatic uncle, for we shall always continue to think of him in that light, or rather in that odor, looked thoughtfully after her until she disappeared, and then made one of the few remarks I ever knew him to volunteer. "Ain't changed a mite in 47 years. Up to this time I had been in a dazed condition of mind. As I have said, my wife's family was extinct save for herself and Aunt Lucretia, and she remembered so little of her parents, and she looked herself so little like Aunt Lucretia, that it was small wonder that neither of us remarked Uncle David's unlikeness to the family type. We knew that he did not resemble the ideal we had formed of him, and that had been the only consideration we had given to his looks. Now it took only a moment of reflection to recall the fact that all the members of the family had been tall and shapely, and that even between the ugly ones like Aunt Lucretia and the pretty ones like my wife, there was a certain resemblance. Perhaps it was only the nose. The nose is the brand in most families, I believe, but whatever it was, I had only to see my wife and Aunt Lucretia together to realize that the man who had passed himself off as our Uncle David had not one feature in common with either of them, nor with the one-armed man in the daguerreotype. I was thinking of this and looking at my wife's troubled face when our aromatic uncle touched me on the arm. "I'll explain," he said, "to you. You tell her." We dismissed the carriage, went into the house, and sat down. The old gentleman was perfectly cool and collected, but he lit his clay pipe and reflected for a good 5 minutes before he opened his mouth. Then he began. "Finest man in the world, sir. Finest boy in the world. Never anything like him. But peculiarities. Had 'em. Peculiarities. Wouldn't write home. Wouldn't." Here he hesitated. "Sending things home. I had to do it. Did it for him. Didn't want his folks to know. Other peculiarities. Never had any money. Other peculiarities. Drank. Other peculiarities. Ladies. Finest man in the world all the same. Nobody like him. Kept him right with his folks for 31 years. Then died. Fever. Canton. Never been myself since. Kept right on writing, all the same. Also," here he hesitated again, "sending things. Why? Don't know. Been a fool all my life. Never could do anything but make money. No family, no friends. Only him. Ran away to sea to look after him. Did look after him. Thought maybe your wife would be some like him. Barring peculiarities, she is. Getting old. Came here for company. Meant no harm. Didn't calculate on Miss Lucretia." Here he paused and smoked reflectively for a minute or two. "Hot in the collar, Miss Lucretia. Haughty. Like him some. Just like she was 47 years ago. Slapped my face one day when I was delivering meat because my jumper wasn't clean. Ain't changed a mite." This was the first condensed statement of the case of our aromatic uncle. It was only in reply to patient and, I hope, loving, gentle, and considerate questioning that the whole story came out, at once pitiful and noble, of the poor little butcher boy who ran away to sea to be bodyguard, servant, and friend to the splendid, showy, selfish youth whom he worshipped, whose heartlessness he cloaked for many a long year, who lived upon his bounty, and who died in his arms, nursed with a tenderness surpassing that of a brother. And as far as I could find out, ingratitude and contempt had been his only reward. I need not tell you that when I repeated all this to my wife, she ran to the old gentleman's room and told him all the things that I should not have known how to say, that we cared for him, that we wanted him to stay with us, that he was far, far more our uncle than the brilliant, unprincipled scapegrace who had died years before, dead for almost a lifetime to the family who idolized him, and that we wanted him to stay with us as long as kind heaven would let him. But it was of no use. A change had come over our aromatic uncle, which we could both of us see, but could not understand. The duplicity of which he had been guilty weighed on his spirit. The next day he went out for his usual walk, and he never came back. We used every means of search and inquiry, but we never heard back from him until we got this letter from Fu Chi Li. Dear nephew and niece, the present is to inform you that I am enjoying the health that might be expected at my age, and in my condition of body, which is to say bad, I ship you by today's steamer, Pacific Monarch, 4 dozen jars of ginger, and 2 dozen ditto preserved oranges, to which I would have added some other comfits, which I proposed offering for your acceptance, if it were not that my physician has forbid me to leave my bed. In case of fatal results from this trying condition, my will, duly attested and made in your favor, will be placed in your hands by Messrs. Smithson and Smithson, my custom brokers, who will also pay all charges on good scent. The health of this place being unfavorably affected by the weather, you are unlikely to hear more from, dear nephew and niece, your affectionate uncle. And we never did hear more, except for his will, from our aromatic uncle, but our whole house still smells of his love. End of My Aromatic Uncle. Recording by Joanna Schreck, Indianapolis.
Section 23 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. The True Story of a Vampire by Eric Stenbock. Vampire stories are generally located in Styria. Mine is also. Styria is by no means the romantic kind of place described by those who have certainly never been there. It is a flat, uninteresting country, only celebrated for its turkeys, its capons, and the stupidity of its inhabitants. Vampires generally arrive at night, in carriages drawn by 2 black horses. Our vampire arrived by the commonplace means of the railway train, and in the afternoon. You must think I am joking, or perhaps that by the word vampire I mean a financial vampire. No, I am quite serious. The vampire of whom I am speaking, who laid waste our hearth and home, was a real vampire. Vampires are generally described as dark, sinister-looking, and singularly handsome. Our vampire was, on the contrary, rather fair, and certainly was not at first sight sinister-looking, and though decidedly attractive in appearance, not what one would call singularly handsome. Yes, he desolated our home, killed my brother, the one object of my adoration, also my dear father. Yet at the same time, I must say that I myself came under the spell of his fascination, and in spite of all, have no ill will towards him now. Doubtless you have read in the papers past some of the Baroness and her beasts. It is to tell how I came to spend most of my useless wealth on an asylum for stray animals that I am writing this. I am old now. What happened then was when I was a little girl of about 13. I will begin by describing our household. We were Poles. Our name was Vronsky. We lived in Styria, where we had a castle. Our household was very limited. It consisted, with the exclusion of domestics, of only my father, our governess, a worthy Belgian named Mademoiselle Vonner, my brother, and myself. Let me begin with my father. He was old, and both my brother and I were children of his old age. Of my mother I remember nothing. She died in giving birth to my brother, who was only 1 year, or not as much, younger than himself. Our father was studious, continually occupied in reading books, chiefly on recondite subjects and in all kinds of unknown languages. He had a long white beard, and wore habitually a black velvet skullcap. How kind he was to us! It was more than I could tell. Still, it was not I who was the favourite. His whole heart went out to Gabriel, as we spelt it in Polish. He was always called by the Russian abbreviation Gavril. I mean, of course, my brother, who had a resemblance to the only portrait of my mother, a slight chalk sketch which hung in my father's study. But I was by no means jealous. My brother was and has been the only love of my life. It is for his sake that I am now keeping in Westbourne Park a home for stray cats and dogs. I was at that time, as I said before, a little girl. My name was Carmela. My long, tangled hair was always all over the place, and never would comb straight. I was not pretty, at least looking at a photograph of me at that time. I do not think I could describe myself as such. Yet at the same time, when I look at the photograph, I think my expression may have been pleasing to some people. Irregular features, large mouth, and large, wild eyes. I was, by way of being naughty, not so naughty as Gabriel in the opinion of Mademoiselle Von Eyre. Mademoiselle Von Eyre, I may intercalate, was a wholly excellent person, middle-aged, who really did speak good French, although she was a Belgian, and could also make herself understood in German, which, as you may or may not know, is the current language of Styria. I find it difficult to describe my brother Gabriel. There was something about him strange and superhuman, or perhaps I should rather say praeter-human, something between the animal and the divine. Perhaps the Greek idea of the faun might illustrate what I mean, but that will not do either. He had large, wild, gazelle-like eyes. His hair, like mine, was in a perpetual tangle. That point he had in common with me, and indeed, as I afterwards heard, our mother having been of gypsy race, it will account for much of the innate wildness there was in our natures. I was wild enough, but Gabriel was much wilder. Nothing could induce him to put on shoes and stockings except on Sundays, when he also allowed his hair to be combed, but only by me. How shall I describe the grace of that lovely mouth, shaped verily en arc d'amour? I always think of the text in the psalm, "Grace is shed forth on thy lips, therefore has God blessed thee eternally." Lips that seem to exhale the very breath of life. Then that beautiful, lithe, living, elastic form. He could run faster than any deer, spring like a squirrel to the topmost branch of a tree. He might have stood for the sign and symbol of vitality itself. But seldom could he be induced by Mademoiselle Von Eyre to learn lessons. But when he did so, he learned with extraordinary quickness. He would play upon every conceivable instrument, holding a violin here, there, and everywhere except the right place, manufacturing instruments for himself out of reeds, even sticks. Mademoiselle Von Eyre made futile efforts to induce him to learn to play the piano. I suppose he was what was called spoilt, though merely in the superficial sense of the word. Our father allowed him to indulge in every caprice. One of his peculiarities, when quite a little child, was horror at the sight of meat. Nothing on earth would induce him to taste it. Another thing which was particularly remarkable about him was his extraordinary power over animals. Everything seemed to come tame to his hand. Birds would sit on his shoulder. Then sometimes Mademoiselle Von Eyre and I would lose him in the woods. He would suddenly dart away. Then we would find him singing softly or whistling to himself with all manner of woodland creatures around him, hedgehogs, little foxes, wild rabbits, marmots, squirrels, and such like. He would frequently bring these things home with him and insist on keeping them. This strange menagerie was the terror of poor Mademoiselle Von Eyre's heart. He chose to live in a little room at the top of a turret, but which, instead of going upstairs, he chose to reach by means of a very tall chestnut tree through the window. But in contradiction of all this, it was his custom to serve every Sunday Mass in the parish church, with hair nicely combed and with white surplice and red cassock. He looked as demure and tamed as possible. Then came the element of the divine. What an expression of ecstasy there was in those glorious eyes. Thus far I have not been speaking about the vampire. However, let me begin with my narrative at last. One day my father had to go to the neighbouring town, as he frequently had. This time he returned accompanied by a guest. The gentleman, he said, had missed his train, through the late arrival of another at our station, which was the junction, and he would therefore, as trains were not frequent in our parts, have had to wait there all night. He had joined in conversation with my father in the too late arriving train from the town, and had consequently accepted my father's invitation to stay the night at our house. But of course, you know, in those out-of-the-way parts, we are almost patriarchal in our hospitality. He was announced into the name of Count Vardelek, the name being Hungarian, but he spoke German well enough, not with the monotonous accentuation of Hungarians, but rather, if anything, with a slight Slavonic intonation. His voice was peculiarly soft and insinuating. We soon afterwards found that he could talk Polish, and Mademoiselle Von Eyre vouched for his good French. Indeed, he seemed to know all languages. But let me give my first impressions. He was rather tall, with fair wavy hair, rather long, which accentuated a certain effeminacy about his smooth face. His figure had something, I cannot say what, serpentine about it. The features were refined, and he had long, slender, subtle, magnetic-looking hands, a somewhat long, sinuous nose, a graceful mouth, and an attractive smile, which belied the intense sadness of the expression of the eyes. When he arrived, his eyes were half closed. Indeed, they were habitually so that I could not decide their colour. He looked worn and wearied. I could not possibly guess his age. Suddenly Gabriel burst into the room. A yellow butterfly was clinging to his hair. He was carrying in his arms a little squirrel. Of course, he was bare-legged as usual. The stranger looked up at his approach. Then I noticed his eyes. They were green. They seemed to dilate and grow larger. Gabriel stood stock still, with a startled look, like that of a bird fascinated by a serpent. But nevertheless he held out his hand to the newcomer Vardelek, taking his hand, I don't know why I noticed this trivial thing, pressed the pulse with his forefinger. Suddenly Gabriel darted from the room and rushed upstairs, going to his turret room this time by the staircase instead of the tree. I was in terror what the Count might think of him. Great was my relief when he came down in his velvet Sunday suit and shoes and stockings. I combed his hair and set him generally right. When the stranger came down to dinner, his appearance had somewhat altered. He looked much younger. There was an elasticity of the skin, combined with a delicate complexion rarely to be found in a man. Before, he had struck me as being very pale. Well, at dinner we were all charmed with him, especially my father. He seemed to be thoroughly acquainted with all my father's particular hobbies. Once, when my father was relating some of his military experiences, he said something about a drummer boy who was wounded in battle. His eyes opened completely again and dilated, this time with a particularly disagreeable expression, dull and dead, yet at the same time animated by some horrible excitement. But this was only momentary. The chief subject of his conversation with my father was about certain curious mystical books which my father had just lately picked up, and which he could not make out, but Vardelek seemed completely to understand. At dessert time my father asked him if he were in a great hurry to reach his destination. If not, would he not stay with us a little while? Though our place was out of the way, he would find much that would interest him in his library. He answered, "I have no hurry. I have no particular reason for going to that place at all, and if I can be of service to you in deciphering these books, I shall be only too glad." He added with a smile which was very bitter, very, very bitter, "You see, I am a cosmopolitan, a wanderer on the face of the earth." After dinner my father asked him if he played the piano. He said, "Yes, I can a little," and he sat down at the piano. Then he played a Hungarian sardas, wild, rhapsodic, wonderful. "That is the music which makes men mad," he went on in the same strain. Gabriel stood stock still by the piano, his eyes dilated and fixed, his form quivering. At last he said very slowly, at one particular motive, for want of a better word, you may call it the relâche of a sardas, by which I mean that point where the original quasi-slow movement begins again. "Yes, I think I could play that." Then he quickly fetched his fiddle and self-made xylophone, and did, actually alternating the instruments, render the same very well indeed. Vardelek looked at him, and said in a very sad voice, "Poor child, you have the soul of music within you." I could not understand why he should seem to commiserate instead of congratulate Gabriel on what certainly showed an extraordinary talent. Gabriel was shy even as the wild animals who had tamed him. Never before had he taken to a stranger. Indeed, as a rule, if any stranger came to the house by any chance, he would hide himself, and I had to bring him up his food to the turret chamber. You may imagine what was my surprise when I saw him walking about hand in hand with Vardelek the next morning, in the garden, talking lively with him, and showing his collection of pet animals, which he had gathered from the woods, and for which we had had to fit up irregular zoological gardens. He seemed utterly under the domination of Vardelek. What surprised us was, for otherwise we liked the stranger, especially for being kind to him, that he seemed, though not noticeably at first, except perhaps to me, who noticed everything with regard to him, to be gradually losing his general health and vitality. He did not become pale as yet, but there was a certain languor about his movements which certainly there was by no means before. My father got more and more devoted to Count Vardelek. He helped him in his studies, and my father would hardly allow him to go away, which he did sometimes. To Trieste, he said. He always came back, bringing us presents of strange oriental jewellery or textures. I knew all kinds of people came to Trieste, orientals included. Still there was a strangeness and magnificence about these things which I was sure even then could not possibly have come from such a place as Trieste, memorable to me chiefly for its necktie shops. When Vardelek was away, Gabriel was continually asking for him and talking about him. Then at the same time he seemed to regain his old vitality and spirits. Vardelek always returned looking much older, wan and weary. Gabriel would rush to meet him and kiss him on the mouth. Then he gave a slight shiver, and after a little while began to look quite young again. Things continued like this for some time. My father would not hear of Vardelek's going away permanently. He came to be an intimate of our house. I, indeed, and Mademoiselle Vonnaert also, could not help noticing what a difference there was altogether about Gabriel. But my father seemed totally blind to it. One night I had gone downstairs to fetch something which I had left in the drawing-room. As I was going up again I passed Vardelek's room. He was playing on a piano, which had been specially put there for him, one of Chopin's nocturnes, very beautifully. I stopped, leaning on the banisters to listen. Something white appeared on the dark staircase. We believed in ghosts in our part. I was transfixed with terror and clung to the balusters. What was my astonishment to see Gabriel walking slowly down the staircase, his eyes fixed as though in a trance. This terrified me even more than a ghost would. Could I believe my senses? Could that be Gabriel? I simply could not move. Gabriel, clad in his long white nightshirt, came downstairs and opened the door. He left it open. Vardelek still continued playing, but talked as he played. He said, this time speaking in Polish, "Niam umiem viricić jak ci kocham. My darling, I fain would spare thee, but thy life is my life, and I must live. I who would rather die. Will God not have any mercy on me? Oh, life! Oh, the torture of life!" Here he struck one agonized and strange chord, then continued playing softly. "Oh, Gabriel, my beloved, my life, yes, life. Oh, why life? I am sure this is but a little that I demand of thee. Surely thy superabundance of life can spare little to one who is already dead. No, stay," he said now almost harshly. "What must be, must be." Gabriel stood there quite still, with the same fixed, vacant expression in the room. He was evidently walking in his sleep. Vardelek played on, then said, "Ah!" with a sign of terrible agony. Then very gently, "Go now, Gabriel. It is enough." And Gabriel went out of the room and ascended the staircase at the same slow pace, with the same unconscious stare. Vardelek struck the piano, and although he did not play loudly, it seemed as though the strings would break. You never heard music so strange and so heart-rending. I only know I was found by Mademoiselle Vonnaert in the morning, in an unconscious state at the foot of the stairs. Was it a dream after all? I am sure now that it was not. I thought then it might be, and said nothing to anyone about it. Indeed, what could I say? Well, to let me cut a long story short, Gabriel, who had never known a moment's sickness in his life, grew ill, and we had to send to Graz for a doctor who could give no explanation of Gabriel's strange illness. Gradual wasting away, he said. Absolutely no organic complaint. What could this mean? My father at last became conscious of the fact that Gabriel was ill. His anxiety was fearful. The last trace of grey faded from his hair, and it became quite white. We sent to Vienna for doctors, but all with the same result. Gabriel was generally unconscious, and when conscious only seemed to recognize Vardelek, who sat continually by his bedside, nursing him with the utmost tenderness. One day I was alone in the room, and Vardelek cried suddenly, almost fiercely, "Send for a priest at once, he repeated. "It is now almost too late." Gabriel stretched out his arms spasmodically and put them round Vardelek's neck. This was the only movement he had made for some time. Vardelek bent down and kissed him on the lips. I rushed downstairs, and the priest was sent for. When I came back, Vardelek was not there. The priest administered extreme unction. I think Gabriel was already dead, although we did not think so at the time. Vardelek had utterly disappeared, and when we looked for him he was nowhere to be found, nor have I seen or heard of him since. My father died very soon afterwards, suddenly aged and bent down with grief, and so the whole of the Wronski property came into my sole possession. And here I am, an old woman, generally laughed at for keeping, in memory of Gabriel, an asylum for stray animals, and people do not, as a rule, believe in vampires. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tasha Mapes. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. The Heart's Desire by Sui Sin Far. She was dainty, slender, and of waxen pallor. Her eyes were long and drooping, her eyebrows finely arched. She had the tiniest golden lily feet and the glossiest black hair. Her name was Li Chung Oyam, and she lived in a sad, beautiful old palace, surrounded by a sad, beautiful old garden, situated on a charming island in the middle of a lake. This lake was spanned by marble bridges, entwined with green creepers, reaching to the mainland. No boats were ever seen on its waters, but the pink lotus lily floated thereon, and swans of marvelous whiteness. Li Chung Oyam wore priceless silks and radiant jewels. The rarest flowers bloomed for her alone. Her food and drink were of the finest flavors, and served in the purest gold and silver plates and goblets. The sweetest music lulled her to sleep. Yet Li Chung Oyam was not happy. In the midst of the grandeur of her enchanted palace, she sighed for she knew not what. "She is weary of being alone," said one of the attendants. And he who ruled all within the palace save Li Chung Oyam said, "Bring her a father." A portly old mandarin was brought to Oyam. She made humble obeisance, and her august father inquired ceremoniously as to the state of her health, but she sighed and was still weary. "We have made a mistake. It is a mother she needs," said they. A comely matron, robed in rich silks and waving a beautiful peacock feather fan, was presented to Oyam as her mother. The lady delivered herself of much good advice and wise instruction as to deportment and speech, but Oyam turned herself on her silken cushions and wished to say good-bye to her mother. Then they led Oyam into a courtyard, which was profusely illuminated with brilliant lanterns and flaring torches. There were a number of little boys of about her own age dancing on stilts. One little fellow, dressed all in scarlet and flourishing a small sword, was pointed out to her as her brother. Oyam was amused for a few moments, but in a little while she was tired of the noise and confusion. In despair, they who lived but to please her consulted amongst themselves. Oyam, overhearing them, said, "Trouble not your minds. I will find my own heart's ease." Then she called for her carrier dove, and had an attendant bind under its wing a note which she had written. The dove went forth and flew with the note to where a little girl named Ku-yum, with a face as round as a harvest moon and a mouth like a red vine leaf, was hugging a cat to keep her warm, and sucking her finger to prevent her from being hungry. To this little girl the dove delivered Oyam's message, then returned to its mistress. "Bring me my dolls and my cats, and attire me in my brightest and best," cried Oyam. When Ku-yum came slowly over one of the marble bridges towards the palace wherein dwelt Li Chung Oyam, she wore a blue cotton blouse, carried a peg doll in one hand, and her cat in another. Oyam ran to greet her and brought her into the castle hall. Ku-yum looked at Oyam, at her radiant apparel, at her cats and her dolls. "Ah," she exclaimed, "how beautifully you are robed, in the same colors as I. And behold, your dolls and your cats, are they not much like mine?" "Indeed they are," replied Oyam, lifting carefully the peg doll and patting the rough fur of Ku-yum's cat. Then she called her people together and said to them, "Behold, I have found my heart's desire, a little sister." And forever after, Oyam and Ku-yum lived happily together in a glad, beautiful old palace, surrounded by a glad, beautiful old garden, on a charming little island in the middle of a lake. End of chapter 24.
Section 25 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Two Gentlemen of Kentucky, Part 1, by James Lane Allen. The woods are hushed. Their music is no more. The leaf is dead. The yearning passed away. New leaf, new life. The days of frost are o'er. New life, new love, to suit the newer day. The woods are hushed. It was near the middle of the afternoon of an autumnal day on the wide grassy plateau of central Kentucky. The eternal power seemed to have quitted the universe and left all nature folded in the calm of the eternal peace. Around the pale blue dome of the heavens, a few pearl-colored clouds hung motionless, as though the wind had been withdrawn to other skies. Not a crimson leaf floated downward through the soft, silvery light that filled the atmosphere and created the sense of lonely, unimaginable spaces. This light overhung the far-rolling landscape of field and meadow and wood, crowning with faint radiance the remoter, low-swelling hilltops, and deepening into dreamy half-shadows on their eastern slopes. Nearer, it fell in a white flake on an unstirred sheet of water which lay along the edge of a mass of sombre-hued woodland. And nearer still, it touched to spring-like brilliancy a level green meadow on the hither edge of the water, where a group of Durham cattle stood with reversed flanks near the gleaming trunks of some leafless sycamores. Still nearer, it caught the top of the brown foliage of a little bent oak tree, and burned it into a silvery flame. It lit on the back and the wings of a crow, flying heavily in the path of its rays, and made his blackness as white as the breast of a swan. In the immediate foreground, it sparkled in minute gleams along the stalks of the coarse dead weeds that fell away from the legs and the flanks of a white horse, and slanted across the face of the rider and through the ends of his gray hair, which straggled from beneath his soft black hat. The horse, old and patient and gentle, stood with low-stretched neck and closed eyes half asleep in the faint glow of the waning heat. and the rider, the sole human presence in all the field, sat looking across the silent autumnal landscape, sunk in reverie. Both horse and rider seemed but harmonious elements in the panorama of still life, and completed the picture of a closing scene. To the man it was a closing scene. From the rank, fallow field through which he had been riding, he was now surveying for the last time the many features of a landscape that had been familiar to him from the beginning of memory. In the afternoon and the autumn of his age, he was about to rend the last ties that bound him to his former life, and, like one who had survived his own destiny, turned his face towards a future that was void of everything he held significant or dear. The Civil War had only the year before reached its ever-memorable close. From where he sat, there was not a home in sight, as there was not one beyond the reach of his vision, but had felt its influence. Some of his neighbors had come home from its camps and prisons, aged or altered as though by half a lifetime of years. The bones of some lay whitening on its battlefields. Families, reassembled around their hearthstones, spoke in low tones unceasingly of defeat and victory, heroism and death. Suspicion and distrust and estrangement prevailed. Former friends met each other on the turnpikes without speaking. Brothers avoided each other in the streets of the neighboring town. The rich had grown poor. The poor had become rich. Many of the latter were preparing to move west. The Negroes were drifting blindly hither and thither, deserting the country and flocking to the towns. Even the once united church of his neighborhood was jarred by the unstrung and discordant spirit of the times. At affecting passages in the sermons, men grew pale and set their teeth fiercely. Women suddenly lowered their black veils and rocked to and fro in their pews. For it is always at the bar of conscience, and before the very altar of God, that the human heart is most wrung by a sense of its losses and the memory of its wrongs. The war had divided the people of Kentucky as the false mother would have severed the child. It had not left the old man unscathed. His younger brother had fallen early in the conflict, borne to the end of his brief warfare by his impetuous valor. His aged mother had sunk under the tidings of the death of her latest born. His sister was estranged from him by his political differences with her husband. His old family servants, men and women, had left him, and grass and weeds had already grown over the doorsteps of the shut, noiseless cabins. Nay, the whole vast social system of the old regime had fallen, and he was henceforth but a useless fragment of the ruins. All at once his mind turned from the cracked and smoky mirror of the times, and dwelt fondly upon the scenes of the past. The silent fields around him seemed again alive with the Negroes, singing as they followed the plows down the corn rows, or swung the cradles through the bearded wheat. Again, in a frenzy of merriment, the strains of the old fiddles issued from the crevices of cabin doors to the rhythmic beat of hands and feet that shook the rafters and the roof. Now he was sitting on his porch, and one little Negro was blacking his shoes, another leading a saddle-horse to the stiles, a third bringing his hat, and a fourth handing him a glass of ice-cold sangaree. Or now he lay under the locust trees in his yard, falling asleep in the drowsy heat of the summer afternoon, while one waved over him a bough of pungent walnut leaves, until he lost consciousness and by awoke to find that they both had fallen asleep side by side on the grass, and that the abandoned fly-brush lay full across his face. From where he sat also were seen slopes on which picnics were danced, under the broad shade of maples and elms in June, by those whom death and war had scattered like the transitory leaves that once had sheltered them. In this direction lay the district schoolhouse, where on Friday evenings there were wont to be speeches and debates. In that lay the blacksmith's shop, where of old he and his neighbors had met on horseback of Saturday afternoons, to hear the news, get the mails, discuss elections, and pitch quoits. In the valley beyond stood the church, at which all had assembled on calm Sunday mornings, like the members of one united family. Along with these scenes went many a chastened reminiscence of bridal and funeral and simpler events that had made up the annals of his country life. The reader will have a clearer insight into the character and past career of Colonel Romulus Fields by remembering that he represented a fair type of that social order which had existed in rank perfection over the bluegrass plains of Kentucky during the final decades of the old regime. Perhaps of all agriculturists in the United States, the inhabitants of that region had spent the most nearly idyllic life, on account of the beauty of the climate, the richness of the land, the spacious comfort of their homes, the efficiency of their Negroes, and the characteristic contentedness of their dispositions. Thus, nature and history combined to make them a peculiar class, a cross between the aristocratic and the bucolic, being as simple as shepherds and as proud as kings, and not seldom exhibiting among both men and women types of character which are as remarkable for pure, tender, noble states of feeling as they were commonplace in powers and cultivation of mind. It was upon this luxurious social growth that the war naturally fell as a killing frost, and upon no single specimen with more blighting power than upon Colonel Fields. For destiny had quarried and chiseled him, to serve as an ornament in the barbaric temple of human bondage. There were ornaments in that temple, and he was one. A slaveholder with Southern sympathies, a man educated not beyond the ideas of his generation, convinced that slavery was an evil, yet seeing no present way of removing it, he had of all things been a model master. As such, he had gone on record in Kentucky, and no doubt in a higher court. And as such, his efforts had been put forth to secure the passage of many of those milder laws for which his state was distinguished. Often, in those dark days, his face, anxious and sad, was to be seen amid the throng that surrounded the blocks on which slaves were sold at auction, and more than one poor wretch he had bought to save him from separation from his family, or from being sold into Southern plantations, afterwards riding far and near to find him a home on one of the neighboring farms. But all those days were over. He had but to place the whole picture of the present beside the whole picture of the past to realize what the contrast meant for him. At length he gathered the bridle reins from the neck of his old horse and turned his head homeward. As he rode slowly on, every spot gave up its memories. He dismounted when he came to the cattle and walked among them, stroking their soft flanks and feeling in the palm of his hand the rasp of their salt-loving tongues. On his sideboard at home was many a silver cup which told of premiums on cattle at the great fairs. It was in this very pond that, as a boy, he had learned to swim on a cherry rail. When he entered the woods, the sight of the walnut trees and the hickory nut trees, loaded on the topmost branches, gave him a sudden pang. Beyond the woods he came upon the garden, which he had kept as his mother had left it, an old-fashioned garden with an arbor in the center, covered with Isabella grapevines on one side and catawba on the other, with walks branching thence in 4 directions, and along them beds of jump-up-johnnies, sweet williams, daffodils, sweet peas, larkspur and thyme, flags and the sensitive plant, celestial and maid's blush roses. He stopped and looked over the fence at the very spot where he had found his mother on the day when the news of the battle came. She had been kneeling, trowel in hand, driving away vigorously at the loamy earth, and, as she saw him coming, had risen and turned towards him her face, with the ancient pink bloom on her clear cheeks and the light of a pure, strong soul in her gentle eyes. Overcome by his emotions, he had blindly faltered out the words, "Mother, John was among the killed." For a moment she had looked at him as though stunned by a blow. Then a violent flush had overspread her features, and then an ashen pallor, after which, with a sudden proud dilation of her form as though with joy, she had sunk down like the tenderest of her lily-stalks, cut from its root. Beyond the garden, he came to the empty cabin and the great woodpile. At this hour it used to be a scene of hilarious activity. The little negroes sitting perched in chattering groups on the topmost logs, or playing leapfrog in the dust, while some picked up baskets of chips or dragged a backlog into the cabins. At last he drew near the wooden stiles and saw the large house of which he was the solitary occupant. What darkened rooms and noiseless halls! What beds, all ready, that nobody now came to sleep in, and cushioned old chairs that nobody rocked! The house and the contents of its attic, presses and drawers could have told much of the history of Kentucky from almost its beginning. For its foundations had been laid by his father near the beginning of the century, and through its doors had passed a long train of forms, from the veterans of the Revolution to the soldiers of the Civil War. Old coats hung up in closets, old dresses folded away in drawers, saddlebags and buckskin leggins, hunting jackets, powder horns, and militiamen hats, looms and knitting needles, snuff-boxes and reticules. What a treasure-house of the past it was! And now the only thing that had the springs of life within its bosom was the great, sweet-voiced clock, whose faithful face had kept unchanged amid all the swift pageantry of changes. He dismounted at the stiles and handed the reins to a gray-haired Negro, who had hobbled up to receive them with a smile and a gesture of the deepest respect. "Peter," he said very simply, "I am going to sell the place and move to town. I can't live here any longer." With these words he passed through the yard gate, walked slowly up the broad pavement, and entered the house. Music no more. On the disappearing form of the colonel was fixed an ancient pair of eyes that looked out at him from behind a still more ancient pair of silver-rimmed spectacles, with an expression of indescribable solicitude and love. These eyes were set in the head of an old gentleman, for such he was, named Peter Cotton, who was the only one of the colonel's former slaves that had remained inseparable from his person and his altered fortunes. In early manhood, Peter had been a woodchopper, but he had one day had his leg broken by the limb of a falling tree, and afterwards, out of consideration for his limp, had been made supervisor of the woodpile, gardener, and a sort of nondescript servitor of his master's luxurious needs. Nay, in larger and deeper characters must his history be writ, he having been, in days gone by, one of those ministers of the gospel whom conscientious Kentucky masters often urged to the exercise of spiritual functions in behalf of their benighted people. In course of preparation for this august work, Peter had learned to read, and had come to possess a well-chosen library of 3 several volumes, Webster's Spelling Book, The Pilgrim's Progress, and the Bible. But even these unusual acquisitions he deemed not enough. For, being touched with a spark of poetic fire from heaven, and fired by the African's fondness for all that is conspicuous in dress, he had conceived for himself the creation of a unique garment, which should symbolize in perfection the claims and consolations of his apostolic office. This was nothing less than a sacred blue jeans coat that he had had his old mistress make him, with very long and spacious tails, whereon, at his further direction, she embroidered sundry texts of Scripture, which it pleased him to regard as the fit visible enunciations of his holy calling. And inasmuch as his mistress, who had had the coat woven on her own looms from the wool of her finest sheep, was, like other gentlewomen of her time, rarely skilled in the accomplishments of the needle, and was, moreover, in full sympathy with the piety of his intent, she wrought of these passages a border enriched with such intricate curves, marvelous flourishes, and harmonious letterings, that Solomon never reflected the glory in which Peter was arrayed whenever he put it on. For after much prayer that the almighty wisdom would aid his reason in the difficult task of selecting the most appropriate texts, Peter had chosen 7, one for each day in the week, with such tact and no doubt heavenly guidance that when braided together they did truly constitute an eloquent epitome of Christian duty, hope, and pleading. From the first to last they were as follows: Woe is unto me if I preach not the gospel. Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, how they toil not, neither do they spin. Now abideth faith, hope, and charity, these 3, but the greatest of these is charity. I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive. This concatenation of texts Peter wished to have duly solemnized, and therefore, when the work was finished, he further requested his mistress to close the entire chain with the word Amen, introduced in some suitable place. But the only spot now left vacant was one of a few square inches, located just where the coat-tails hung over the end of Peter's spine, so that when anyone stood full in Peter's rear, he could but marvel at the sight of so solemn a word emblazoned in so unusual a locality. Panoplied in this robe of righteousness, and with a worn leathern Bible in his hand, Peter used to go around of Sundays, and during the week by night, preaching from cabin to cabin the gospel of his heavenly Master. The angriest lightnings of the sultriest skies often played amid the darkness upon those sacred coat-tails and around that girdle of everlasting texts, as though the evil spirits of the air would fain have burned them and scattered their ashes on the roaring winds. The slowly sifting snows of winter whitened them as though to chill their spiritual fires. But winter and summer, year after year, in weariness of body, often in sore distress of mind, for miles along this lonely road and for miles across that rugged way, Peter trudged on and on, withal perhaps as meek a spirit as ever grew footsore in the paths of its Master. Many a poor overburdened slave took fresh heart and strength from the sight of that celestial raiment. Many a stubborn, rebellious spirit, whose flesh but lately quivered under the lash, was brought low by its humble teaching. Many a worn-out old frame, racked with pain in its last illness, pressed a fevered lip to its hopeful hem, and many a dying eye closed in death peacefully fixed on its immortal pledges. When Peter started abroad, if a storm threatened, he carried an old cotton umbrella of immense size, and as the storm burst, he gathered the tails of his coat carefully up under his armpits that they might be kept dry. Or if caught by a tempest without his umbrella, he would take his coat off and roll it up inside out, leaving his body exposed to the fury of the elements. No care, however, could keep it from growing old and worn and faded. And when the slaves were set free, and he was called upon by the interposition of Providence to lay it finally aside, it was covered by many a patch and stain as proofs of its devoted usage. One after another, the colonel's old servants, gathering their children about them, had left him, to begin their new life. He bade them all a kind good-bye, and into the palm of each silently pressed some gift that he knew would soon be needed. But no inducement could make Peter or Phyllis, his wife, budge from their cabin. "Go, Peter, go, Phyllis," the colonel had said time and again. "No one is happier that you are free than I am, and you can call on me for what you need to set you up in business." But Peter and Phyllis asked to stay with him. Then, suddenly, several months before the time at which this sketch opens, Phyllis had died, leaving the colonel and Peter as the only relics of that populous life which once had filled the house and the cabins. The colonel had succeeded in hiring a woman to do Phyllis's work, but her presence was a strange note of discord in the old domestic harmony, and only saddened the recollections of its vanished peace. Peter had a short, stout figure, dark brown skin, smooth-shaven face, eyes round, deep-set and wide apart, and a short stub nose which dipped suddenly into his head, making it easy for him to wear the silver-rimmed spectacles left him by his old mistress. A peculiar conformation of the muscles between the eyes and the nose gave him the quizzical expression of one who is about to sneeze, and this was heightened by a twinkle in the eyes which seemed caught from the shining of an inner sun upon his tranquil heart. Sometimes, however, his face grew sad enough. It was sad on this afternoon while he watched the colonel walk slowly up the pavement, well overgrown with weeds, and enter the house, which the setting sun touched with the last radiance of the finished day. New Life. About 2 years after the close of the war, therefore, the colonel and Peter were to be found in Lexington, ready to turn over a new leaf in the volumes of their lives, which already had an old-fashioned binding, a somewhat musty odor, and but few unwritten leaves remaining. After a long dry summer you may have seen 2 gnarled old apple trees that stood with interlocked arms on the western slope of some quiet hillside, make a melancholy show of blooming out again in the autumn of the year and dallying with the idle buds that mock their sapless branches. Much the same was the belated fruitless efflorescence of the colonel and Peter. The colonel had no business habits, no political ambition, no wish to grow richer. He was too old for society and without near family ties. For some time he wandered through the streets like one lost, sick with yearning for the fields and woods, for his cattle, for familiar faces. He haunted Cheapside and the courthouse square, where the farmers always assembled when they came to town. And if his eye lighted on one, he would buttonhole him on the street corner and lead him into a grocery and sit down for a quiet chat. Sometimes he would meet an aimless, melancholy wanderer like himself, and the two would go off and discuss over and over again their departed days. And several times he came unexpectedly upon some of his old servants, who had fallen into bitter want, and who more than repaid him for the help he gave by contrasting the hardships of a life of freedom with the ease of their shackled years. In the course of time, he could but observe that human life in the town was reshaping itself slowly and painfully, but with resolute energy. The colossal structure of slavery had fallen, scattering its ruins far and wide over the state. But out of the very debris was being taken the material to lay the deeper foundations of the new social edifice. Men and women as old as he were beginning life over and trying to fit themselves for it by changing the whole attitude and habit of their minds, by taking on a new heart and spirit. But when a great building falls, there is always some rubbish, and the colonel and others like him were part of this. Henceforth they possessed only an antiquarian sort of interest, like the stamped bricks of Nebuchadnezzar. Nevertheless, he made a show of doing something, and in a year or two opened on Cheapside a store for the sale of hardware and agricultural implements. He knew more about the latter than anything else, and furthermore, he secretly felt that a business of this kind would enable him to establish in town a kind of headquarters for the farmers. His account books were to be kept on a system of 12 months' credit, and he resolved that if one of his customers couldn't pay then, it would make no difference. Business began slowly. The farmers dropped in and found a good lounging place. On county court days, which were great market days for the sale of sheep, horses, mules, and cattle in front of the colonel's door, they swarmed in from the hot sun, and sat around on the counter and the plows and machines till the entrance was blocked to other customers. When a customer did come in, the colonel, who was probably talking with some old acquaintance, would tell him just to look around and pick out what he wanted, and the price would be all right. If one of those acquaintances asked for a pound of nails, the colonel would scoop up some 10 pounds and say, "I reckon that's about a pound, Tom." He had never seen a pound of nails in his life, and if one had been weighed on his scales, he would have said the scales were wrong. He had no great idea of commercial dispatch. One morning a lady came in for some carpet tacks, an article that he had forgotten to lay in. But he at once set off an order for enough to have tacked a carpet pretty well all over Kentucky. And when they came, 2 weeks later, he told Peter to take her up a dozen papers with his compliments. He had laid in, however, an ample and especially fine assortment of pocket-knives, for that instrument had always been to him one of the gracious and very winning qualities. Then, when a friend dropped in, he would say, "General, don't you need a new pocket-knife?" and taking one out, would open all the blades and commend the metal and the handle. The general would inquire the price, and the colonel, having shut the blades, would hand it to him, saying in a careless, fond way, "I reckon I won't charge you anything for that." His mind could not come down to the low level of such ignoble barter, and he gave away the whole case of knives. These were the pleasanter aspects of his business life, which did not lack as well its tedium and crosses. Thus there were many dark, stormy days when no one he cared to see came in, and he then became rather a pathetic figure, wandering absently around amid the symbols of his past activity, and stroking the ploughs like dumb companions. Or he would stand at the door and look across at the old courthouse, where he had seen many a slave sold and had listened to the great Kentucky orators. But what hurt him most was the talk of the new farming and the abuse of the old, which he was forced to hear. And he generally refused to handle the improved implements and mechanical devices by which labor and waste were to be saved. Altogether, he grew tired of the thing and sold out at the end of the year, with a loss of over $1,000, though he insisted he had done a good business. As he was then seen much on the streets again, and several times heard to make remarks in regard to the sidewalks, gutters, and crossings, when they happened to be in bad condition, the daily press one morning published a card stating that if Colonel Romulus Fields would consent to make the race for mayor, he would receive the support of many Democrats, adding a tribute to his virtues and his influential past. It touched the colonel, and he walked downtown with a rather commanding figure the next morning. But it pained him to see how many of his acquaintances returned his salutations very coldly, and just as he was passing the northern bank, he met the young opposition candidate, a little red-haired fellow, walking between two ladies, with a rosebud in his buttonhole, who refused to speak at all, but made the ladies laugh by some remark he uttered as the colonel passed. The card had been inserted humorously, but he took it seriously, and when his friends found this out, they rallied round him. The day of election drew near. They told him he must buy votes. He said he wouldn't buy a vote to be mayor of the New Jerusalem. They told him he must mix and treat. He refused. Foreseeing he had no chance, they besought him to withdraw. He said he would not. They told him he wouldn't poll 20 votes. He replied that one would satisfy him, provided it was neither begged nor bought. When his defeat was announced, he accepted it as another evidence that he had no part in the present, no chance of redeeming his idleness. A sense of this weighed heavily on him at times, but it is not likely that he realized how pitifully he was undergoing a moral shrinkage in consequence of mere disuse. Actually, extinction had set in with him long prior to dissolution, and he was dead years before his heart ceased beating. The very basic virtues on which had rested his once spacious and stately character were now but the mouldy cornerstones of a crumbling ruin. It was a subtle evidence of deterioration in manliness that he had taken to dress. When he had lived in the country, he had never dressed up unless he came to town. When he had moved to town, he thought he must remain dressed up all the time. And this fact first fixed his attention on a matter which afterwards began to be loved for its own sake. Usually he wore a derby hat, a black diagonal coat, grey trousers, and a white necktie. But the article of attire in which he took chief pleasure was hose, and the better to show the gay colors of these, he wore low-cut shoes of the finest calfskin, turned up at the toes. Thus his feet kept pace with the present, however far his head may have lagged in the past. And it may be that this stream of fresh fashions, flowing perennially over his lower extremities like water about the roots of a tree, kept him from drying up altogether. Peter always polished his shoes with too much blacking, perhaps thinking that the more the blacking, the greater the proof of love. He wore his clothes about a season and a half, having several suits, and then passed them on to Peter, who, foreseeing the joy of such an inheritance, bought no new ones. In the act of transferring them, the colonel made no comment until he came to the hose, from which he seemed unable to part without a final tribute of esteem, as, "These are fine, Peter," or, "Peter, these are nearly as good as new." Thus Peter too was dragged through the whims of fashion. To have seen the colonel walking about his grounds and garden followed by Peter, just a year and a half behind in dress and a yard and a half behind in space, one might well have taken the rear figure for the colonel's double, slightly the worse for wear, somewhat shrunken and cast into a heavy shadow. Time hung so heavily on his hands at night that, with a happy inspiration, he added a dress suit to his wardrobe, and accepted the first invitation to an evening party. He grew excited as the hour approached, and dressed in a great fidget for fear he should be too late. "How do I look, Peter?" he inquired at length, surprised at his own appearance. "Splendid, Marse Rom," replied Peter, bringing in the shoes with more blacking on them than ever before. "I think," said the colonel apologetically, "I think I'd look better if I put a little powder on. I don't know what makes me so red in the face." But his heart began to sink before he reached his hostesses, and he had a fearful sense of being the observed of all observers as he slipped through the hall and passed rapidly up to the gentleman's room. He stayed there after the others had gone down, bewildered and lonely, dreading to go down himself. By and by the musician struck up a waltz, and with a little cracked laugh at his own performance, he cut a few shines of an unremembered pattern. But his ankle snapped audibly, and he suddenly stopped with a thought of what Peter would say if he should catch him at these antics. Then he boldly went downstairs. He had touched the new human life around him at various points. As he now stretched out his arms toward its society, for the first time he completely realized how far removed it was from him. Here he saw a younger generation, the flowers of the new social order, sprung from the very soil of fraternal battlefields, but blooming together as the emblems of oblivious peace. He saw fathers, who had fought madly on opposite sides, talking quietly in corners as they watched their children dancing, or heard them toasting their old generals and their campaigns over their champagne in the supper-room. He was glad of it, but it made him feel, at the same time, that instead of treading the velvety floors, he ought to step up and take his place among the canvases of old-time portraits that looked down from the walls. The dancing he had done had been not under the blinding glare of gaslight, but by the glimmer of tallow dips and star candles and the ruddy glow of cavernous firesides, not to the accompaniment of an orchestra of wind instruments and strings, but to a chorus of girls' sweet voices, as they trod simpler measures, or to the maddening sway of a gray-haired Negro fiddler standing on a chair in the chimney corner. Still, it is significant to note that his saddest thought, long after leaving, was that his shirt-bosom had not lain down smooth, but stuck out like a huge cracked eggshell, and that when, in imitation of the others, he had laid his white silk handkerchief across his bosom inside his vest, it had slipped out during the evening, and had been found by him, on confronting a mirror, flapping over his stomach like a little white Masonic apron. "Did you have a nice time, Marse Rom?" inquired Peter as they drove home through the darkness. "Splendid time, Peter, splendid time," replied the colonel nervously. "Did you dance any, Marse Rom?" "I didn't dance. Oh, I could have danced if I'd wanted to, but I didn't." Peter helped the colonel out of the carriage with pitying gentleness when they reached home. It was the first and only party. Peter also had been finding out that his occupation was gone. Soon after moving to town, he had tendered his pastoral services to one of the fashionable churches of the city, not because it was fashionable, but because it was made up of his brethren. In reply, he was invited to preach a trial sermon, which he did with gracious unction. It was a strange scene, as one calm Sunday morning he stood on the edge of the pulpit, dressed in a suit of the colonel's old clothes, with one hand in his trousers pocket, and his lame leg set a little forward at an angle, familiar to those who know the statues of Henry Clay. How self-possessed he seemed, yet with what a rush of memories did he pass his eyes slowly over that vast assemblage of his emancipated people. With what feelings must he have contrasted those silk hats and walking canes and broadcloths, those gloves and satins, laces and feathers, jewelry and fans, that whole many-colored panorama of life, with the weary, sad and sullen audiences that had often heard him of old under the forest trees or by the banks of some turbulent stream. In a voice husky, but heard beyond the flirtation of the uttermost pew, he took his text. "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin." From this he tried to preach a new sermon, suited to the newer day. But several times the thoughts of the past were too much for him, and he broke down with emotion. The next day a grave committee waited on him and reported that the sense of the congregation was to call a colored gentleman from Louisville. Private objections to Peter were that he had a broken leg, wore Colonel Field's second-hand clothes, which were too big for him, preached in the old-fashioned way, and lacked self-control and repose of manner. Peter accepted his rebuff as sweetly as Socrates might have done. Humming the burden of an old hymn, he took his righteous coat from a nail in the wall and folded it away in a little brass-nailed deerskin trunk, laying over it the spell-book and the Pilgrim's Progress, which he had ceased to read. Thenceforth his relations to his people were never intimate, and even from the other servants of the colonel's household he stood apart. But the colonel took Peter's rejection greatly to heart, and the next morning gave him the new silk socks he had worn at the party. In paying his servants, the colonel would sometimes say, "Peter, I reckon I better begin to pay you a salary. That's the style now." But Peter would turn off, saying he didn't have no use for no salary. Thus both of them dropped more and more out of life, but as they did so, drew more and more closely to each other. The colonel had bought a home on the edge of town, with some 10 acres of beautiful ground surrounding. A high Osage-orange hedge shut it in, and forest trees, chiefly maples and elms, gave to the lawn and house abundant shade. Wild grapevines, the Virginia creeper, and the climbing oak swung their long festoons from summit to summit, while honeysuckles, clematis, and the Mexican vine clambered over arbors and trellises, or along the chipped stone of the low, old-fashioned house. Just outside the door of the colonel's bedroom slept an ancient, broken sundial. The place seemed always in half-shadow, with hedgerows of box, clumps of dark holly, darker firs half a century old, and aged, crape-like cedars. It was in the seclusion of this retreat, which looked almost like a wild bit of country set down on the edge of town, that the colonel and Peter spent more of their time as they fell farther in the rear of onward events. There were no such flower gardens in the city, and pretty much the whole town went thither for its flowers, preferring them to those that were to be had for a price at the nurseries. There was, perhaps, a suggestion of pathetic humor in the fact that it should have called on the colonel and Peter, themselves so nearly defunct, to furnish the flowers for so many funerals. But it is certain, almost weekly, the two old gentlemen received this chastening admonition of their all but spent mortality. The colonel cultivated the rarest fruits also, and had under glass varieties that were not friendly to the climate. so that by means of the fruits and flowers there was established a pleasant social bond with many who otherwise would never have sought them out. But others came for better reasons. To a few deep-seeing eyes, the Colonel and Peter were ruined landmarks on a fading historic landscape, and their devoted friendship was the last steady burning down of that pure flame of love which can never again shine out in the future of the two races. Hence a softened charm invested the drowsy quietude of that shadowy paradise, in which the old master without a slave and the old slave without a master still kept up a brave pantomime of their obsolete relations. No one ever saw in their intercourse aught but the finest courtesy, the most delicate consideration. The very tones of their voices in addressing each other were as good as sermons on gentleness, their antiquated playfulness as melodious as the babble of distant water. To be near them was to be exorcised of evil passions. The sun of their day had indeed long since set, but like twin clouds lifted high and motionless into some far quarter of the grey twilight skies, they were still radiant with the glow of the invisible orb. Henceforth, the Colonel's appearances in public were few and regular. He went to church on Sundays, where he sat on the edge of the choir in the center of the building, and sang an ancient bass of his own improvisation to the older hymns, and glanced furtively around to see whether anyone noticed that he could not sing the new ones. At the Sunday school picnics, the committee of arrangements allowed him to carve the mutton, and after dinner to swing the smallest children gently beneath the trees. He was seen on commencement day at Morrison Chapel, where he always gave his bouquet to the valedictorian. It was the speech of that young gentleman that always touched him, consisting as it did of farewells. In the autumn he might sometimes be noticed sitting high up in the amphitheatre at the fair, a little blue around the nose, and looking absently over into the ring where the judges were grouped around the music-stand. Once he had strutted around as a judge himself, with a blue ribbon in his buttonhole, while the band played Sweet Alice, Ben Bolt, and Gentle Annie. The ring seemed full of young men now, and no one even thought of offering him the privileges of the grounds. In his day, the great feature of the exhibition had been the cattle. Now everything was turned into a horse show. He was always glad to get home again to Peter, his true yoke-fellow. For just as two old oxen, one white and one black, that have long toiled under the same yoke will, when turned out to graze at last in the widest pasture, come and put themselves horn to horn and flank to flank, so the Colonel and Peter were never so happy as when ruminating side by side. End of section 25. Section 26 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Two Gentlemen of Kentucky, Part 2, by James Lane Allen. New Love. In their eventless life, the slightest incident acquired the importance of a history. Thus, one day in June, Peter discovered a young couple love-making in the shrubbery, and with the deepest agitation reported the fact to the Colonel. Never before, probably, had the fluttering of the dear god's wings brought more dismay than to these ancient involuntary guardsmen of his hiding-place. The Colonel was at first for breaking up what he considered a piece of underhand proceedings, but Peter reasoned stoutly that, if the pair were driven out, they would simply go to some other retreat. And without getting the approval of his conscience to this view, the Colonel contented himself with merely repeating that they ought to go straight and tell the girl's parents. Those parents lived just across the street outside his grounds. The young lady he knew very well himself, having a few years before given her the privilege of making herself at home among his flowers. It certainly looked hard to drive her out now, just when she was making the best possible use of his kindness and her opportunity. Moreover, Peter walked down the street and ascertained that the young fellow was an energetic farmer living a few miles from town, and son of one of the colonel's former friends, on both of which accounts the latter's heart went out to him. So when, a few days later, the colonel, followed by Peter, crept up breathlessly and peeped through the bushes at the pair strolling along the shady, perfumed walks, and so plainly happy that happiness which comes but once in a lifetime, they not only abandoned the idea of betraying the secret, but afterwards kept away from that part of the grounds, lest they should be an interruption. "Peter," stammered the colonel, who had been trying to get the words out for 3 days, "do you suppose he has already asked her?" "Some's powerful quick on the trigger, and some's mighty slow," replied Peter neutrally. "And some," he added exhaustively, "don't use the trigger 'tall." "I always thought there had to be asking done by somebody," remarked the colonel, a little vaguely. "I never axed Phyllis," exclaimed Peter, with a certain air of triumph. "Did Phyllis ask you, Peter?" inquired the colonel, blushing and confidential. "No, Marse Rom, I couldn't stand that from no woman," replied Peter, laughing and shaking his head. The colonel was sitting on the stone steps in front of the house, and Peter stood below, leaning against a Corinthian column, hat in hand, as he went on to tell his love story. "It all happened this way, Marse Rom. We was gwine to have prayer meeting, and I 'lowed to walk home with Phyllis and axed her on the road. I been 'lowin' to ask her heaps of times before, but I ain't just never done so. So I says to myself, says I just make my sermon tonight kinda lead her up to what I gwine to tell Phyllis on the road home. So I took my text from the left tail of my coat. The greatest of these is charity, 'cause I know charity was same as love. And all the time I was preaching and glorifying charity and identifying charity with love, I couldn't help thinking about what I gwine say to Phyllis on the road home. That make me feel better, and the better I feel, the better I preach. So I hit bound to make my hearers feel better likewise, Phyllis 'mong 'em. So Phyllis she just sat there listening and looking like we was already on the road home, till I got so worked up in my feelings I just knowed the time was come. By and by I had no more than done preaching and was looking round to get my Bible and my hat, for up popped that big Charity Green, who been sitting alongside of Phyllis and taking every last thing I said to herself. And she took hold of my hand and squeezed it, and said she felt most like shouting. And 'fore I knowed it, I just see Phyllis wrap a shawl round her head and turn up her nose at me right quick and flip out the door. The dogs howl mighty mournful when I walk home by myself that night," added Peter, laughing to himself. "And I ain't preached that sermon no more till arter me and Phyllis was married. It was a long time," he continued, "'fore Phyllis come to hear me preach any more. But long 'bout the next fall we had big meeting, and heap more 'em joined. But Phyllis, she ain't never joined yit. I preached mighty nigh all round my coat-tails till I say to myself, they ain't but one text left, and I just got to fetch her with that. The text was on the right tail of my coat. 'Come unto me, all ye that labor and is heavy laden.' It was a very momentous sermon, and all along I just see Phyllis wrastling with herself, and I say, she got to come this night, the Lord he pine me. And I had no more'n said the word, for she just walked down and give me her hand. Then we have had the baptizing in Elkhorn Creek, and the water was deep and the current tolerable swift. It looked to me like there was 500 of 'em on the creek side. By and by I stood on the edge of the water, and Phyllis she come down to let me baptize her. And me and her and joined hands and waded out in the creek, mighty slow, 'cause Phyllis she didn't have no shot round the bottom of her dress, and it kept bobbing on top of the water till I push it down. But by and by we got way out in the creek, and both of us was trembling. And I says to her very kindly, 'When I put you under the water, Phyllis, you must try and hold yourself stiff, so I can lift you up easy.' but I hadn't more'n just laid her back over the water, ready to souse her under, when her feet flew up off the bottom of the creek, and when I reached out to fetch her up, I stepped in a hole, and 'fore I knowed it, we was floundering round in the water, and the hymn they was singing on the bank sounded mighty confused like. And Phyllis, she swallowed some water, and all t'oncet she just grabbed me right tight round the neck, and say mighty quick, says she, I gwan marry whoever gets me out in this here water. And by, when me and her was walking up the bank of the creek, dripping all over, I says to her, says I, does you 'member what you said back yonder in the water, Phyllis? I ain't out in no water yet, says she, very contemptuous. When does you consider yourself out in the water, says I, very humble. When I get these soaking clothes off'n my back, says she. It was good dark when we got home, and after a while I crope up to the door of Phyllis's cabin and put my eye down to the keyhole, and see Phyllis just sitting 'fore them blazing walnut logs, dressed up in her new red linsey dress, and her eyes shining. And I shook so I'm most faint. Then I tap easy on the door, and say in a mighty trembling tone, says I, Is you out in the water yit, Phyllis? I got on dry dress, says she. Does you 'member what you said back yonder in the water, Phyllis, says I. The latch string on the outside the door, says she, mighty soft. And I walked in. As Peter drew near the end of this reminiscence, his voice sank to a key of inimitable tenderness. And when it was ended, he stood a few minutes, scraping the gravel with the toe of his boot, his head dropped forward. Then he added huskily, Phyllis been dead heap o' years now, and turned away. This recalling of the scenes of a time long gone by may have awakened in the breast of the colonel some gentle memory, for after Peter was gone, he continued to sit a while in silent musing. Then, getting up, he walked in the falling twilight across the yard and through the gardens until he came to a secluded spot in the most distant corner. There he stooped, or rather knelt down, and passed his hands, as though with mute benediction, over a little bed of old-fashioned china pinks. When he had moved in from the country, he had brought nothing away from his mother's garden but these, and in all the years since no one had ever pulled them, as Peter well knew. For one day the colonel had said, with his face turned away, Let them have all the flowers they want, but leave the pinks. He continued kneeling over them now, touching them softly with his fingers, as though they were the fragrant, never-changing symbols of voiceless communion with his past. Still, it may have been only the early dew of the evening that glistened on them when he rose and slowly walked away, leaving the pale moonbeams to haunt the spot. Certainly, after this day, he showed increasing concern in the young lovers who were holding clandestine meetings in his grounds. "Peter," he would say, "why, if they love each other, don't they get married? Something may happen." "I've been 'specting something to happen for some time, as they've been quarreling right smart lately," replied Peter, laughing. Whether or not he was justified in this prediction, before the end of another week the colonel read a notice of their elopement and marriage, and several days later he came up from downtown and told Peter that everything had been forgiven the younger pair, who had gone to housekeeping in the country. It gave him pleasure to think he had helped to perpetuate the race of bluegrass farmers. The yearning passed away. It was in the twilight of a late autumn day in the same year that nature gave the colonel the first direct intimation to prepare for the last summons. They had been passing along the garden walks, where a few pale flowers were trying to flourish up to the very winter's edge, and where the dry leaves had gathered unswept and rustled beneath their feet. All at once the colonel turned to Peter, who was a yard and a half behind as usual, and said, "Give me your arm, Peter. I feel tired." And thus the two, for the first time in all their lifetime walking abreast, passed slowly on. "Peter," said the colonel gravely a minute or two later, "we are like two dried-up stalks of fodder. I wonder the Lord lets us live any longer." "I reckon he's managing to use us some way, or we wouldn't be here," said Peter. "Well, all I have to say is that if he's using me, he can't be in much of a hurry for his work," replied the colonel. "He uses snails, and I know we ain't as slow as them," argued Peter composedly. "I don't know. I think a snail must have made more progress since the war than I have." The idea of his uselessness seemed to weigh on him, for a little later he remarked, with a sort of mortified smile, "Do you think, Peter, that we would pass for what they call representative men of the New South?" "We done had our day, Massa Rom," replied Peter. "We got to pass for what we was. Maybe the Lord's got no more use for us yet than people has," he added after a pause. From this time on, the colonel's strength gradually failed him, but it was not until the following spring that the end came. A night or two before his death, his mind wandered backward, after the familiar manner of the dying, and his delirious dreams showed the shifting, faded pictures that renewed themselves for the last time on his lasting memory. It must have been that he was once more amid the scenes of his active farm life, for his broken snatches of talk ran thus: "Come, boys, get your cradles. Look where the sun is. You are late getting to work this morning. That is the finest field of wheat in the county. Be careful about the bundles. Make them the same size and tie them tight. That swath is too wide, and you don't hold your cradle right, Tom. Sell Peter cotton? No, sir. You might buy me some day and work me in your cotton field, but as long as he's mine, you can't buy Peter, and you can't buy any of my Negroes. Boys, if you don't work faster, you won't finish this field today. You better go in the shade and rest now. The sun's very hot. Don't drink too much ice water. There's a jug of whiskey in the fence corner. Give them a good dram around, and tell them to work slow till the sun gets lower." Once during the night, a sweet smile played over his features as he repeated a few words that were part of an old rustic song and dance. Arranged, not as they came broken and incoherent from his lips, but as he once had sung them, they were as follows: "Oh, Sister Phoebe, how merry were we when we sat under the juniper tree, hi-ho. Put this hat on your head, keep your head warm, take a sweet kiss, it will do you no harm, I know." After this he sank into a quieter sleep, but soon stirred with a look of intense pain. Helen, he murmured, "will you break your promise? Have you changed in your feelings towards me? I have brought you the pinks. Won't you take the pinks, Helen?" Then he sighed as he added, "It wasn't her fault. If she had only known." Who was the Helen of that faraway time? Was this the colonel's love story? But during all the night, whithersoever his mind wandered, at intervals it returned to the burden of a single strain, the harvesting. Towards daybreak he took it up again for the last time. "Oh, boys, if you don't work faster, you won't finish the field today. Look how low the sun is. I'm going to the house. They can't finish the field today. Let them do what they can, but don't let them work late. I want Peter to go to the house with me. Tell him to come on." In the faint gray of the morning, Peter, who had been watching by the bedside all night, stole out of the room, and going into the garden, pulled a handful of pinks, a thing he had never done before, and, re-entering the colonel's bedroom, put them in a vase near his sleeping face. Soon afterwards, the colonel opened his eyes and looked around him. At the foot of the bed stood Peter, and on one side sat the physician and a friend. The night lamp burned low, and through the folds of the curtains came the white light of early day. "Put out the lamp and open the curtains," he said feebly. "It's day." When they had drawn the curtains aside, his eyes fell on the pinks, sweet and fresh with the dew on them. He stretched out his hand and touched them caressingly, and his eyes sought Peter's with a look of grateful understanding. "I want to be alone with Peter for a while," he said, turning his face towards the others. When they were left alone, it was some minutes before anything was said. Peter, not knowing what he did, but knowing what was coming, had gone to the window and hid himself behind the curtains, drawing them tightly around his form as though to shroud himself from sorrow. At length the colonel said, "Come here." Peter, almost staggering forward, fell at the foot of the bed, and clasping the colonel's feet with one arm, pressed his cheek against them. "Come closer." Peter crept on his knees and buried his head on the colonel's thigh. "Come up here, closer." And putting one arm around Peter's neck, he laid the other hand softly on his head, and looked long and tenderly into his eyes. "I've got to leave you, Peter. Don't you feel sorry for me?" "Oh, Marse Rom!" cried Peter, hiding his face, his whole form shaken by sobs. "Peter," added the colonel, with ineffable gentleness, "if I had served my master as faithfully as you have served yours, I should not feel ashamed to stand in his presence. If my master is as merciful to me as you have been, I have fixed things so that you will be comfortable after I am gone. When your time comes, I should like you to be laid close to me. We can take the long sleep together. Are you willing?" "That's where I want to be laid." The colonel stretched out his hand to the vase, and taking the bunch of pinks, said very calmly, "Leave these in my hand. I'll carry them with me." A moment more, and he added, "If I shouldn't wake up any more, goodbye, Peter." "Goodbye, Marse Rom." And they shook hands a long time. After this, the colonel lay back on the pillows. His soft, silvery hair contrasted strongly with his childlike, unspoiled, open face. To the day of his death, as is apt to be true of those who have lived pure lives but never married, he had a boyish strain in him, a softness of nature, showing itself even now in the gentle expression of his mouth. His brown eyes had in them the same boyish look when, just as he was falling asleep, he scarcely opened them to say, "Pray, Peter." Peter, on his knees, and looking across the colonel's face towards the open door, through which the rays of the rising sun streamed in upon his hoary head, prayed, while the colonel fell asleep, adding a few words for himself, now left alone. Several hours later, memory led the colonel back again through the dim gateway of the past, and out of that gateway his spirit finally took flight into the future. Peter lingered a year. The place went to the colonel's sister, but he was allowed to remain in his quarters. With much thinking of the past, his mind fell into a lightness and a weakness. Sometimes he would be heard crooning the burden of old hymns, or sometimes seen sitting beside the old brass-nailed trunk, fumbling with the spelling-book and the Pilgrim's Progress. Often, too, he walked out to the cemetery on the edge of town, and each time could hardly find the colonel's grave amid the multitude of the dead. One gusty day in spring, the Scotch sexton, busy with the blades of bluegrass springing from the animated mold, saw his familiar figure standing motionless beside the colonel's resting-place. He had taken off his hat, one of the colonel's last bequests, and laid it on the colonel's headstone. On his body he wore a strange coat of faded blue, patched and weather-stained, and so moth-eaten that parts of the curious tails had dropped entirely away. In one hand he held an open Bible, and on a much-soiled page he was pointing with his finger to the following words: "I would not have you ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep." It would seem that, impelled by love and faith, and guided by his wandering reason, he had come forth to preach his last sermon on the immortality of the soul over the dust of his dead master. The sexton led him home, and soon afterwards a friend, who had loved them both, laid him beside the colonel. It was perhaps fitting that his winding-sheet should be the vestment in which, years agone, he had preached to his fellow slaves in bondage. For if it so be that the dead of this planet shall come forth from their graves clad in the trappings of mortality, then Peter should arise on the resurrection day wearing his old jeans coat. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donald Cummings. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. A Boy's Discovery by Robert McAlmon. Harry Wright was a delicate boy, even more delicate than the rest of his family, in spite of the fact that his sister Nellie was pale. Oh, pale, pale. There was a promise of a glow beneath the eggshell smoothness of her cheeks, and her wistful eyes could sparkle, so that her pallor and delicacy simply made her beauty more precious. Possibly, if Harry had lived past 10 years old, he would have become stronger. But at 9, just 6 months before he caught lockjaw and died in agony, he was a frail, slender-limbed lad, with gray eyes that seemed never able to open wider in wonderment at things in life. So great was the wonder in them at all times. There was quality too withdrawn about him, however, for him to be lovable in the way of ordinary affection. Mr. Wright had come to South Dakota years before because he had only 1 lung left, and the doctors said he'd be fortunate if he lived 6 months more, though it's hard to understand why doctors will insist upon it being so much more fortunate to live than to die. The country air and the climate apparently cured him, for after 20 years he was alive, and with no noticeable trace of tuberculosis in him. The year after he had arrived he had married, and much worry about himself and about managing his affairs in general were taken off his hands, for Mrs. Wright was a grand and capable woman out of Chicago. She rented out farms he had come to own, managed their little department store in the small village of Lansing. Every Sunday she would go to church, always in a much finer black dress than the other mothers wore, and they all wore black silk or satin dresses to church, believing it not seemly for mothers of families to appear in giddy colors. Mrs. Wright's dresses, though, were criticized somewhat, but quietly, because she was haughty and indifferent to people. Anyone could judge, though her manner was courteous, even if it was aloof. But her dresses were usually of fine black lace, and she wore a bustle that made the folds of material in her gowns stand out around her hips, long after bustles had passed out of style. Her hats, too, were modish, not in the style of the day, but in a distinctive way, and upon her hands she wore fine lace gloves. The train of her dress was generally long enough to sweep the church floor and soil itself on the dust there. Mr. Wright, following her absent-mindedly, with his weak eyes trying to strain ahead through very thick glasses, was like a trusting, utterly helpless dog, blind with old age. If Harry had been left to Mr. Wright's care alone, the boy would have poisoned himself at once, eating candy from the stock kept in their stores, and gorging on fruit all of the time, so that he never would eat at meal-times, which Mrs. Wright found it hard to compel him to do anyway. Harry had always been a frail child, and not disobedient, but not happy. Everything that could be done for him was done. He read much, didn't care for toys, and didn't know how to play with other children in town, who were always a little rowdy and mischievous, as though they believed it is necessary to be that, so people will remark, boys will be boys. Harry didn't like wetting his clothes or muddying his shoes, because these things felt uncomfortable, and he knew they might make him sick. He didn't like to tie cans to the tails of dogs, because that didn't make him split with laughter. It only made him sorry for the dogs. All in all, Mrs. Wright was delighted when Harold Morris came to town, and Harry seemed able to get on capitally with him, for Harold, while delicate-looking too, was able to take care of himself with other boys in town, and wouldn't stand for being called sissy. After a while, he wouldn't stand for having Harry called that either, because he realized how much sickness Harry had had all his life. Strangers seeing the two of them together mistook them for brothers, perhaps twins, for Harry was usually flushed and excited and nervously happy when he was with Harold, since he was at these times always learning things he hadn't known before, and playing games such as doctor or lawyer or minister, or some game that Harold would invent so they wouldn't have to run about too much, since Harry always tired when he tried to climb to the top of the town elevator to get young pigeons, and one time had nearly fainted halfway up the town watering pipe, which stood over 100 feet high in the air. By the time Harold had held him up and helped him down from that, he never again would lead him into anything that took much daring or strength. Summer was on, and vacation. Through the days all the boys in town would play about Main Street, catching rides on farm wagons and buggies coming and going from town, or performing stunts on the iron bars that ran between hitching posts in front of the village grocery stores. There weren't more than 10 boys of their age in town, since the whole population of Lansing was but 200 people. Sometimes they'd roll their pants up as far as possible and wade in the pond down by the mill, or straddle a log and row. Again they'd go out into the country, and of course by the time they had gotten out a ways, some of them would tire, or would be afraid they'd get a licking from their mothers and would run back. So often Harold and Harry were left to go on alone, which Harry could never have done by himself. But Mrs. Wright had decided that Harold could take care of both of them. Naturally, Harry looked to Harold for information, and asked him questions he'd always been shy of asking older people, and wouldn't, because of boyish contempt, ask other boys. Tuffy, Thomas, Gordon Wrench, Wallace Spear. About 1/4 mile out of town was a farm where they could stop and get milk to drink, sweet milk or buttermilk. The daughter of the family was a Mrs. Richardson, who had a boy 3 years old, and who worked for Harold's mother sometimes, sewing or washing. Harold rather understood why his mother said of her that she shouldn't have to pay forever for an error made when she was so young a girl as 16, but he had little curiosity. He liked Mrs. Richardson, and she would always give him cake and buttermilk whenever he came out to the farm to see her. Her father and mother were kind to him too, rather liking to have him call on them, because that indicated that his folks did not disapprove of their daughter overmuch, they thought. As summer deepened, and there had been no rain for weeks, almost every day would find Harold and Harry at this farm, because the village streets were a foot deep in dust, so that it was no fun catching rides, or playing on the bars between hitching posts. Mrs. Wright and Harold's folks came to know that if the boys weren't home at noon, and weren't home till 7 o'clock at night, they were safe, and would get their meals at the farm. The grain fields were ripening about the farm. The boys would sit and dream stories of their future to each other. A pulsation and vibration of clear life and light was about in the clover-scented air. Even about the barns was a clean odor, a mixture of fresh hays and of fresh manure. I like the odor of horse manure, and it isn't dirty. It's only made up of grain seed husks and hay. You just think it's dirty because of how it comes about, Harold would sometimes say. For an hour at a time they would rest in the shade of the haystack without speaking, still widely awake, and alertly conscious of each other, of nature, of life. The silence seemed potential with great significance. Out in the pasture they could see cattle browsing, or resting as they chewed their cuds complacently, arrogantly disdainful some of them. On the other side of a fence dusty sheep were pastured, and bleated, as they strolled about nipping on dry, hoof-trod grass that they'd nipped close to the earth. In an individual pasture was a bronze-colored bull, that at times would paw the earth sullenly, lowing ominously. Off the side of his pasture was another, in which a bay stallion was kept, and at times it would stand with its head lifted high up, its eyes dilated, as it snorted and neighed, and its mane was blowing as it stood in the wind. In the farmyard were many trees, all green with foliage. The umbrella trees seemed a green eruption like a spring that spurted a thick green spray, which fell in equal arches on all sides. Across the road, as a background to the farmhouse, was a forest which ran for 1/4 of a mile, and was for that space a green avalanche which flooded the landscape. If the boys went into that woods, they saw many birds, and would follow some of the flamingly beautiful ones. A golden oriole would flit, flame-blossomed, through the dark green foliage. A goldfinch would cheep and flutter about. Rose grosbeaks, scarlet tanagers, olive kinglets, brown thrushes came fleetingly, and some of them would hop and flutter on about the spongy, moss-like soil in the woods for a time. Pungent odor and life, all fresh, was about everywhere. The wheat fields were ripening, caressed to sleek maturity by the sun, as a calf is licked by the tongue of its fond mother. And upon its bosom the sunlight poured and rippled so that across its gold expanse was continual, gentle breathing. Young turkeys went hopping and fluttering over fences into pastures, searching for bugs and worms. "You and I will have to be together always, won't we, Harold?" Harry would comment sometimes, and looking at Harry's face in answer, a feeling of sorrow would be in Harold, because he didn't know that he even liked Harry, or was anything but sorry for him. He felt that Harry was somebody that needed to be taken care of, and that next time the family moved, Harold's family was always moving, he'd remember him as he remembered Lloyd of a year ago, dimly, as though he were hardly a real person. "I have never loved anybody like I do you. I don't like people," Harry would say again. "How do you know? How could you love people? Your mother and father who always give you medicine, and those kids in town who tear about. You never are with them to know them like you have been with me," Harold would answer him, and would often wish to be alone, or with some other boy who would climb about, and adventure more than Harry. Still, every morning, when a bunch of the boys were out on the street, he and Harry naturally joined each other, and separated from the others to go out to this farm. One day the two of them watched while a mare that had been brought out to the farm was bred, and saw the excitement of the stallion, heard him neigh and whisper groaningly. "What does he do that for?" Harry asked while the act of breeding was going on. "So there will be a colt. That's how young things are always made," Harold explained. "Not babies. Not us. The doctor brings babies," Harry said, shocked. "Rats. That's a fairy story like Santa Claus. Men and women do that same thing. Only a man's thing isn't quite as big as a stallion's," Harold declared, a little impatiently. Harry was silent. A feeling of nausea and horror was numbing him inside himself. "Don't you remember the afternoon that Tuffy Thomas came out of Casserly's barn and told you and I to go away, that he and Hazel were going to have a good time together? I knew they couldn't really. Too young. You have to be grown up to be able. But Tuffy swore that he got his thing in. I don't believe him, though. He likes to brag." Harry did not speak for some time, until at last, "But it isn't really that way. Not my mother and father, I know. They couldn't do that. I tell you what I think. They just pray, and God sends a baby to them." "Oh, don't be foolish. You ask Mrs. Richardson. A man puts his thing in a woman somewhere, I don't know where, and then after 9 months she has a baby. You ask Tuffy, or Hazel Casserly, or any of the older fellows. It's no use asking your father and mother. They tell you fairy tales. You don't suppose it happens one way with animals and another with people, do you?" For days Harry could do nothing but ask questions about how babies are made. The other boys about town had their curiosity too. Whenever a group of them were together and sitting down where they could talk, the conversation would turn to that subject, and each would have a theory about the act. "I tell you, I know how it's done. I've done it with Hazel," Tuffy would declare. "I'll get her and show you." One day, it had rained the night before, and the roads were too muddy to walk out to the farm. Harry, Tuffy, Gordon, and Harold were playing about the barn in back of the grocery store. A rack full of hay stood beneath the loft door, and they were turning somersets in the hay as they jumped out of the barn loft door to hay in the rack 10 feet below. After they'd been doing this for a time, they all sat along the edges of the rack to get their breath and to talk. When they had been seated there for a while, Tuffy Thomas saw Hazel Casserly and Ruthie Jenkins. "Hey, girls, come on over. I want to ask you something," he called to them. The girls came over and climbed up into the rack. "These fellows don't believe that you and I did... You know what, Hazel," Tuffy said. "Why, you awful boy! I never did, and you know you said you wouldn't tell. Anyway, you couldn't when you did try. Nothing happened at all," said Hazel. "You liar," Tuffy responded. After some talk, Hazel's indignation subsided, and Ruthie, who declared she thought they were all being nasty, also began to talk, and wonder if babies really come about the way they thought they did. "I'll tell you. Let's go inside the loft, and you girls show us what you have, and we'll show you, and maybe try and see if we can make anything happen," Tuffy said at last. "There's no use trying that. Nothing does happen until you're at least 14, and you don't get any feeling till then anyway. I've heard older fellows talk," Harold broke in. Hazel and Ruth said they wouldn't think of it, and that the boys were dirty things to mention that, but after a time they weren't so sure, and finally Hazel said she would let each boy look, but one at a time, and the others would have to stand away while he was looking. So Ruthie agreed to this also. "If I let any one of you try to do anything with me, it will be Harold, or Harry. They aren't so nasty as the rest of you, but Harry's too nice a boy to want to, aren't you, Harry?" Ruth said. Harry could say nothing. His heart was beating at a terrific rate. He was not afraid, terrified rather, with shame. After they had all looked at the girls and tried to understand how things were done, Tuffy said he could demonstrate. Hazel refused, saying that she wouldn't, not with anybody but Harold, and he said he wouldn't, not with everybody looking on, but he would try if they'd all go away and leave him and Hazel alone together, and if Harry would go on one side of the loft with Ruth, while he and Hazel were on the other side. After Harold, Hazel, Ruth, and Harry had all swore that they would tell just what happened and how it felt, the others went out, and after much exclamations and accusations to the rest that they were peeking, Harold and Harry tried. "I couldn't feel anything but a feeling like when your hands have gone to sleep and there's a tingle in them," Harold explained. "We couldn't do anything at all. How can a thing go in when it's soft? I don't understand," Ruth assured the others, and a little later, after explanation, asked Harold in a whisper if he'd try with her sometime, when nobody knew. From that time on, Harry seemed to care less for Harold, and wouldn't play much with him or any of the boys, but it may not have been his discovery, or the actions of that day. School had started a few days after, and his mother, saying that he had a free time all summer, kept him around the house much, and told Harold that he'd better come up and play inside with Harry so they could get their lessons together. But Harold, not liking to be indoors and never studying anyway, would not go very often. About 2 weeks after school had started, it rained hard one day, and Harry got his feet wet, so that a bad cold attacked him, and his throat became inflamed. He was out of school for a week. When he returned he was pale, and for the next 2 months coughed much, was always sickly and tired, without an interest in anything. Harold was sorry for him, and for Mrs. Wright, but he couldn't make Harry happy even by being with him, because the cough and sore throat kept him miserable all the time, whether someone was with him or not. It was 3 months after school started before Harry was really well again, and even then he was apathetic and lifeless. Then very suddenly he died. A case of lockjaw developed within a day. He could not speak or move his mouth. He was in agony, and when Harold went to see him his eyes had nothing but the light of torture in them. It was a great relief when he died. It was horrible to watch somebody suffer and be able to do nothing. "No, I'm not sorry he's dead. He never would have been wild about life if he had lived, any more than I will ever be," Harold told Tuffy Thomas, and Tuffy was shocked, saying that that was no way to talk about a dead person. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Katz-Hiller, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Paul's Case, A Study in Temperament, by Willa Cather. It was Paul's afternoon to appear before the faculty of the Pittsburgh High School to account for his various misdemeanors. He had been suspended a week ago, and his father had called at the principal's office and confessed his perplexity about his son. Paul entered the faculty room, suave and smiling. His clothes were a trifle outgrown, and the tan velvet on the collar of his open overcoat was frayed and worn. But for all that, there was something of the dandy about him, and he wore an opal pin in his neatly knotted black four-in hand, and a red carnation in his buttonhole. This latter adornment the faculty somehow felt was not properly significant of the contrite spirit befitting a boy under the ban of suspension. Paul was tall for his age, and very thin, with high, cramped shoulders and a narrow chest. His eyes were remarkable for a certain hysterical brilliancy, and he continually used them in a conscious, theatrical sort of way, peculiarly offensive in a boy. The pupils were abnormally large, as though he were addicted to belladonna, but there was a glassy glitter about them, which that drug does not produce. When questioned by the principal as to why he was there, Paul stated, politely enough, that he wanted to come back to school. This was a lie, but Paul was quite accustomed to lying, found it, indeed, indispensable for overcoming friction. His teachers were asked to state their respective charges against him, which they did with such a rancor and aggrievedness as evinced that this was not a usual case. Disorder and impertinence were among the offenses named, yet each of his instructors felt that it was scarcely possible to put into words the real cause of the trouble, which lay in a sort of hysterically defiant manner of the boys, in the contempt which they all knew he felt for them, and which he seemingly made not the least effort to conceal. Once, when he had been making a synopsis of a paragraph at the blackboard, his English teacher had stepped to his side and attempted to guide his hand. Paul had started back with a shudder and thrust his hands violently behind him. The astonished woman could scarcely have been more hurt and embarrassed had he struck at her. The insult was so involuntary and definitely personal as to be unforgettable. In one way and another he had made all his teachers, men and women alike, conscious of the same feeling of physical aversion. In one class, he habitually sat with his hand shading his eyes. In another, he always looked out of the window during the recitation. In another, he made a running commentary on the lecture with humorous intention. His teachers felt this afternoon that his whole attitude was symbolized by his shrug and his flippantly red carnation flower, and they fell upon him without mercy, his English teacher leading the pack. He stood through it smiling, his pale lips parted over his white teeth. His lips were continually twitching, as he had a habit of raising his eyebrows that was contemptuous and irritating to the last degree. Older boys than Paul had broken down and shed tears under that baptism of fire, but his set smile did not once desert him, and his only sign of discomfort was the nervous trembling of the fingers that toyed with the buttons of his overcoat, and an occasional jerking of the other hand that held his hat. Paul was always smiling, always glancing about him, seeming to feel that people might be watching him and trying to detect something. This conscious expression, since it was as far as possible from boyish mirthfulness, was usually attributed to insolence or smartness. As the inquisition proceeded, one of his instructors repeated an impertinent remark of the boy's, and the principal asked him whether he thought that a courteous speech to have made a woman. Paul shrugged his shoulders slightly, and his eyebrows twitched. "I don't know," he replied. "I didn't mean to be polite or impolite either. I guess it's sort of a way I have of saying things regardless." The principal, who was a sympathetic man, asked him whether he didn't think that a way it would be well to get rid of. Paul grinned and said he guessed so. When he was told that he could go, he bowed gracefully and went out. His bow was but a repetition of the scandalous red carnation. His teachers were in despair, and his drawing master voiced the feeling of them all when he declared there was something about the boy which none of them understood. He added, "I don't really believe that smile of his comes altogether from insolence. There's something sort of haunted about it. The boy is not strong, for one thing. I happen to know that he was born in Colorado, only a few months before his mother died out there of a long illness. There is something wrong about the fellow." The drawing master had come to realize that, in looking at Paul, one saw only his white teeth and the forced animation of his eyes. One warm afternoon, the boy had gone to sleep at his drawing board, and his master had noticed with amazement what a white, blue-veined face it was, drawn and wrinkled like an old man's about the eyes, the lips twitching even in his sleep, and stiff with a nervous tension that drew them back from his teeth. His teachers left the building dissatisfied and unhappy, humiliated to have felt so vindictive toward a mere boy, to have uttered this feeling in cutting terms, and to have set each other on, as it were, in the gruesome game of intemperate reproach. Some of them remembered having seen a miserable street cat set at bay by a ring of tormentors. As for Paul, he ran down the hill whistling the soldier's chorus from Faust, looking wildly behind him now and then to see whether some of his teachers were not there to writhe under his light-heartedness. As it was now late in the afternoon, and Paul was on duty that evening as usher at Carnegie Hall, he decided that he would not go home to supper. When he reached the concert hall, the doors were not yet open, and, as it was chilly outside, he decided to go up into the picture gallery, always deserted at this hour, where there were some of Raffaelli's gay studies of Paris streets and an airy blue Venetian scene or two that always exhilarated him. He was delighted to find no one in the gallery but the old guard, who sat in one corner, a newspaper on his knee, a black patch over one eye and the other closed. Paul possessed himself of the piece and walked confidently up and down, whistling under his breath. After a while, he sat down before a blue Rico and lost himself. When he bethought him to look at his watch, it was after 7 o'clock, and he rose with a start and ran downstairs, making a face at Augustus, peering out from the cast-room, and an evil gesture at the Venus de Milo as he passed her on the stairway. When Paul reached the usher's dressing-room, half a dozen boys were there already, and he began excitedly to tumble into his uniform. It was one of the few that at all approached fitting, and Paul thought it very becoming, though he knew that the tight, straight coat accentuated his narrow chest, about which he was exceedingly sensitive. He was always considerably excited while he dressed, twanging all over to the tuning of the strings and the preliminary flourishes of the horns in the music-room. But tonight he seemed quite beside himself, and he teased and plagued the boys until, telling him that he was crazy, they put him down on the floor and sat on him. Somewhat calmed by his suppression, Paul dashed out to the front of the house to seat the early comers. He was a model usher. Gracious and smiling, he ran up and down the aisles. Nothing was too much trouble for him. He carried messages and brought programs as though it were his greatest pleasure in life, and all the people in his section thought him a charming boy, feeling that he remembered and admired them. As the house filled, he grew more and more vivacious and animated, and the color came to his cheeks and lips. It was very much as though this were a great reception and Paul were the host. Just as the musicians came out to take their places, his English teacher arrived with checks for the seats which a prominent manufacturer had taken for the season. She betrayed some embarrassment when she handed Paul the tickets, and a hauteur which subsequently made her feel very foolish. Paul was startled for a moment, and had the feeling of wanting to put her out. What business had she here among all these fine people and gay colors? He looked her over and decided that she was not appropriately dressed and must be a fool to sit downstairs in such togs. The tickets had probably been sent her out of kindness, he reflected, as he put down a seat for her, and she had about as much right to sit there as he had. When the symphony began, Paul sank into one of the rear seats with a long sigh of relief, and lost himself as he had done before the Rico. It was not that symphonies, as such, meant anything in particular to Paul, but the first sigh of the instruments seemed to free some hilarious and potent spirit within him, something that struggled there like the genie in the bottle found by the Arab fisherman. He felt a sudden zest of life. The lights danced before his eyes, and the concert hall blazed into unimaginable splendor. When the soprano soloist came on, Paul forgot even the nastiness of his teachers being there, and gave himself up to the peculiar stimulus such personages always had for him. The soloist chanced to be a German woman, by no means in her first youth, and the mother of many children, but she wore an elaborate gown and a tiara, and above all she had that indefinable air of achievement, that world shine upon her, which, in Paul's eyes, made her a veritable queen of romance. After a concert was over, Paul was always irritable and wretched until he got to sleep, and tonight he was even more than usually restless. He had the feeling of not being able to let down, of its being impossible to give up this delicious excitement which was the only thing that could be called living at all. During the last number he withdrew and, after hastily changing his clothes in the dressing-room, slipped out to the side door where the soprano's carriage stood. Here he began pacing rapidly up and down the walk, waiting to see her come out. Over yonder, the Shenley, in its vacant stretch, loomed big and square through the fine rain, the windows of its 12 stories glowing like those of a lighted cardboard house under a Christmas tree. All the actors and singers of the better class stayed there when they were in the city, and a number of the big manufacturers of the place lived there in the winter. Paul had often hung about the hotel, watching the people go in and out, longing to enter, and leave schoolmasters and dull care behind him forever. At last the singer came out, accompanied by the conductor, who helped her into her carriage and closed the door with a cordial Auf Wiedersehen, which set Paul to wondering whether she were not an old sweetheart of his. Paul followed the carriage over to the hotel, walking so rapidly as not to be far from the entrance when the singer alighted, and disappeared behind the swinging glass doors that were opened by a Negro in a tall hat and a long coat. In the moment that the door was ajar, it seemed to Paul that he, too, entered. He seemed to feel himself go after her up the steps, into the warm lighted building, into an exotic tropical world of shiny, glistening surfaces and basking ease. He reflected upon the mysterious dishes that were brought into the dining room, the green bottles in buckets of ice, as he had seen them in the supper party pictures of the Sunday World Supplement. A quick gust of wind brought the rain down with sudden vehemence, and Paul was startled to find that he was still outside in the slush of the gravel driveway, that his boots were letting in the water, and his scanty overcoat was clinging wet about him, that the lights in front of the concert hall were out, and that the rain was driving in sheets between him and the orange glow of the windows above him. There it was, what he wanted, tangibly before him, like the fairy world of a Christmas pantomime. But mocking spirits stood guard at the doors, and, as the rain beat in his face, Paul wondered whether he were destined always to shiver in the black night outside, looking up at it. He turned and walked reluctantly toward the car tracks. The end had to come sometime. His father in his nightclothes at the top of the stairs, explanations that did not explain, hastily improvised fictions that were forever tripping him up, his upstairs room and its horrible yellow wallpaper, the creaking bureau with the greasy plush collar box, and over his painted wooden bed the pictures of George Washington and John Calvin, and the framed motto, "Feed my lambs," which had been worked in red worsted by his mother. Half an hour later, Paul alighted from his car and went slowly down one of the side streets off the main thoroughfare. It was a highly respectable street, where all the houses were exactly alike, and where businessmen of moderate means begot and reared large families of children, all of whom went to Sabbath school and learned the shorter catechism, and were interested in arithmetic, all of whom were as exactly alike as their homes, and of a piece with the monotony in which they lived. Paul never went up Cordelia Street without a shudder of loathing. His home was next to the house of the Cumberland minister. He approached it tonight with the nerveless sense of defeat, the hopeless feeling of sinking back forever into ugliness and commonness that he had always had when he came home. The moment he turned into Cordelia Street, he felt the waters close above his head. After each of these orgies of living, he experienced all the physical depression which follows a debauch, the loathing of respectable beds, of common food, of a house penetrated by kitchen odors, a shuddering repulsion for the flavorless, colorless mass of everyday existence, a morbid desire for cool things and soft lights and fresh flowers. The nearer he approached the house, the more absolutely unequal Paul felt to the sight of it all. His ugly sleeping chamber, the cold bathroom with the grimy zinc tub, the cracked mirror, the dripping spigots, his father at the top of the stairs, his hairy legs sticking out from his nightshirt, his feet thrust into carpet slippers. He was so much later than usual that there would certainly be inquiries and reproaches. Paul stopped short before the door. He felt that he could not be accosted by his father tonight, that he could not toss again on that miserable bed. He would not go in. He would tell his father that he had no car fare, and it was raining so hard he had gone home with one of the boys and stayed all night. Meanwhile, he was wet and cold. He went around to the back of the house and tried one of the basement windows, found it open, raised it cautiously, and scrambled down the cellar wall to the floor. There he stood, holding his breath, terrified by the noise he had made, but the floor above him was silent, and there was no creak on the stairs. He found a soapbox and carried it over to the soft ring of light that streamed from the furnace door, and sat down. He was horribly afraid of rats, so he did not try to sleep, but sat looking distrustfully at the dark, still terrified lest he might have awakened his father. In such reactions, after one of the experiences which made days and nights out of the dreary blanks of the calendar, when his senses were deadened, Paul's head was always singularly clear. Suppose his father had heard him getting in at the window and had come down and shot him for a burglar. Then again, suppose his father had come down pistol in hand and he had cried out in time to save himself, and his father had been horrified to think how nearly he had killed him. Then again, suppose a day should come when his father would remember that night and wish there had been no warning cry to stay his hand. With this last supposition, Paul entertained himself until daybreak. The following Sunday was fine. The sodden November chill was broken by the last flash of autumnal summer. In the morning, Paul had to go to church and Sabbath school, as always. On seasonable Sunday afternoons, the burghers of Cordelia Street always sat out on their front stoops and talked to their neighbors on the next stoop, or called to those across the street in neighborly fashion. The men usually sat on gay cushions placed upon the steps that led down to the sidewalk, while the women, in their Sunday waists, sat in rockers on the cramped porches, pretending to be greatly at their ease. The children played in the streets. There were so many of them that the place resembled the recreation grounds of a kindergarten. The men on the steps, all in their shirt sleeves, their vests unbuttoned, sat with their legs well apart, their stomachs comfortably protruding, and talked of the prices of things or told anecdotes of the sagacity of their various chiefs and overlords. They occasionally looked over the multitude of squabbling children, listened affectionately to their high-pitched nasal voices, smiling to see their own proclivities reproduced in their offspring, and interspersed their legends of the Iron Kings with remarks about their sons' progress at school, their grades in arithmetic, and the amounts they had saved in their toy banks. On this last Sunday of November, Paul sat all the afternoon on the lowest step of his stoop, staring into the street, while his sisters, in their rockers, were talking to the minister's daughters next door about how many shirtwaists they had made in the last week, and how many waffles someone had eaten at the last church supper. When the weather was warm, and his father was in a particularly jovial frame of mind, the girls made lemonade, which was always brought out in a red glass pitcher, ornamented with forget-me-nots in blue enamel. This the girls thought very fine, and the neighbors always joked about the suspicious color of the pitcher. Today, Paul's father sat on the top step, talking to a young man who shifted a restless baby from knee to knee. He happened to be the young man who was daily held up to Paul as a model, and after whom it was his father's dearest hope that he would pattern. This young man was of a ruddy complexion, with a compressed red mouth, and faded, nearsighted eyes, over which he wore thick spectacles, with gold bows that curved about his ears. He was clerk to one of the magnates of a great steel corporation, and was looked upon in Cordelia Street as a young man with a future. There was a story that, some 5 years ago, he was now barely 26, he had been a trifle dissipated, but in order to curb his appetites and save the loss of time and strength that a sowing of wild oats might have entailed, he had taken his chief's advice, oft reiterated to his employees, and at 21 had married the first woman whom he could persuade to share his fortunes. She happened to be an angular schoolmistress, much older than he, who also wore thick glasses, and who had now borne him 4 children, all nearsighted like herself. The young man was relating how his chief, now cruising in the Mediterranean, kept in touch with all the details of the business, arranging his office hours on his yacht just as though he were at home, and knocking off work enough to keep 2 stenographers busy. His father told, in turn, the plan his corporation was considering, of putting in an electric railway plant in Cairo. Paul snapped his teeth. He had an awful apprehension that they might spoil it all before he got there. Yet he rather liked to hear these legends of the Iron Kings that were told and retold on Sundays and holidays, these stories of palaces in Venice, yachts on the Mediterranean, and high play at Monte Carlo, appealed to his fancy, and he was interested in the triumphs of these cash boys who had become famous, though he had no mind for the cash boy stage. After supper was over, and he had helped to dry the dishes, Paul nervously asked his father whether he could go to George's to get some help in his geometry, and still more nervously asked for car fare. This latter request he had to repeat, as his father, on principle, did not like to hear requests for money, whether much or little. He asked Paul whether he could not go to some boy who lived nearer, and told him that he ought not to leave his schoolwork until Sunday, but he gave him the dime. He was not a poor man, but he had a worthy ambition to come up in the world. His only reason for allowing Paul to usher was that he thought a boy ought to be earning a little. Paul bounded upstairs, scrubbed the greasy odor of the dishwater from his hands with the ill-smelling soap he hated, and then shook over his fingers a few drops of violet water from the bottle he kept hidden in his drawer. He left the house with his geometry conspicuously under his arm, and the moment he got out of Cordelia Street and boarded a downtown car, he shook off the lethargy of 2 deadening days and began to live again. The leading juvenile of the permanent stock company which played at one of the downtown theaters was an acquaintance of Paul's, and the boy had been invited to drop in at the Sunday night rehearsals whenever he could. For more than a year, Paul had spent every available moment loitering about Charlie Edwards' dressing room. He had won a place among Edwards' following, not only because the young actor, who could not afford to employ a dresser, often found him useful, but because he recognized in Paul something akin to what churchmen term vocation. It was at the theater and at Carnegie Hall that Paul really lived. The rest was but a sleep and a forgetting. This was Paul's fairy tale, and it had for him all the allurement of a secret love. The moment he inhaled the gassy, painty, dusty odor behind the scenes, he breathed like a prisoner set free, and felt within him the possibility of doing or saying splendid, brilliant, poetic things. The moment the cracked orchestra beat out the overture from Martha, or jerked at the serenade from Rigoletto, all stupid and ugly things slid from him, and his senses were deliciously, yet delicately, fired. Perhaps it was because in Paul's world, the natural nearly always wore the guise of ugliness, that a certain element of artificiality seemed to him necessary in beauty. Perhaps it was because his experience of life elsewhere was so full of Sabbath school picnics, petty economics, wholesome advice as to how to succeed in life, and the inescapable odors of cooking, that he found this existence so alluring, these smartly clad men and women so attractive, that he was so moved by these starry apple orchards that bloomed perennially under the limelight. It would be difficult to put it strongly enough how convincingly the stage entrance of that theater was for Paul the actual portal of romance. Certainly none of the company ever suspected it, least of all Charlie Edwards. It was like the old stories that used to float about London of fabulously rich Jews who had subterranean halls there with palms and fountains and soft lamps and richly apparelled women who never saw the disenchanting light of London day. So, in the midst of that smoke-palled city, enamored of figures and grimy toil, Paul had his secret temple, his wishing carpet, his bit of blue and white Mediterranean shore bathed in perpetual sunshine. Several of Paul's teachers had a theory that his imagination had been perverted by garish fiction, but the truth was that he scarcely ever read at all. The books at home were not such as would either tempt or corrupt a youthful mind, and as for reading the novels that some of his friends urged upon him, well, he got what he wanted much more quickly from music, any sort of music, from an orchestra to a barrel organ. He needed only the spark, the indescribable thrill that made his imagination master of his senses, and he could make plots and pictures enough of his own. It was equally true that he was not stage-struck, not at any rate in the usual acceptation of that expression. He had no desire to become an actor, any more than he had to become a musician. He felt no necessity to do any of these things. What he wanted was to see, to be in the atmosphere, float on the wave of it, to be carried out blue league after blue league away from everything. After a night behind the scenes, Paul found the schoolroom more than ever repulsive. The bare floors and naked walls, the prosy men who never wore frock coats or violets in their buttonholes, the women with their dull gowns, shrill voices, and pitiful seriousness about prepositions that govern the dative. He could not bear to have the other pupils think for a moment that he took these people seriously. He must convey to them that he considered it all trivial and was there only by way of a jest anyway. He had autographed pictures of all the members of the stock company which he showed his classmates, telling them the most incredible stories of his familiarity with these people, of his acquaintance with the soloists who came to Carnegie Hall, his suppers with them, and the flowers he sent them. When these stories lost their effect, and his audience grew listless, he became desperate and would bid all the boys good-bye, announcing that he was going to travel for a while, going to Naples, to Venice, to Egypt. Then, next Monday, he would slip back, conscious and nervously smiling. His sister was ill, and he should have to defer his voyage until spring. Matters went steadily worse with Paul at school. In the itch to let his instructors know how heartily he despised them and their homilies, and how thoroughly he was appreciated elsewhere, he mentioned once or twice that he had no time to fool with theorems, adding, with a twitch of the eyebrows and a touch of that nervous bravado which so perplexed them, that he was helping the people down at the stock company. They were old friends of his. The upshot of the matter was that the principal went to Paul's father, and Paul was taken out of school and put to work. The manager at Carnegie Hall was told to get another usher in his stead. The doorkeeper at the theater was warned not to admit him to the house, and Charlie Edwards remorsefully promised the boy's father not to see him again. The members of the stock company were vastly amused when some of Paul's stories reached them, especially the women. They were hard-working women, most of them supporting indigent husbands or brothers, and they laughed rather bitterly at having stirred the boy to such fervid and florid inventions. They agreed with the faculty and with his father that Paul's was a bad case. The eastbound train was plowing through a January snowstorm. The dull dawn was beginning to show gray when the engine whistled a mile out of Newark. Paul started up from the seat where he had lain curled in uneasy slumber, rubbed the breath-misted window glass with his hand, and peered out. The snow was whirling in curling eddies above the white bottomlands, and the drifts lay already deep in the fields and along the fences, while here and there the long dead grass and dried weed stalks protruded black above it. Light shone from the scattered houses, and a gang of laborers who stood beside the track waved their lanterns. Paul had slept very little, and he felt grimy and uncomfortable. He had made the all-night journey in a day coach, partly because he was ashamed, dressed as he was, to go into a Pullman, and partly because he was afraid of being seen there by some Pittsburgh businessman who might have noticed him in Denny and Carson's office. When the whistle awoke him, he clutched quickly at his breast pocket, glancing about him with an uncertain smile. But the little, clay-bespattered Italians were still sleeping. The slatternly women across the aisle were in open-mouthed oblivion, and even the crummy, crying babies were for the nonce stilled. Paul settled back to struggle with his impatience as best he could. When he arrived at the Jersey City station, he hurried through his breakfast, manifestly ill at ease and keeping a sharp eye about him. After he reached the 23rd Street station, he consulted a cabman and had himself driven to a men's furnishings establishment that was just opening for the day. He spent upward of 2 hours there, buying with endless reconsidering and great care. His new street suit he put on in the fitting room, the frock coat and dress clothes he had bundled into the cab with his linen. Then he drove to a hatter's and a shoe house. His next errand was at Tiffany's, where he selected his silver and a new scarf pin. He would not wait to have his silver marked, he said. Lastly, he stopped at a trunk shop on Broadway and had his purchases packed into various traveling bags. It was a little after 1 o'clock when he drove up to the Waldorf, and after settling with the cabman, went into the office. He registered from Washington, said his mother and father had been abroad, and that he had come down to await the arrival of their steamer. He told his story plausibly, and had no trouble, since he volunteered to pay for them in advance in engaging his rooms, a sleeping room, sitting room, and bath. Not once, but 100 times Paul had planned this entry into New York. He had gone over every detail of it with Charlie Edwards, and in his scrapbook at home, There were pages of description about New York hotels cut from the Sunday papers. When he was shown to his sitting room on the 8th floor, he saw at a glance that everything was as it should be. There was but one detail in his mental picture that the place did not realize, so he rang for the bellboy and sent him down for flowers. He moved about nervously until the boy returned, putting away his new linen and fingering it delightedly as he did so. When the flowers came, he put them hastily into water and then tumbled into a hot bath. Presently he came out of his white bathroom, resplendent in his new silk underwear and playing with the tassels of his red robe. The snow was whirling so fiercely outside his windows that he could scarcely see across the street, but within the air was deliciously soft and fragrant. He put the violets and jonquils on the taboret beside the couch, and threw himself down with a long sigh, covering himself with a Roman blanket. He was thoroughly tired. He had been in such haste, he had stood up to such a strain, covered so much ground in the last 24 hours, that he wanted to think how it had all come about. Lulled by the sound of the wind, the warm air, and the cool fragrance of the flowers, he sank into deep, drowsy retrospection. It had been wonderfully simple when they had shut him out of the theater and concert hall. When they had taken away his bone, the whole thing was virtually determined. The rest was a mere matter of opportunity. The only thing that at all surprised him was his own courage, for he realized well enough that he had always been tormented by fear, a sort of apprehensive dread that, of late years, as the meshes of the lies he had told closed about him, had been pulling the muscles of his body tighter and tighter. Until now he could not remember the time when he had not been dreading something. Even when he was a little boy, it was always there, behind him, or before, or on either side. There had always been the shadowed corner, the dark place into which he dared not look, but from which something seemed always to be watching him. And Paul had done things that were not pretty to watch, he knew. But now he had a curious sense of relief, as though he had at last thrown down the gauntlet to the thing in the corner. Yet it was but a day since he had been sulking in the traces, but yesterday afternoon that he had been sent to the bank with Denny and Carson's deposit, as usual, but this time he was instructed to leave the book to be balanced. There was above $2,000 in checks, and nearly 1,000 in the bank notes which he had taken from the book and quietly transferred to his pocket. At the bank he had made out a new deposit slip. His nerves had been steady enough to permit of his returning to the office, where he had finished his work and asked for a full day's holiday tomorrow, Saturday, giving a perfectly reasonable pretext. The bank book, he knew, would not be returned before Monday or Tuesday, and his father would be out of town for the next week. From the time he slipped the banknotes into his pocket until he boarded the night train for New York, he had not known a moment's hesitation. It was not the first time Paul had steered through treacherous waters. How astonishingly easy it had all been. Here he was, the thing done, and this time there would be no awakening, no figure at the top of the stairs. He watched the snowflakes whirling by his window until he fell asleep. When he awoke, it was 3:00 in the afternoon. He bounded up with a start, half of one of his precious days gone already. He spent more than an hour in dressing, watching every stage of his toilet carefully in the mirror. Everything was quite perfect. He was exactly the kind of boy he had always wanted to be. When he went downstairs, Paul took a carriage and drove up Fifth Avenue toward the park. The snow had somewhat abated. Carriages and tradesmen's wagons were hurrying soundlessly to and fro in the winter twilight. Boys in woolen mufflers were shoveling off the doorsteps. The avenue stages made fine spots of color against the white street. Here and there, on the corners, were stands with whole flower gardens blooming under glass cases, against the sides of which the snowflakes stuck and melted. Violets, roses, carnations, lilies of the valley, somehow vastly more lovely and alluring that they blossomed thus unnaturally in the snow. The park itself was a wonderful stage winterpiece. When he returned, the pause of the twilight had ceased, and the tune of the streets had changed. The snow was falling faster. Light streamed from the hotels that reared their dozen stories fearlessly up into the storm, defying the raging Atlantic winds. A long black stream of carriages poured down the avenue, intersected here and there by other streams, tending horizontally. There were a score of cabs about the entrance of his hotel, and his driver had to wait. Boys in livery were running in and out of the awning stretched across the sidewalk, up and down the red velvet carpet laid from the door to the street. Above, about, within, it all was the rumble and roar, the hurry and toss of thousands of human beings as hot for pleasure as himself, and on every side of him towered the glaring affirmation of the omnipotence of wealth. The boy set his teeth and drew his shoulders together in a spasm of realization. The plot of all dramas, the text of all romances, the nerve stuff of all sensations was whirling about him like the snowflakes. He burnt like a faggot in a tempest. When Paul went down to dinner, the music of the orchestra came floating up the elevator shaft to greet him. His head whirled as he stepped into the thronged corridor, and he sank back into one of the chairs against the wall to get his breath. The lights, the chatter, the perfumes, the bewildering medley of color, he had, for a moment, the feeling of not being able to stand it. But only for a moment. These were his own people, he told himself. He went slowly about the corridors, through the writing rooms, smoking rooms, reception rooms, as though he were exploring the chambers of an enchanted palace, built and peopled for him alone. When he reached the dining room, he sat down at a table near a window. The flowers, the white linen, the many-colored wine glasses, the gay toilettes of the women, the low popping of corks, the undulating repetitions of the Blue Danube from the orchestra, all flooded Paul's dream with bewildering radiance. When the roseate tinge of his champagne was added, that cold, precious, bubbling stuff that creamed and foamed in his glass, Paul wondered that there were honest men in the world at all. This was what all the world was fighting for, he reflected. This was what all the struggle was about. He doubted the reality of his past. Had he ever known a place called Cordelia Street? A place where fagged-looking businessmen got on the early car. Mere rivets in a machine, they seemed to Paul. Sickening men, with combings of children's hair always hanging to their coats, and the smell of cooking in their clothes. Cordelia Street. That belonged to another time and country. Had he not always been thus? Had he not sat here, night after night, from as far back as he could remember, looking pensively over just such shimmering textures and slowly twirling the stem of a glass like this one between his thumb and middle finger? He rather thought he had. He was not in the least abashed or lonely. He had no especial desire to meet or to know any of these people. All he demanded was the right to look on and conjecture, to watch the pageant. The mere stage properties were all he contended for. Nor was he lonely later in the evening, in his lodge at the Metropolitan. He was now entirely rid of his nervous misgivings, of his forced aggressiveness, of the imperative desire to show himself different from his surroundings. He felt now that his surroundings explained him. Nobody questioned the purple. He had only to wear it passively. He had only to glance down at his attire to reassure himself that here it would be impossible for anyone to humiliate him. He found it hard to leave his beautiful sitting room to go to bed that night, and sat long watching the raging storm from his turret window. When he went to sleep, it was with the lights turned on in his bedroom, partly because of his old timidity, and partly so that, if he should wake in the night, there would be no wretched moment of doubt, no horrible suspicion of yellow wallpaper or of Washington and Calvin above his bed. Sunday morning, the city was practically snowbound. Paul breakfasted late, and in the afternoon he fell in with a wild San Francisco boy, a freshman at Yale, who said he had run down for a little flyer over Sunday. The young man offered to show Paul the night side of the town, and the two boys went out together after dinner, not returning to the hotel until 7 o'clock the next morning. They had started out in the confiding warmth of a champagne friendship, but their parting in the elevator was singularly cool. The freshman pulled himself together to make his train, and Paul went to bed. He awoke at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, very thirsty and dizzy, and rang for ice water, coffee, and the Pittsburgh papers. On the part of the hotel management, Paul excited no suspicion. There was this to be said for him, that he wore his spoils with dignity and in no way made himself conspicuous. Even under the glow of his wine he was never boisterous, though he found the stuff like a magician's wand for wonder-building. His chief greediness lay in his ears and eyes, and his excesses were not offensive ones. His dearest pleasures were the gray winter twilights in his sitting-room, his quiet enjoyment of his flowers, his clothes, his wide divan, his cigarette, and his sense of power. He could not remember a time when he had felt so at peace with himself. The mere release from the necessity of petty lying every day and every day, restored his self-respect. He had never lied for pleasure, even at school, but to be noticed and admired, to assert his difference from the other Cordelia Street boys, and he felt a good deal more manly, more honest even, now that he had no need for boastful pretensions, now that he could, as his actor friends used to say, dress the part. It was characteristic that remorse did not occur to him. His golden days went by without a shadow, and he made each as perfect as he could. On the 8th day after his arrival in New York, he found the whole affair exploited in the Pittsburgh papers, exploited with a wealth of detail which indicated that local news of a sensational nature was at a low ebb. The firm of Denny and Carson announced that the boy's father had refunded the full amount of the theft and that they had no intention of prosecuting. The Cumberland minister had been interviewed and expressed his hope of yet reclaiming the motherless lad, and his Sabbath school teacher declared that she would spare no effort to that end. The rumor had reached Pittsburgh that the boy had been seen in a New York hotel, and his father had gone east to find him and bring him home. Paul had just come in to dress for dinner. He sank into a chair, weak to the knees, and clasped his head in his hands. It was to be worse than jail even. The tepid waters of Cordelia Street were to close over him finally and forever. The gray monotony stretched before him in hopeless, unrelieved years. Sabbath school, young people's meeting, the yellow-papered room, the damp dish towels, it all rushed back upon him with a sickening vividness. He had the old feeling that the orchestra had suddenly stopped, the sinking sensation that the play was over. The sweat broke out on his face, and he sprang to his feet, looked about him with his white, conscious smile, and winked at himself in the mirror, with something of the old childish belief in miracles with which he had so often gone to class, all his lessons unlearned. Paul dressed and dashed whistling down the corridor to the elevator. He had no sooner entered the dining room and caught the measure of the music than his remembrance was lightened by his old elastic power of claiming the moment, mounting with it, and finding it all sufficient. The glare and glitter about him, the mere scenic accessories had again, and for the last time, their old potency. He would show himself that he was game. He would finish the thing splendidly. He doubted, more than ever, the existence of Cordelia Street, and for the first time he drank his wine recklessly. Was he not, after all, one of those fortunate beings born to the purple? Was he not still himself, and in his own place? He drummed a nervous accompaniment to the Pagliacci music and looked about him, telling himself over and over that it had paid. He reflected drowsily to the swell of the music and the chill sweetness of his wine that he might have done it more wisely. He might have caught an outbound steamer and been well out of their clutches before now. But the other side of the world had seemed too far away and too uncertain then. He could not have waited for it. His need had been too sharp. If he had to choose over again, he would do the same thing tomorrow. He looked affectionately about the dining room, now gilded with a soft mist. Ah, it had paid indeed. Paul was awakened next morning by a painful throbbing in his head and feet. He had thrown himself across the bed without undressing, and had slept with his shoes on. His limbs and hands were lead-heavy, and his tongue and throat were parched and burnt. There came upon him one of those fateful attacks of clear-headedness that never occurred except when he was physically exhausted and his nerves hung loose. He lay still, closed his eyes, and let the tide of things wash over him. His father was in New York, stopping at some joint or other, he told himself. The memory of successive summers on the front stoop fell upon him like a weight of black water. He had not $100 left, and he knew now, more than ever, that money was everything, the wall that stood between all he loathed and all he wanted. The thing was winding itself up. He had thought of that on his first glorious day in New York, and had even provided a way to snap the thread. It lay on his dressing table now. He had got it out last night when he came blindly up from dinner, but the shiny metal hurt his eyes, and he disliked the looks of it. He rose and moved about with a painful effort, succumbing now and again to attacks of nausea. It was the old depression exaggerated, All the world had become Cordelia Street. Yet somehow he was not afraid of anything, was absolutely calm, perhaps because he had looked into the dark corner at last and knew. It was bad enough, what he saw there, but somehow not so bad as his long fear of it had been. He saw everything clearly now. He had a feeling that he had made the best of it, that he had lived the sort of life he was meant to live, and for half an hour he sat staring at the revolver. But he told himself that was not the way, so he went downstairs and took a cab to the ferry. When Paul arrived in Newark, he got off the train and took another cab, directing the driver to follow the Pennsylvania tracks out of the town. The snow lay heavy on the roadways and had drifted deep in the open fields. Only here and there the dead grass or dried weed stalks projected, singularly black, above it. Once well into the country, Paul dismissed the carriage and walked, floundering along the tracks, his mind a medley of irrelevant things. He seemed to hold in his brain an actual picture of everything he had seen that morning. He remembered every feature of both his drivers, of the toothless old woman from whom he had bought the red flowers and his coat, the agent from whom he had got his ticket, and all of his fellow passengers on the ferry. His mind, unable to cope with vital matters near at hand, worked feverishly and deftly at sorting and grouping these images. They made for him a part of the ugliness of the world, of the ache in his head, and the bitter burning on his tongue. He stooped and put a handful of snow into his mouth as he walked, but that too seemed hot. When he reached a little hillside, where the tracks ran through a cut some 20 feet below him, he stopped and sat down. The carnations in his coat were drooping with the cold, he noticed, their red glory all over. It occurred to him that all the flowers he had seen in the glass cases that first night must have gone the same way, long before this. It was only one splendid breath they had, in spite of their brave mockery at the winter outside the glass, and it was a losing game in the end, it seemed, this revolt against the homilies by which the world is run. Paul took one of the blossoms carefully from his coat and scooped a little hole in the snow, where he covered it up. Then he dozed a while, from his weak condition, seemingly insensible to the cold. The sound of an approaching train awoke him, and he started to his feet, remembering only his resolution, and afraid lest he should be too late. He stood watching the approaching locomotive, his teeth chattering, his lips drawn away from them in a frightened smile. Once or twice he glanced nervously sideways, as though he were being watched. When the right moment came, he jumped. As he fell, the folly of his haste occurred to him with merciless clearness, the vastness of what he had left undone. There flashed through his brain clearer than ever before the blue of Adriatic water, the yellow of Algerian sands. He felt something strike his chest, and that his body was being thrown swiftly through the air, on, immeasurably far and fast, while his limbs were gently relaxed. Then, because the picture-making mechanism was crushed, the disturbing visions flashed into black, and Paul dropped back into the immense design of things. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vasha Tempich. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. The Prussian Officer, Chapter 1, by D. H. Lawrence. They had marched more than 30 kilometers since dawn. Along the white, hot road were occasional thickets of trees through a moment of shade, then out into the glare again. On either hand, the valley, wide and shallow, glittered with heat. Dark green patches of rye, pale young corn, fallow and meadow, and black pine woods spread in a dull, hot diagram under the glistening sky. But right in front, the mountains range across, pale blue and very still, snow gleaming gently out of the deep atmosphere. And towards the mountains, on and on, the regiment marched, between the rye fields and the meadows, between the scraggy fruit trees set regularly on either side of the high road. The burnished dark green rye threw on a suffocating heat. The mountains drew gradually nearer and more distinct. While the feet of the soldiers grew hotter, sweat ran through their hair under their helmets, and their knapsacks could burn no more in contact with their shoulders, but seemed instead to give off a cold, prickly sensation. He walked on in silence, staring at the mountains ahead, that rose sheer out of the land and stood fold behind fold, half earth, half heaven, the banner with slits of soft snow in the pale bluish peaks. He could now walk almost without pain. At the start, he had determined not to limp. It had made him sick to take the first steps, and during the first mile or so he had compressed his breath, and the cold drops of sweat had stood on his forehead, but he had walked it off. What were they, after all, but bruises? He had looked at them as he was getting up, deep bruises on the backs of his thighs, and since he had made his first step in the morning he had been conscious of them, till now he had a tight, hot place in his chest, with suppressing the pain and holding himself in. There seemed no air when he breathed, but he walked almost lightly. The captain's hand had trembled at taking his coffee at dawn. His orderly saw it again, and he saw the fine figure of the captain wheeling on horseback at the farmhouse ahead, a handsome figure in pale blue uniform, with facings of scarlet, and the metal gleaming on the black helmet and the sword scabbard, and dark streaks of sweat coming on a silky bay horse. The orderly felt he was connected with that figure moving so suddenly on horseback. He followed it like a shadow, mute and inevitable, and damned by it. And the officer was always aware of the tramp of the company behind, the march of his orderly among the men. The captain was a tall man, of about 40, grey at the temples. He had a handsome, finely knit figure, and was one of the best horsemen in the West. His orderly, having to rub him down, admired the amazing riding muscles of his loins. For the rest, the orderly scarcely noticed the officer any more than he noticed himself. It was rarely he saw his master's face. He did not look at it. The captain had reddish-brown stilt hair that he wore short upon his skull. His mustache was also cut short and briskly over a full, brutal mouth. His face was rather rugged, the cheeks thin. Perhaps the man was the more handsome for the deep lines in his face, the irritable tension of his brow, which gave him the look of a man who fights with life. His fair eyebrows stood bushy over light blue eyes that were always flashing with cold fire. He was a Prussian aristocrat, haughty and overbearing, but his mother had been a Polish countess. Having made too many gambling debts when he was young, he had ruined his prospects in the army, and remained an infantry captain. He had never married. His position did not allow of it, and no woman had ever moved him to it. His time he spent riding. Occasionally he rode one of his own horses at the races, and at the officers' club. Now and then he took himself a mistress, but after such an event he returned to duty with his brow still more tense, his eyes still more hostile and irritable. With the men, however, he was merely impersonal, though a devil when roused, so that, on the whole, they feared him, but had no great aversion from him. They accepted him as the inevitable. To his orderly he was at first cold and just and indifferent. He did not fuss over trifles, so that his servant knew practically nothing about him, except just what orders he would give, and how he wanted them obeyed. That was quite simple. Then the change gradually came. The orderly was a youth of about 22, of medium height and well built. He had strong, heavy limbs, was swarthy, with a soft, black young mustache. There was something altogether warm and young about him. He had firmly marked eyebrows over dark expressionless eyes that seemed never to have thought, only to have received life directly through his senses and acted straight from instinct. Gradually the officer had become aware of his servant's young, vigorous, unconscious presence about him. He could not get away from the sense of the youth's person while he was in attendance. It was like a warm flame upon the older man's tense, rigid body that had become almost unliving, fixed. There was something so free and self-contained about him, and something in the young fellow's movement that made the officer aware of him, and this irritated the Prussian. He did not choose to be touched into life by his servant. He might easily have changed his man, but he did not. He now very rarely looked directly at his order, but kept his face averted, as if to avoid seeing him. And yet, as the young soldier moved, unthinking about the apartment, the elder watched him, and would notice the movement of his strong young shoulders under the blue cloth, the bend of his neck, and it irritated him. To see the soldier's young, brown, shapely peasant hand grasp the loaf or the wine bottle sent a flash of hate or of anger through the elder man's blood. It was not that the youth was clumsy, it was rather the blind, instinctive sureness of movement of an unhampered young animal that irritated the officer to such a degree. Once, when a bottle of wine had gone over, and the red gushed out onto the tablecloth, the officer had started up with an oath, and his eyes, bluey like fire, had held those of the confused youth for a moment. It was a shock for the young soldier. He felt something sink deeper, deeper into his soul, where nothing had ever gone before. It left him rather blank and wondering. Some of his natural completeness in himself was gone. A little unease took its place, and from that time an undiscovered feeling had held between the two men. Henceforward the orderly was afraid of really meeting his master. His subconsciousness remembered those steely blue eyes and the harsh brows, and did not intend to meet them again, so he always stared past his master and avoided him. Also, in a little anxiety, he waited for the 3 months to have gone, when his time would be up. He began to feel a constraint in the captain's presence, and the soldier, even more than the officer, wanted to be left alone, in his neutrality as servant. He had served the captain for more than a year, and knew his duty. This he performed easily, as if it were natural to him. The officer and his commands he took for granted, as he took the sun and the rain, and he served as a matter of course. It did not implicate him personally. But now if he were going to be forced into a personal interchange with his master, he would be like a wild thing caught. He felt he must get away. But the influence of the young soldier's being had penetrated through the officer's stiffened discipline, and perturbed the man in him. He, however, was a gentleman, with long, fine hands and cultivated movements, and was not going to allow such a thing as the stirring of his innate self. He was a man of passionate temper, who had always kept himself suppressed. Occasionally there had been a duel, an outburst before the soldiers. He knew himself to be always on the point of breaking out, but he kept himself hard to the idea of the service, whereas the young soldier seemed to live out his warm, full nature, to give it off in his very movements, which had a certain zest, such as wild animals have in free movements. And this irritated the officer more and more. In spite of himself, the captain could not regain his neutrality of feeling towards his orderly, nor could he leave the man alone. In spite of himself, he watched him, gave him sharp orders, tried to take up as much of his time as possible. Sometimes he flew into a rage with the young soldier and bullied him. Then the orderly shut himself off, as it were out of earshot, and waited, with sullen, flushed face, for the end of the noise. The words never pierced to his intelligence. He made himself protectively impervious to the feelings of his master. He had a scar on his left thumb, a deep seam going across the knuckle. The officer had long suffered from it and wanted to do something to it. Still, it was there, ugly and brutal on the young brown hand. At last, the captain's reserve gave way. One day, as the orderly was smoothing out the tablecloth, the officer pinned down his thumb with a pencil, asking, "How did you come by that?" The young man winced and drew back at attention. "A wood axe, Herr Hauptmann," he answered. The officer waited for further explanation. None came. The orderly went about his duties. The elder man was suddenly angry. His servant avoided him, and the next day he had to use all his willpower to avoid seeing the scarred thumb. He wanted to get hold of it, and a hot flame ran in his blood. He knew his servant would soon be free, and would be glad. As yet the soldier had held himself off from the elder man. The captain grew madly irritable. He could not rest when his soldier was away, and when he was present he glared at him with tormented eyes. He hated those fine black brows over the unmeaning dark eyes. He was infuriated by the free movement of the handsome limbs, which no military discipline could make stiff. And he became harsh and cruelly bullying, using contempt and satire. The young soldier only grew more mute and expressionless. "What cattle were you bred by, that you can't keep straight eyes? Look me in the eyes when I speak to you." And the soldier turned his dark eyes to the other's face, but there was no sight in them. He stared with the slightest possible cast, holding back his sight, perceiving the blue of his master's eyes, but receiving no look from them. And the elder man went pale, and his reddish eyebrows twitched. He gave his order barrenly. Once he flung a heavy military glove into the young soldier's face. Then he had the satisfaction of seeing the black eyes flare up into his own, like a blaze when straw is thrown on the fire, and he had laughed with a little tremor and a sneer. But there were only 2 months more. The youth instinctively tried to keep himself intact. He tried to serve the officer as if the latter was an abstract authority and not a man. All his instinct was to avoid personal contact, even definite hate. But in spite of himself, the hate grew, responsive to the officer's passion. However, he put it in the background. When he had left the army, he could dare acknowledge it. By nature, he was active and had many friends. He thought, what amazing good fellows they were, but without knowing it, he was alone. Now this solitariness was intensified. It would carry him through his term. But the officer seemed to be going irritably insane, and the youth was deeply frightened. The soldier had a sweetheart, a girl from the mountains, independent and primitive. The two walked together rather silently. He went with her, not to talk, but to have his arm round her, and for the physical contact. This eased him, made it easier for him to ignore the captain, for he could rest with her held fast against his chest. And she, in some unspoken fashion, was there for him. They loved each other. The captain perceived it, and was mad with irritation. He kept the young man engaged all the evenings long, and took pleasure in the dark look that came on his face. Occasionally the eyes of the 2 men met, those of the younger, sullen and dark, doggedly unalterable, those of the elder, sneering with restless contempt. The officer tried hard not to admit the passion that had got hold of him. He would not know that his feelings for his orderly was anything but that of a man incensed by his stupid, perverse servant. So keeping quite justified and conventional in his consciousness, he let the other thing run on. His nerves, however, were suffering. At last he slung the end of a belt in his servant's face. When he saw the youth start back, pain, tears in his eyes, and the blood in his mouth, he had felt at once a thrill of deep pleasure and of shame. But this, he acknowledged to himself, was a thing he had never done before. The fellow was too exasperating. His own nerves must be going to pieces. He went away for some days with the woman. It was a mockery of pleasure. He simply did not want the woman, but he stayed on for his time. At the end of it, he came back in an agony of irritation, torment, and misery. He rode all the evening, then came straight into supper. His orderly was out. The officer sat with his long, fine hands lying on the table, perfectly still, and all his blood seemed to be corroding. At last his servant entered. He watched the strong, easy young figure, the fine eyebrows, the thick black hair. In a week's time the youth had got back his old well-being. The hands of the officer twitched, and seemed to be full of mad flame. The young man stood at attention, unmoving, shut on. The meal went in silence, but the orderly seemed eager. He made a clatter with the dishes. "Are you in a hurry?" asked the officer, watching the intent, warm face of his servant. The other did not reply. "Will you answer my question?" said the captain. "Yes, sir," replied the orderly, standing with his pile of deep army plates. The captain waited, looked at him, then asked again, "Are you in a hurry?" "Yes, sir," came the answer, that sent a flash through the listener. "For what?" "I was going out, sir. I want you this evening." There was a moment's hesitation. The officer had a curious stiffness of countenance. "Yes, sir," replied the servant in his throat. "I want you tomorrow evening also. In fact, you may consider your evenings occupied, unless I give you leave." The mouth with the young moustache set close. "Yes, sir," answered the orderly, loosening his lips for a moment. He again turned to the door. "And why have you a piece of pencil in your ear?" The orderly hesitated, then continued on his way without answering. He set the plates in a pile outside the door, took the stump of pencil from his ear, and put it in his pocket. He had been copying a verse for his sweetheart's birthday card. He returned to finish clearing the table. The officer's eyes were dancing. He had a little eager smile. "Why have you a piece of pencil in your ear?" he asked. The orderly took his hands full of dishes. His master was standing near the great green stove, a little smile on his face, his chin thrust forward. When the young soldier saw him, his heart suddenly ran hot. He felt blind. Instead of answering, he turned dazedly to the door. As he was crouching to set down the dishes, he was pitched forward by a kick from behind. The pots went in a stream down the stairs. He clung to the pillar of banisters, and as he was rising he was kicked heavily again and again, so that he clung sickily to the post for some moments. His master had gone swiftly into the room and closed the door. The maid-servant downstairs looked up the staircase and made a mocking face at the cookery disaster. The officer's heart was plunging. He poured himself a glass of wine, part of which he spilled on the floor, and gulped the remainder, leaning against the cool green stove. He heard his man collecting the dishes from the stairs. Pale, as if intoxicated, he waited. The servant entered again. The captain's heart gave a pang, as of pleasure, seeing the young fellow bewildered and uncertain on his feet with pain. "Schurnar," he said. The soldier was a little slower in coming to attention. "Yes, sir." The youth stood before him, with pathetic young moustache, and fine eyebrows very distinct on his forehead of dark marble. "I asked you a question." "Yes, sir." The officer's tone bit like acid. "Why had you a pencil in your ear?" Again the servant's heart ran hot, and he could not breathe. With dark, strained eyes he looked at the officer, as if fascinated, and he stood there sturdily planted, unconscious. The withering smile came into the captain's eyes, and he lifted his foot. I forgot it, sir," panted the soldier, his dark eyes fixed on the other man's dancing blue ones. "What was it doing there?" He saw the young man's breast heaving as he made an effort for words. "I had been writing." "Writing what?" Again the soldier looked him up and down. The officer could hear him panting. The smile came into the blue eyes. The soldier worked his dry throat, but could not speak. Suddenly the smile lit like a name on the officer's face, and a kick came heavily against the orderly's thigh. The youth moved a pace sideways. His face went dead, with two black staring eyes. "Well?" said the officer. The orderly's mouth had gone dry, and his tongue rubbed in it as on dry brown paper. He worked his throat. The officer raised his foot. The servant went stiff. "Some poetry, sir," came the crackling, unrecognizable sound of his voice. "Poetry? What poetry?" asked the captain, with a sickly smile. Again there was the working in the throat. The captain's heart had suddenly gone down heavily, and he stood sick and tired. "For my girl, sir." He heard the dry, inhumane sound. "Oh!" he said, turning away. "Clear the table." Click went the soldier's throat, then again click, and then the half-articulate, "Yes, sir." The young soldier was gone, looking old and walking heavily. The officer, left alone, held himself rigid, to prevent himself from thinking. His instinct warned him that he must not think. Deep inside him was the intense gratification of his passion, still working powerfully. Then there was a counteraction, a horrible breaking down of something inside him, a whole agony of reaction. He stood there for an hour, motionless, a chaos of sensations, but rigid with a will to keep blank, his consciousness to prevent his mind grasping. And he held himself so until the worst of the stress had passed, when he began to drank himself to an intoxication, till he slept obliterated. When he woke in the morning, he was shaken to the base of his nature, but he had fought off the realization of what he had done. He had prevented his mind from taking it in, had suppressed it along with his instincts, and the conscious man had nothing to do with it. He felt only as after a bout of intoxication, weak, but the affair itself all dim and not to be recovered. Of the drunkenness of his passion he successfully refused remembrance, and when his orderly appeared with coffee, the officer assumed the same self he had had the morning before. He refused the event of the past night, denied it had ever been, and was successful in his denial. He had not done any such thing, not he himself. Whatever there might be lay at the door of a stupid and subordinate servant. The orderly had gone about in a stupor all the evening. He drank some beer because he was parched, but not much. The alcohol made his feeling come back, and he could not bear it. He was dulled, as if 9/10 of the ordinary man in him were inert. He crawled about disfigured. Still, when he thought of the kicks, he went sick, and when he thought of the threat of more kicking in the room afterwards, his heart went hot and faint, and he panted, remembering the one that had come. He had been forced to say, "For my girl." He was much too done even to want to cry. His mouth hung slightly open, like an idiot's. He felt vacant and wasted, so he wandered at his work, painfully and very slowly and clumsily, fumbling blindly with the brushes, and finding it difficult, when he sat down, to summon the energy to move again. His limbs, his jaw, were slack and nerveless, but he was very tired. He got to bed at last and slept inert, relaxed, in a sleep that was rather stupor than slumber, a dead night of stupefaction, shot through with the gleams of anguish. In the morning were the maneuvers, but he woke even before the bugle sound. The painful ache in his chest, the dryness of his throat, the awful steady feeling of misery made his eyes come awake and dreary at once. He knew, without thinking, what had happened, and he knew that the day had come again, when he must go on with his round. The last bit of darkness was being pushed out of the room. He would have to move his inert body and go on. He was so young, and had so little trouble, that he was bewildered. He only wished it would stay night, so that he could lie still, covered up by the darkness. And yet nothing would prevent the day from coming, nothing would save him from having to get up and saddle the captain's horse and make the captain's coffee. It was there, inevitable. And then he thought it was impossible. Yet they would not leave him free. He must go and take the coffee to the captain. He was too stunned to understand it. He only knew it was inevitable however long he lay inert. At last, after heaving at himself, for he seemed to be a mass of inertia, he got up. But he had to force every one of his movements from behind with his will. He felt lost and dazed and helpless. Then he clutched hold of the bed. The pain was so keen. And looking at his thighs, he saw the darker bruises on his swarthy flesh, and he knew that if he pressed one of his fingers on one of the bruises, he should faint. But he did not want to faint. He did not want anybody to know. No one should ever know. It was between him and the captain. There were only the two people in the world now, himself and the captain. Slowly, economically, he got dressed, and forced himself to walk. Everything was obscure, except just what he had his hands on, but he managed to get through his work. The very pain revived his dull senses. The worst remained yet. He took the tray and went up to the captain's room. The officer, pale and heavy, sat at the table. The orderly, as he saluted, felt himself put out of existence. He stood still for a moment, submitting to his own nullification. Then he gathered himself, seemed to regain himself, and then the captain began to grow vague, unreal, and the younger soldier's heart beat up. He clung to this situation that the captain did not exist, so that he himself might live. But when he saw his officer's hand tremble as he took the coffee, he felt everything falling shattered, and he went away, feeling as if he himself were coming to pieces, disintegrated. And when the captain was there on horseback giving orders, while he himself stood, with rifle and knapsack, sick with pain, he felt as if he must shut his eyes, on everything. It was only the long agony of marching with a parched throat that filled him with one single sleep-heavy intention, to save himself. End of section 29. Recording by Vasha Tempich. Section 30 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vasha Tempich. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction, The Prussian Officer, chapters 2 to 4, by D.H. Lawrence. He was getting used even to his parched throat. That the snowy peaks were radiant among the sky, that the whitey green glacier river twisted through its pale shoals in the valley below, seemed almost supernatural. But he was going mad with fever and thirst. He plodded on uncomplaining. He did not want to speak, not to anybody. There were 2 gulls like flakes of water and snow over the river. The scent of green rye soaked in sunshine came like a sickness, and the march continued, monotonously, almost like a bad sleep. At the next farmhouse, which stood low and broad near the high road, tubs of water had been put out. The soldiers clustered round to drink. They took off their helmets, and the steam mounted from their wet hair. The captain sat on horseback, watching. He needed to see his orderly. His helmet threw a dark shadow over his light, fierce eyes, but his mustache and mouth and chin were distinct in the sunshine. The orderly must move under the presence of the figure of the horseman. It was not that he was afraid or cowed. It was as if he was disemboweled, made empty, like an empty shell. He felt himself as nothing, a shadow creeping under the sunshine, and thirsty as he was, he could scarcely drink, feeling the captain near him. He would not take off his helmet to wipe his wet hair. He wanted to stay in shadow, not to be forced into consciousness. Starting, he saw the light heel of the officer prick the belly of the horse. The captain cantered away, and he himself could relapse into vacancy. Nothing, however, could give him back his living place in the hot, bright morning. He felt like a gap among it all, whereas the captain was prouder, overriding. A hot flash went through the young servant's body. The captain was firmer and prouder with life. He himself was empty as a shadow. Again, the flash went through him, dazing him out, but his heart ran a little firmer. The company turned up the hill to make a loop for the return. Below, from among the trees, the farm bell clanged. He saw the laborers, mowing barefoot at the thick grass, leave off their work and go downhill, their scythes hanging over their shoulders like long, bright claws curving down behind them. They seemed like dream people, as if they had no relation to himself. He felt as in a blackish dream, as if all the other things were there and had form, but he himself was only a consciousness, a gap that could think and perceive. The soldiers were tramping silently up the glaring hillside. Gradually his head began to revolve, slowly, rhythmically. Sometimes it was dark before his eyes, as if he saw this world through a smoked glass, frail shadows and unreal. It gave him a pain in his head to walk. The air was too scented. It gave no breath. All the lush green stuff seemed to be issuing its sap, till the air was deathly, sickly with the smell of greenness. There was the perfume of clover, like pure honey and bees. Then there grew a faint, acrid tang. They were near the beeches. And then a queer clattering noise and a suffocating, hideous smell. They were passing a flock of sheep, a shepherd in a black smock holding his crook. Why would the sheep huddle together under this fierce sun? He felt that the shepherd would not see him, though he could see the shepherd. At last, there was the halt. They stacked rifles in a conical stack, put down their kit in a scattered circle around it, and dispersed a little. Sitting on a small knoll high on the hillside, the chatters began. The soldiers were steaming with heat, but were lively. He sat still, seeing the blue mountains rising upon the land, 20 kilometers away. There was a blue fold in the ranges, then out of that, at the foot, the broad, pale bed of the river, stretches of whitey green water between pinkish-gray shoals, among the dark pine woods. There it was, spread out a long way off, and it seemed to come downhill, the river. There was a raft being steered a mile away. It was a strange country. Nearer, a red-roofed, broad farm with white base and square dots of windows crouched beside the wall of beech foliage on the wood's edge. There were long stripes of rye and clover and pale green corn, and just at his feet below the knoll was a darkish bog, where globe flowers stood breathless, still on their slim stalks, and some of the pale gold bubbles were burst, and a broken fragment hung in the air. He thought he was going to sleep. Suddenly something moved into this colored mirage before his eyes. The captain, a small, light blue and scarlet figure, was trotting evenly between the strips of corn along the level brow of the hill. And the man, making flag signals, was coming on. Proud and sure moved the horseman's figure, the quick, bright thing in which was concentrated all the light of this morning, which for the rest lay a fragile, shining shadow. Submissive, apathetic, the young soldier sat and stared. But as the horse slowed to a walk, coming up the last steep step, the great flash flared over the body and soul of the orderly. He sat waiting. The back of his head felt as if it were weighted with a heavy piece of fire. He did not want to eat. His hands trembled slightly as he moved them. Meanwhile, the officer on horseback was approaching slowly and proudly. The tension grew in the orderly's soul. Then again, seeing the captain ease himself on the saddle, the flash blazed through him. The captain looked at the patch of light blue and scarlet and dark heads scattered closely on the hillside. It pleased him, the command pleased him, and he was feeling proud. His orderly was among them in common subjection. The officer rose a little on his stirrups to look. The young soldier sat with averted dumb face. The captain relaxed on his seat. His slim-legged, beautiful horse, brown as a beech-nut, walked proudly uphill. The captain passed into the zone of the company's atmosphere, a hot smell of men, of sweat, of leather. He knew it very well. After a word with the lieutenant, he went a few paces higher and sat there, a dominant figure, his sweat-marked horse swishing its tail, while he looked down on his men, on his orderly, a non-entity among the crowd. The young soldier's heart was like fire in his chest, and he breathed with difficulty. The officer looking downhill saw 3 of the young soldiers, 2 pails of water between them, staggering across a sunny green field. A table had been set up under a tree, and there the slim lieutenant stood, importantly busy. Then the captain summoned himself to an act of courage. He called his orderly. The name leapt into the young soldier's throat as he heard the command, and he rose blindly stifled. He saluted, standing below the officer. He did not look up, but there was the flicker in the captain's voice. "Go to the inn and fetch me." The officer gave his commands. "Quick," he added. At the last word, the heart of the servant leapt with a flash, and he felt the strength come over his body. But he turned in mechanical obedience, and set on at a heavy run downhill, almost looking like a bear, his trousers bagging over his military boots, and the officer watched this blind, plunging run all the way. But it was only the outside of the orderly's body that was obeying so humbly and mechanically. Inside had gradually accumulated a core into which all the energy of that young life was compact and concentrated. He executed his commission and plodded quickly back uphill. There was a pain in his head as he walked that made him twist his features unknowingly. But hard there in the center of his chest was himself firm and not to be plucked to pieces. The captain had gone up into the wood. The orderly plodded through the hot, powerfully smelling zone of the company's atmosphere. He had a curious mass of energy inside him now. The captain was less real than himself. He approached the green entrance to the wood. There, in the half-shade, he saw the horse standing, the sunshine and the tuckering shadow of leaves dancing over his brown body. There was a clearing where timber had lately been felled. Here, in the gold-green shade, beside the brilliant cup of sunshine, stood 2 figures, blue and pink, the bits of pink showing out plainly. The captain was talking to his lieutenant. The orderly stood on the edge of the bright clearing, where great trunks of trees, stripped and glistening, lay stretched like naked brown-skinned bodies. Chips of wood littered the trampled floor like splashed light, and the bases of the felled trees stood here and there with their raw, level tops. Beyond was the brilliant sunlit green of a beach. "Then I will ride forward," the orderly heard his captain say. The lieutenant saluted and strode away. He himself went forward. A hot flash passed through his belly as he trampled towards his officer. The captain watched the rather heavy figure of the young soldier stumble forward, and his veins, too, ran hot. This was to be man to man between them. He yielded before the solid stumbling figure with bent head. The orderly stooped and put the food on a level sawn tree base. The captain watched the glistening, sun-inflamed naked hands. He wanted to speak to the young soldier, but could not. The servant propped the bottle against his thigh, pressed open the cork, and poured out the beer into the mug. He kept his head bent. The captain accepted the mug. "Hot," he said as if amiably. The flames sprang out of the orderly's heart, nearly suffocating him. "Yes, sir," he replied between shut teeth. And he heard the sound of the captain's drinking, and he clenched his fist. Such a strong torment came into his wrist. Then came the faint clang of the closing of the pot lid. He looked up. The captain was watching him. He glanced swiftly away. Then he saw the officer stoop and take a piece of bread from the tree base. Again, the flash of flame went through the young soldier, seeing the stiff body stoop beneath him, and his hands jerked. He looked away. He could feel the officer was nervous. The bread fell as if it was being broken. The officer ate the other piece. The two men stood tense and still, the master laboriously chewing his bread, the servant staring with his averted face, his fist clenched. Then the young soldier started. The officer had pressed open the lid of the mug again. The orderly watched the lid of the mug and the white hand that clenched the handle, as if he were fascinated. It was raised. The youth followed it with his eyes, and then he saw the thin, strong throat of the elder man moving up and down as he drank, the strong jaw working. And the instinct which had been jerking at the young man's wrist suddenly jerked free. He jumped, feeling as if it were rent in two by a strong flame. The spur of the officer caught in a tree root. He went down backwards with a crash, the middle of his back thudding sickeningly against a sharp-edged tree base, the pot flying away. And in a second the orderly, with serious, earnest young face and underlip between his teeth, had got his knee in the officer's chest and was pressing the chin backward over the farther edge of the tree stump, pressing with all his heart behind in a passion of relief, the tension of his wrists exquisite with relief. And with the base of his palms he shoved at the chin with all his might. And it was pleasant, too, to have that chin, that hard jaw, already slightly rough with beard, in his hands. He did not relax one hair's breadth, but all the force of all his blood exulting in his thrust. He shoved back the head of the other man, till there was a little cluck and a crunching sensation. Then he felt as if his head went to vapor. Heavy convulsions shook the body of the officer, frightening and horrifying the young soldier. Yet it pleased him, too, to repress them. It pleased him to keep his hands pressing back the chin, to feel the chest of the other man yield in expiration to the weight of his strong young knees, to feel the hard twitchings of the prostrate body jerking his own whole frame, which was pressed down on it. But it went still. He could look into the nostrils of the other man, the eyes he could scarcely see. How curiously the mouth was pushed out, exaggerating the full lips, and the mustache bristling up from them. Then with a start he noticed the nostrils gradually filled with blood. The red brimmed, hesitated, ran over, and went in a thin trickle down the face to the eyes. It shocked and distressed him. Slowly he got up. The body twitched and sprawled there, inert. He stood and looked at it in silence. It was a pity it was broken. It represented more than the thing which had kicked and bullied him. He was afraid to look at the eyes. They were hideous now, only the whites showing, and the blood running to them. The face of the orderly was drawn with horror at the sight. Well, it was so. In his heart he was satisfied. He had hated the face of the captain. It was extinguished now. There was a heavy relief in the orderly's soul. That was as it should be. But he could not bear to see the long military body lying broken over the tree base, the fine fingers crisp. He wanted to hide it away. Quickly, busily, he gathered it up and pushed it under the felled tree trunks, which rested their beautiful smooth length either end on logs. The face was horrible with blood. He covered it with the helmet. Then he pushed the limb straight and decent, and brushed the dead leaves off the fine cloth of the uniform. So it lay quite still in the shadow under there. A little strip of sunshine ran along the breast, from a chink between the logs. The orderly sat by it for a few moments. Here his own life also ended. Then through his daze he heard the lieutenant, in a loud voice, explaining to the men outside the wood that they were to suppose the bridge on the river below was held by the enemy. Now they were to march to the attack in such and such a manner. The lieutenant had no gift of expression. The orderly, listening from habit, got muddled, and when the lieutenant began it all again, he ceased to hear. He knew he must go. He stood up. It surprised him that the leaves were glittering in the sun, and the chips of wood reflecting white from the ground. For him, a change had come over the world, but for the rest it had not. All seemed the same. Only he had left it, and he could not go back. It was his duty to return with the beer pot and the bottle. He could not. He had left all that. The lieutenant was still hoarsely explaining. He must go, or they would overtake him, and he could not bear contact with anyone now. He drew his fingers over his eyes, trying to find out where he was. Then he turned away. He saw the horse standing in the path. He went up to it and mounted. It hurt him to sit in the saddle. The pain of keeping his seat occupied him as they cantered through the wood. He would not have minded anything, but he could not get away from the sense of being divided from the others. The path led out of the trees. On the edge of the wood he pulled up and stood watching. There, in the spacious sunshine of the valley, soldiers were moving in a little swarm. Every now and then, a man harrowing on a strip of fallow shouted to his oxen at the turn. The village and the white-towered church was small in the sunshine, and he no longer belonged to it. He sat there, beyond, like a man outside in the dark. He had gone out from everyday life into the unknown, and he could not, he even did not want to go back. Turning from the sun-blazing valley, he rode deep into the woods. Tree trunks, like people, standing gray and still, took no notice as he went. A doe herself, a moving bit of sunshine and shadow, went running through the feckled shade. There were bright green rents in the foliage, then it was all pine wood, dark and cool, and he was sick with pain. He had an intolerable great pulse in his head, and he was sick. He had never been ill in his life. He felt lost, quite dazed with all this. Trying to get down from the horse, he fell, astonished at the pain and his lack of balance. The horse shifted uneasily. He jerked its bridle and sent it cantering jerkily away. It was his last connection with the rest of things, but he only wanted to lie down and not be disturbed. Stumbling through the trees, he came on a quiet place where beeches and pine trees grew on a slope. Immediately he had lain down and closed his eyes. His consciousness went racing on without him. A big pulse of sickness beat in him as if it throbbed through the whole earth. He was burning with dry heat, but he was too busy, too tearingly active in the coherent race of delirium to observe. Chapter 3. He came to with a start. His mouth was dry and hard. His heart beat heavily, but he had not the energy to get up. His heart beat heavily. Where was he? The barracks? At home? There was something knocking, and making an effort he looked round. Trees and litter of greenery, and reddish night still pieces of sunshine on the floor. He did not believe he was himself. He did not believe what he saw. Something was knocking. He made a struggle towards consciousness, but relapsed. Then he struggled again, and gradually his surroundings fell into relationship with himself. He knew, and a great pang of fear went through his heart. Somebody was knocking. He could see the heavy black rags of a fir tree overhead. Then everything went black. Yet he did not believe he had closed his eyes. He had not. Out of the blackness, sight slowly emerged again, and someone was knocking. Quickly he saw the blood-disfigured face of his captain, which he hated, and he held himself still with horror. Yet deep inside him he knew that it was so, the captain should be dead. But the physical delirium got hold of him. Someone was knocking. He lay perfectly still as if dead with fear, and he went unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he started, seeing something creeping swiftly up a tree trunk. It was a little bird, and the bird was whistling overhead. Tap, tap, tap. It was the small, quick bird rapping the tree trunk with its beak, as if its head were a little round hammer. He watched it curiously. It shifted sharply in its creeping fashion. Then, like a mouse, it slid down the bare trunk. Its swift creeping sent a flash of revulsion through him. He raised his head. It felt a great weight. Then the little bird ran out of the shadow across a still patch of sunshine, its little head bobbing swiftly, its white legs twinkling brightly for a moment. How neat it was in its build, so compact, with pieces of white on its wings. There were several of them. They were so pretty, but they crept like swift, erratic mice, running here and there among the beech mast. He lay down again exhausted, and his consciousness lapsed. He had a horror of the little creeping birds. All his blood seemed to be darting and creeping in his head, and yet he could not move. He came to with a further ache of exhaustion. There was the pain in his head and a horrible sickness, and his inability to move. He had never been ill in his life. He did not know where he was or what he was. Probably he had got sunstroke, or what else. He had silenced the captain forever, some time ago. Oh, a long time ago. There had been blood on his face, and his eyes had turned upwards. It was all right somehow. It was peace. But now he had got beyond himself. He had never been here before. Was it life or not life? He was by himself. They were in a big, bright place, those others, and he was outside. The town, all the country, a big, bright place of light, and he was outside, here, in a dark and open beyond, where each thing existed alone. But they would all have to come out there sometimes, those others. Little and left behind they all were. There had been father and mother and sweetheart. What did they all matter? This was the open land. He sat up. Something scuffled. It was a little brown squirrel running in lovely undulating bounds over the floor, its red tail completing the undulation of its body. And then, as it sat up, furling and unfurling, he watched it, pleased. It ran on friskily, enjoying itself. It flew wildly at another squirrel, and they were chasing each other, and making little scolding, chattering noises. The soldier wanted to speak to them, but only a hoarse sound came out of his throat. The squirrels burst away. They flew up the trees. And then he saw the one peeping round at him, halfway up a tree trunk. A start of fear went through him, though. In so far as he was conscious, he was amused. It still stayed, its little keen face staring at him halfway up the tree trunk, its little ears pricked up, its clawy little hands clinging to the bark, its white breast reared. He started from it in panic. Struggling to his feet, he lurched away. He went on walking, looking for something for a drink. His brain felt hot and inflamed for want of water. He stumbled on. Then he did not know anything. He went unconscious as he walked. Yet he stumbled on, his mouth open. When to his dumb wonder he opened his eyes on the world again, he no longer tried to remember what it was. There was thick golden light behind golden green glitterings, and tall gray-purple shafts, and darkness further off surrounding him, growing deeper. He was conscious of a sense of arrival. He was amid the reality, on the real dark bottom. But there was the thirst burning in his brain. He felt lighter, not so heavy. He supposed it was newness. The air was mothering with thunder. He thought he was walking wonderfully swiftly and was coming straight to relief. Or was it to water? Suddenly he stood still with fear. There was a tremendous flare of gold, immense. Just a few dark trunks like bars between him and it. All the young level wheat was burnished gold glaring on its silky green. A woman, full-skirted, a black cloth on her head for headdress, was passing like a block of shadow through the glistening green corn into the flue glare. There was a farm, too, pale blue in shadow and a timber black. And there was a church spire nearly fused away in the gold. The woman moved on, away from him. He had no language with which to speak to her. She was the bright, solid unreality. She would make a noise of words that would confuse him, and her eyes would look at him without seeing him. She was crossing there to the other side. He stood against a tree. When at last he turned, looking down the long bare grove, whose flat bed was already filling dark, he saw the mountains in a wonder light, not far away and radiant. Behind the soft gray ridge of the nearest range, the further mountains stood golden and pale gray, the snow all radiant like pure soft gold. So still, gleaming in the sky, fashioned pure out of the ore of the sky, they shone in their silence. He stood and looked at them, his face illuminated, and like the golden lustrous gleaming of the snow, he felt his own thirst brighten him. He stood and gazed, leaning against a tree, and then everything slid away into space. During the night the lightning fluttered perpetually, making the whole sky white. He must have walked again. The world hung livid round him for moments. Fields a level sheen of gray-green light, trees and dark bulk, and a range of clouds black across a white sky. Then the darkness fell like a shutter, and the night was whole. A faint mutter of a half-revealed world that could not quite leap out of the darkness. Then there again stood a sweep of pallor for the land, dark shapes looming, a range of clouds hanging overhead. The world was a ghostly shadow, thrown for a moment upon the pure darkness, which returned ever whole and complete. And the mere delirium of sickness and fever went on inside him, his brain opening and shutting like the night. Then sometimes convulsions of terror from something with great eyes that stared round a tree, then the long agony of the march, and then the sun decomposing his blood. Then the pang of hate for the captain followed, by a pang of tenderness and ease. But everything was distorted, born of an ache and resolving into an ache. In the morning he came definitely awake. Then his brain flamed with the sole horror of thirstiness. The sun was on his face, and the dew was steaming from his wet clothing. Like one possessed, he got up. There, straight in front of him, blue and cool and tender, the mountains ranged across the pale edge of the morning sky. He wanted them. He wanted them alone. He wanted to leave himself and be identified with them. They did not move. They were still and soft with white, gentle markings of snow. He stood still, mad with suffering, his hands crisping and clutching. Then he was twisting in a paroxysm on the grass. He lay still in a kind of dream of anguish. His thirst seemed to have separated itself from him, and to stand apart, a single demand. Then the pain he felt was another single self. Then there was the clog of his body, another separate thing. He was divided among all kinds of separate beings. There was some strange, agonized connection between them, but they were drawing further apart. Then they would all split. The sun drilling down on him was drilling through the bond. Then they would all fall through the everlasting lapse of space. Then again his consciousness reasserted itself. He roused onto his elbow and stared at the gleaming mountains. There they ranked, all still and wonderful between earth and heaven. He stared till his eyes went black, and the mountains as they stood in their beauty, so clean and cool, seemed to have it, that which was lost in him. Chapter 4. When the soldiers found him 3 hours later, he was lying with his face over his arm, his black hair giving off heat under the sun, but he was still alive. Seeing the open black mouth, the young soldiers dropped him in horror. He died in the hospital at night without having seen again. The doctors saw the bruises on his legs, behind, and were silent. The bodies of the 2 men lay together, side by side, in the mortuary, the one white and slender but laid rigidly at rest, the other looking as if every moment it must rouse into life again, so young and unused from a slumber. End of section 30. Recording by Vasha Tempich.
Section 31 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devin Tatlin. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Aquae Multae Non, Part 1, by Edward Irenaeus Stevenson. The friendship which is love, the love which is friendship. Xavier Maine, Imre a Memorandum. Blessed San Petronio, exclaimed Father Sebastiano, looking down amiably at the crowd of lively saunterers and merrymakers about the booths in the piazza. Blessed San Petronio. But it is good surely to see folks enjoy themselves in a worldly way, when they can honor religion by it. It was the day of the very elect saint named by Father Sebastian. It was occurring in Bologna in 1682. The world had not mixed piety and pleasure, aristocratic or vulgar, quite as far as somehow we find the process perfected in our time. But it had made very comfortable advances. Leaning both elbows upon the windowsill, the monastery's organist surveyed and approved. The sun was flaring down the west. The last of the daylight's distractions were at their height. The final frolicking, promenading, and visiting would be forthcoming, after evening should really begin. Garlands and streamers flaunted in the ruddy glow. Thousands of small lights would be set at winkling, along with the bonfires presently. Blessed San Petronio, indeed. Yes, it is an excellent thing that saints and saints' days were invented, I think, continued Father Sebastiano to himself, a little shyly. If I were the Holy Father, I think I would squeeze even a few more into the calendar, if one could. A handsome collection this morning. It will more than settle those refectory accounts that the visit of His Eminence made so large. There, that reminds me. I wonder whether Madriale has copied all the mass Monsignore was so obliging as to lend to my library. Aha! I wager that Madriale is the only person in this city who is busy at work on this holiday. By San Petronio, does not life seem long enough to that young man? He never gives himself one afternoon's rest from our eternal music. Apparently, life did not indeed seem so long to the subject of Father Sebastiano's query. Up on the 4th floor of a huge dwelling, just around the corner of the monastery, at that moment, was seated before a harpsichord that young man in question, Felice Madriale. Insofar as writing music was work to him, Felice really had been working all holiday long, contentedly and diligently. Indeed, he had hardly moved from his chair since morning. What little transcribing he had to do, he was copying, though not copying the mass that Monsignore had lent to Father Sebastiano. He wished quite done before that day's light failed. Felice did not lift his head from the pages. The notes were jotted down swiftly, precisely, according to a rough draft before him. The pages glided from the hand to the floor with wonderful speed. Felice's blue eyes were full of a strange light. Now and then his parted limbs hummed a phrase. Madriale's blonde hair, a Saxon trait derived from his Saxon mother, was thrown back in waves almost luminous from his fair forehead. He might have been studied in these moments of preoccupation for a fanciful picture of some young evangelist of music, one whose revelation outsped his eager hand. But it would have never occurred to Madriale to be vain of his beauty, any more than to feel vanity in his talent. He would probably have declined posing for a musical celestial, and would have doubted the worth of the materials even a worldly picture to be composed out of his charming personality, with the dash of sun on the wall beside him, tinting the white sheets of his manuscript, the warm old red-tiled floor, the brass and oak of the carved chest beside him. But such picture would have sold. All at once Madriale gave a sigh of relief, drew some double measures with a dash, and dropped his pen. He had finished a motet, the longest bit of work from his own head that he had found leisure yet to put on paper. From without came the distant murmur of the holiday-making city. Up, up to the cool, remote room. Madriale laid his head against the tall chair. Little waves of vague melody still surged through his brain. Young Madriale was not of Bologna. An orphan, educated in music through the charity of a relative now dead, he had turned his back on the South to earn his living elsewhere. Arrived in Bologna, chiefly after tedious wanderings, Father Sebastiano had found work to keep Felice busy ever since Easter. In the same tall house he had come into on arriving, he had abided, in much satisfaction. It was a singularly quiet existence. Felice delighted in it. He had his work, his thoughts, his art, his acquaintanceships with the old priest in San Liberato, San Petronio, and other convents, and a very few lay acquaintances. His task was ever a companion. More than these Madriale had with him, by happiest fortune, as he daily thought, the fellow lodger he would choose out of all the world. That companion was his best and oldest friend, Ilario Pretola. Having occupation and Ilario, really, the world could not present much else of great consideration to Madriale. For Felice was one of the men born to passional friendship, as other men are born lovers of other sorts. The type has not ceased to exist with Felice, any more than it began with him. Only the world of men of our epoch affects to have neither time nor heart nor respect, nor even senses for it, at least not in frank expression. The door was flung open. A man strolled from the little dark passage into the golden room, whistling a lively air. The reposeful genre picture was disturbed. "Upon my word, still hard at it," was Ilario Pratola's reproving greeting. The speaker's voice was singularly beautiful, but it often reproved and mocked many beautiful things. Somehow, Felice never particularly remarked that fact. The idea of a well young man sitting and scratching, this whole livelong holiday. C'è di amani. It is a sin, the sin of irreligion, my dear boy. You will work yourself into the gate of paradise, or the other place, before they want you there, unless you learn to be lazy. Work! Oh, I detest work. But I have done no copying today, replied Madriale amiably. In the name of all the blessed, what then has so absorbed you? Demanded Ilario, laughing. I tried to stir you up after breakfast, but no, you will have no procession. Pretty girls may go to the devil for all you care. I come after you at noon, and it is, my dear Ilario, amuse yourself as you will, but do leave me in peace. So I leave you in peace. Now I return, and there you sit, with the ink scarcely dry upon your pen, I see. And you are not starving. Come now. For what are you killing yourself, and by driving me out of doors to be gay alone by myself? Ilario looked down into Felice's face with a serio-comic frown. Himself had watched processions, had chaffed many fair damsels of Bologna, had eaten and drunk and danced to his heart's content. It was now time for some dullness and irritation. He sat down on the stone window ledge, waiting his friend's reply. It means that I have been keeping a very little secret from you, responded Madriale, smiling. Which you do not intend to keep any longer, Pratola interrupted. You choose wisely, my little one. Therefore, acquaint me with the weighty secret as soon as possible. Felice was 22, Ilario was nearly 30, but Felice had always been my little one to the other. First of all, then, in leisure moments that work has vouchsafed me, I have composed this. He lifted the manuscript and laid it on the harpsichord. What is it? A motet, completed, every measure of it. A motet? So you have been really making music, not copying it only, replied Ilario. And you do not think you have wasted your time into the bargain? Let us hope not. That is your motet, is it? For how many voices? That is it. I have finished the copy just this instant. You or I will have small chance of hearing it very speedily, so pray cast an eye over it. It is in rather more the new style. Many of our worthy patrons here in Bologna will have no good opinion of such writing, you may be sure. They will think it is quite too free. With a fine air of kindly superiority and interest, Ilario came to the harpsichord. Madriale watched his coming with a mounting color and brightening eye. When Ilario stood beside him, turning over the neat pages with more attentive consideration than his ironical words had betokened, Felice drew his friend's hand in his own and held it. It was easy to see how extremely fond he was of Pratola. Easy to guess that whatever that dark-eyed, bronze-skinned Ilario did seemed good in Madriale's eyes, and Ilario beautiful in the doing thereof. Since they had come together as school lads, it had been so. It would always be so, one would say. In this friendship, Ilario ruled, for Felice was among those whose natures are fed with a deeper joy in the regard they feel than by which they excite. Notes enough, my most talented Felice. O Felice sempre felicissimo, observed Ilario, drawing away his hand and turning over the sheets. But are your notes music? Not always. Let us look further into your inspiration, my dear Felice. Therewith Ilario sat down. His attention became more and more uninterruptedly fixed. He bowed as he turned the leaves toward the paling light, concealed the keen absorption possessing them. Felice walked around and about him or looked out of the window, almost in silence. Pratola read on and on. But he read with an expression gathering in his fine features which a kindly physiognomist would not have liked, for it was jealousy. Jealous of Madriale? He had not been anything less than that for a long time now. For months there had not been a day, perhaps, when Ilario had not felt a pang of it. Even a good friend may be jealous, though a great soul and a great love will cast jealousy out. Ilario was not really a bad fellow, and he was fond of Felice, but he had not banished that serpent. How often it had bitten at his heart when musicians said that he, Ilario Pratola, was not without ability as a composer, but that the blond lad, so much with him, seemed to be a sort of genius, especially in this quite new style of writing for the church. More than once, in class and in contest, some indiscreet teacher or dilettante had poisoned Ilario's mind for hours and days with comparisons. Pratola, said old Nardi after some months with them both of hard work. Pratola, my lad, you will soon possess all counterpoint at your finger ends, but your friend upstairs ought to lend you some of his ideas. You have too few. He has almost too many. One night, the great Alessandro Scarlatti, on his way back to Naples, had happened to listen to a noble Benedictus by Felice at a serata musicale given by a Bolognese gentleman. You are a wonderful young man, said Scarlatti cordially to Felice, pressing his hand heartily. I shall keep my ears open to your doings henceforth. I do not altogether like some of your ideas. They are in a style new to me somewhat. But you seem to have genius, young sir. I, Alessandro Scarlatti, tell you so. Ilario Pratola, standing over in a dark corner of the great room, watching, listening enviously, suddenly had drawn back deeper behind a pillar, finding his teeth set and his eyes glittering and his breast hot at the glorious Neapolitan's words. Genius, Felice, always his genius. So he has in him then what I have not. That thought was growing like the turn of a knife in a stab. That evening, with a vigilant mind set upon those pages, Ilario surely needed more affection and self-control than ever. For he saw there, really and with his own eyes, just that wonderful, priceless, curious something that he had not, genius, expressed in a measure so astonishing and so prodigal that Ilario was almost confounded. This is not merely a motet, it is a miracle, he exclaimed under his breath. It surpasses Palestrina. Aquae multae non potuerunt extinguere charitatem, nec fluminae obruunt illam. Many waters shall not quench love, neither can the floods drown it, ran the text. Madriale had given those stiff old Vulgate verses a setting that made them sound more of heaven than earth. They were married to a series of limpid and ineffable harmonies, each so delicately exquisite as foil and partner to its fellow, each succession of crescendi and decrescendi, with voice melting into voice through each surpassing taste, ingenuity and loveliness, that when we study such matters in our epoch, we feel that their secret died with their day, died with the like of Felice Madriale. As Ilario studied that score, a fabric of such perfectly blended beauty, originality, and strength, as he heard it singing itself in his brain, Pretola could well exclaim to himself that there had been nothing quite like it in Italy yet. Only a man sure to rise could have written it. Indeed, with it written, he must rise. Ebbene, caro mio Ilario, asked Felice. He had not been watching Ilario. The sunset, now deepening in its final colors, had held his attention. Could angelic choirs express in long chromic accords those mystic expanses of orange, carmines, and purple browns? What do you think of it? I think that you have had a splendid holiday, Ilario replied sweetly, with outward vivacity and inward bitterness of spirit. A hard holiday, my Felice, to make many a fair breve and semi-breve. The diligent shall prosper, that we know. And your music is very pretty, very pretty. I would I could write such. What will you do with it? Felice laughed. He took for twice or thrice its value his friend's doubtful praise. Ilario was pleased with his music. That was enough for Madriale. Oh, I shall let it lie in my desk until I can have charge of a good choir to sing it, he replied. There is no chance of listening to it in Bologna at present. My new style, as some of you call it, frightens even Father Sebastiano. I believe it, returned Pretola, as he handed back the manuscript. Felice laid it away. What Ilario heard, as Felice dropped it into the chest, was a voice from somewhere. Not from heaven, for it was the voice of the devil. The voice said, The man who shall give that piece of music writing to the world as his, he need not think of a long struggle to make himself famous. All the music world will soon be at his feet. That was what Felice was shutting up in his old chest. That? Ilario started up. He began walking up and down the room. He slipped his hand into his pocket. It rustled a letter, lying there since yesterday. The writer was his uncle, a cardinal, no less indeed than the great Cardinal Marucci of Rome. He was educating Ilario. He wrote, If you can come here at once, nephew, and with a few ideas in your scores better than what I have heard of yours, come. The musical directorship of the Sistina will be vacant soon. I will undertake to install you. But remember, you must make some impression here. Get to work at once. A cold tremor, then a heat, pervaded Pretola's body. He thought of his uncle, some vouched for a nearer relationship, the potent, art-loving cardinal. He saw in his mind a crowded chapel, the Holy Father ever a connoisseur, the appreciative, subservient papal court, the music-loving capital. He thought of Madriale's objectless, time-wasting talent as to that motet. Oh, irony of circumstances! Oh, unkind accord between opportunity and inability! Most of the time, Felice's eyes were fixed on his friend. How beautiful was Ilario when he was held by a deep thought! How fine his features! How lofty his carriage! What a noble air! A man was blessed to possess his friendship, especially as he, Felice Madriale, was yet only a poor copyist, but Pretola, a learned music student, noted in Bologna, with money and grand connections. Come, my Ilario, he said cheerfully, do not stalk about so. Cease your meditations on the faults in my motet. I will have my walk with you instead of in the procession or with a rattle-tongued lass. He rubbed his blue eyes and stretched himself heartily. He put his arm into Pretola's. "Let us be off whither you will," he said coaxingly. Ilario drew himself away. "No, my dear boy, I have supped and I have a headache. Besides, I promised to meet the Signor Conte, my patron, for a while this evening. I forgot it. You must walk without me for once. I will come in by and by to drink a glass with you." Thereupon Ilario slipped out of the room quickly. So Madriale spent most of that evening at his writing table, poring over the scores he was proud to possess, pottering among his papers, scrutinizing again the harmonies in the motet. Once, lifting up his voice, he sang softly the highest voice in a madrigal through. What a tenor it was, so resonant and pure, and so naturally controlled by the singer. The convent clock struck 9. Just then, Ilario came in again. Ilario had gone out not a little saturnine. He came back with nerves at a different tension. He had met, as agreed, the Signor Conte R, and had learned something curiously opportune. The Conte R had suddenly decided to send his secretary and a confidential servant of his household from Bologna at early daylight on state business to Rome. But there chanced to be a little matter, not politics at all, that the Signor Conte did not care to put into the hands of his secretary, nor any member of the family, though he was very anxious to have the affair at once attended to in Rome by some capable emissary. The Conte R had put the topic before Ilario Pretola. Would Signor Pretola care to undertake the errand, leaving Bologna that evening with the secretary, but on a pretext, and so on. Ilario, after the interview with Signor Conte, had taken a lonely walk, quite by himself, busied with certain exciting and evil considerations. "Come, my son Giovanni," he cried now, as he shut the door behind him. "I have returned as I promised. No more singing nor music thinking. The holiday is not yet over." The two friends sat down. Ilario produced a dusty bottle, holding it high over his head. "In all your life you have tasted nothing better than that," he declared. "It is from the cellar of my patron." And so it was. But the physician of the diplomatist had procured it for Ilario, and it had not come from the physician's hands quite as it had come from Conte R's bin. Felice drank. Ilario seemed in great spirits. He talked incessantly and animatedly. He told Felice a score of stories of the day's scenes. He sang bits of sparkling ditties. He mimicked incomparably a quarrel he had seen between two tipsy monks. "Ilario, Ilario, how droll you are," laughed Felice. "I wonder that you do not find me dull, you who have such spirits." But presently Felice felt himself growing sleepy. Ilario's voice began to reach his ears from a point yards away, as if across the room. Ilario's brilliant dark eyes, Ilario's carmine lips, smilingly showing the white teeth behind, began blending in a curious kaleidoscopic effect beyond the table. Soon Felice did not answer Ilario's questions. Ilario's voice became a mere murmur that soothed wordlessly. Felice's head fell gently forward. Pretola rose and guided his victim, half carrying Felice to a couch a few paces behind. Madriale fell back upon it, now sleeping unwakeably. The physician's Arabian powder has done its work admirably. For a moment, Pretola feared an overdoing. He listened. No, Felice slept calmly, his young heart beat with regularity and firmness. Ilario loosened Madriale's clothing, partially undressing him, that his repose should be easier. The breathing of the young composer was the only sound in the room as Ilario opened the chest. He withdrew the manuscript of the Multae, along with a dozen other scores, some complete, some incomplete. He must take everything, or better, to take nothing. Holding the manuscripts in his hands, Ilario paused, breathless now, in the center of the long, dim room. He looked over at Felice, stretched unmoving on the low couch. Only Felice's hand, the fine, long-fingered hand that had penned the Multae, extended along the couch into the candle shine, a hand white and tranquil as marble. The rest of Felice's slender young figure lay in deep shadow. Somehow, Ilario could not look away from the sleeper at once. Farewell, Felice. Alas, that was the end of the friendship, of course. Well, they had been coming to it for some time. It was a pity, surely. Ilario lamented the situation, yes, but what was a friendship when one's whole earthly future was at stake? Farewell, Felice. He was certainly fond of him, was Ilario. A good, amiable fellow Felice always had been. Gentle, romantic, affectionate. Well, one could say he was almost overwarm towards his friends, rather too demonstratively sentimental. It was a pity, this coming to a fork in the road of intimacy, an unpleasing choice to make. But it was a moment in which he, Ilario Pretola, must look to his practical interests bravely. So, farewell, Felice. He would half forgive Ilario in time, perhaps half forget him. For this subtraction, a forced loan of a professional kind, why, it meant little in such a career as lay ahead of Madriale. Pretola left the room. He went to his own chamber not far off, in another street. He packed his effects quickly. The owner of the rooms made no difficulty of the sudden departure, whither Ilario did not stay. Before midnight came a servant of the Conte Ars. He conveyed away some boxes quickly. Ilario followed the Palazzo Ar. By the time the sun was rising, Ilario and the secretary of his wealthy patron were traveling southward with much expedition. Meantime, Felice slept on, dreamlessly, in the tall house in Bologna. End of section 31. Recording by Devin Towle. Section 32 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devin Towle. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Aquae Multae Non by Edward Irenaeus Stevenson. Part 2. Some 20 hours later, Felice sighed, stirred, opened his eyes, was awake at last. There was still golden sunset in the room. Felice rubbed his eyelids. What did that mean? Was it dawn? Impossible from that quarter. Had he dreamed of the supper in Ilario's company, and of growing drowsy before the supper ended? How clouded was his head! Yet he had drunk no great quantity of that strange fine wine. It is impossible that I have slept a whole night, and nearly all of a day too, he exclaimed, starting up. Those few glasses, when and how could Ilario have left me? Ah, I see, I have been ill. Giddiness, faintness must have seized me, but the like of it I have never known before. I dare swear kind Ilario has been tending me all day. God be praised for my recovery. He blessed himself, and after waiting for Ilario's appearance some moments, he dressed and went to seek his friend. His head was still disturbed. His footing was unsteady. The wife of his host met him in the hallway. "I am glad to see you better," she said. "I have taken care that you are not disturbed." "Better? Who told you that I was ill?" "I have not been really ill. Signor Pratola said that you had had a bad headache. You were to be let alone. I have kept 2 or 3 visitors away. He was sorry to leave you so. You have slept all day." "All day? I don't understand." Felice stood there, bewildered, incredulous. But in the next hour he was 100-fold more troubled. Everything spoke of Illario's departure to somewhere, for good. There was no letter, no clue. Hurt and alarmed, Felice speculated, wondering if it were a joke. No, Ilario seldom joked. Joke or anything else, alas. Felice must wait to have the mystery unraveled by Ilario. He went shyly to the Palazzo R. "The Signor Conte is travelling." "Where? To return when? And Signor Pratola?" "We know nothing." Felice set himself to copying. Then came the discovery of the abstraction of his manuscript compositions and sketches, including that newest and choicest darling, the Multae, Aquae Multae non. He had not taken many places to search, but he ransacked, in greater astonishment than ever. "Ah," he exclaimed, sinking down by the table, "what a night, what a day! Ilario has been summoned, I know not where. While I slept, some robber has come hither and taken all my papers, Ilario's letter with them. Yes, it is the work of a robber, seeking I know not what from poor me. O most unlucky, perplexed Felice! Behold, enough of one day's mysteries for me." There was a knock at the door. "What cheer with my golden-penned son of art today?" asked the round, comfortable voice of Father Sebastiano. "You are better?" But Sebastiano checked his greeting. "The saints keep us!" he ejaculated. "What has happened to you? Your dragon of a porteress said you must not be disturbed. But really, my lad, you are haggard and dishevelled as some of our great folk after a ball. Are you feverish?" Father Sebastiano hearkened in silence to Madriale's answer. For some time the priest had shrewdly suspected there existed evil traits in Pratola, quite invisible to Felice. The priest felt a certain conceit now as to his vague diagnosis. Felice made an end. He looked at Padre Sebastiano with wild eyes. "It is an enigma!" Felice exclaimed despairingly. "What can have happened to Ilario?" "Nothing has happened to Pratola. There is no enigma. Look here, my innocent, your fine friend and your fine music have left you together. Do you not see?" "Together? No, I do not understand." Father Sebastiano went on, without picking nice phrases. "He is a false hound, a vile thief. I have doubted his affection for you often, my Felice. He has been horribly jealous of you. Devilishly jealous, for heaven knows how much time. I suspect that just yesterday he had a chance to leave Bologna for who knows where. So he stole your music, all your compositions, taking precious good care not to forget that glorious Aquae Multae non that I was looking at with you on Sunday. Yes, my boy, he has stolen it, that he may produce it, and anything else he has flinched of yours, somewhere and some time as of his own composing. My dear Felice, your Ilario Pratola is simply the greatest knave in Italy." Most unhappy Felice! A long time it was before the truth really took hold upon his soul. When it did, he was stunned. Stunned he remained, no longer arguing with the angry Father Sebastiano. Every defense was overthrown under the reasoning of the priest, a worldly wise as well as heavenly wise man. Father Sebastiano got up to amble back to his convent. "The blessed saints keep you, my son. Almost I am ashamed of my dear San Petronio. He has neglected you badly. You have had a very cruel opening of those child eyes of yours. Remember that nobody should trust most where he loves most. If that fellow Pratola had been a woman, you couldn't have adored him more. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Meantime, not a word to anyone, of this business. It'll be better not. Not a word. I know why. Wait, you shall see. Father Sebastiano gone, Felice threw himself down on the couch, that accomplice couch which knew so much, all so violent a passion, it could have wrung one's heart to behold a young spirit suffering so miserably. Anger and disillusionment for himself, and a storm of grief and shame for the friend he had believed he knew so clearly. It desolated in a whirlwind the garden of his young soul. Every leaf and flower seemed stripped away. Therewith mounted too the virility of the young man's nature in indignation against so contemptible a wrongdoer and wrongdoing. Against that calculated theft of his music, above all against the kidnapping of what he might call his fairest child of genius, the Multae. Aquae Multae non. And Ilario had chosen the very hour of its completion for his rascality. On it Ilario might even be planning to build his artistic fortunes. If so, Aquae Multae non would grow old under a false parentage. During how long a time, or forever so, O base subterfuge! But still, under all the sense of wrong, was this deepest, cruelest, most bewildering realization that he had loved a shadow. For this having happened today, when had there ever been any Ilario? In that hour had the devil made Felice the companion of a changeling? No, there had never been any Ilario Pratola. These many years the beloved Ilario, the friend loved far more than wife or mistress, dealt with and clasped daily to his heart of heart, had been only a demon, a mere creation of affection and credulity. Alone in the world Felice felt himself now, long having been alone, yet not knowing in his desolate plight till now. Ah, Ilario seemed to vanish farther from actuality, recognition, each instant. Ilario was a shade, a myth, an error of heart, dissolving into chaos and murk, with an ironical flashing smile on his lips, in perpetual farewell and disillusionment. But it shall not be perpetual, cried Felice, upspringing and darting forth his arm, for this man I have never known, this Ilario I have never loved, this Ilario I have a right to follow, to denounce, to hate. I will pursue him to my last hour and to the world's end. He shall surrender his theft amid the hissing of Italy. O thou vile false counterfeit of my friend Ilario, my vengeance shall entrap you. The man I loved is dead and buried. He lived, perhaps, sometime, but now he is dead. So then thou who art but devil in his likeness, woe to thee. Next morning, Felice Madriale looked like a different young man. In one night his face had taken on a stern look, foreign to it 2 or 3 days earlier, the look of a man brooding a bitter purpose. He spent some days still, trying to discover whither Pratola had gone. All copying lay neglected. The lonely room was deserted. His search was useless. Most successfully had Count R and Ilario covered distances and traces. Toward the 3rd afternoon's end, Father Sebastiano sent for Felice. You have discovered nothing? Of course not. You say he missed taking the first draft of that Multae after all. The rough draft that I saw a week ago, luckily, as did also Brother Paolo. Excellent oversight. You must manage to overtake him, to confound the fellow. That you owe to your own future, and to your art, my son. Perhaps I can help you. Listen. Our superior dispatches me at once on some commissions to certain southern houses of our order, to quite a dozen different cities, I believe. Now I have asked leave to take a young layman as my companion and secretary. Will you go with me? That first step is better than any other. Felice bowed his head quickly. I will go, surely. Felice packed, stored, locked. The pair quitted Bologna in 24 hours. Neither Madriale nor the priest talked much. Father Sebastiano was already troubled at the alteration in the young man's aspect and demeanor. Felice journeyed on, hour by hour, frowning, absorbed in his own reflections. He is no longer the same boy, the priest said to himself. The honey in him is turned to gall. All he thinks of now is finding Pratola, reclaiming those manuscripts, above all that divine Aquae Multae non. I don't blame him, but Father Sebastiano was wrong. For it was not of the robbery, Felice thought, league by league and day by day, so much as of the robber. His anger was deepened. Pipe song or organ tone fell on ears suddenly deaf. He shunned the sound of music. And if Father Sebastiano had guessed just what vengeance for a lost friend Felice so brooded, he would have been more frightened than he was now, in speculating the outcome of the expedition after some lost music. Faenza, Firenze, Lucca, Siena, the needs of Father Sebastiano's commission carried them through the pleasant country, from one town to another. They made cunning inquiries as to musical doings and musical patrons, ecclesiastical or lay, wheresoever they went. They learned what they could of any recently arrived strangers who followed the art. The priest assisted Felice with all the resources of a discreet and respected ecclesiastic, but they could not trace the recreant Ilario anywhere. Madriale's search might well be indeed a wearisome matter. The little embassy of Count R was only one small group among many quitting Bologna on the morning of Ilario's flight. Count R had taken a specially vague route for Rome. Each halt was invariably at some rural estate of the Count or of a relative. Hence, while Father Sebastiano and Felice were in Siena, Pratola had entered the Eternal City, had discharged satisfactorily Count R's secret commission, had enjoyed a most satisfactory audience with Cardinal Marocci, and already was receiving high encouragement for obtaining a post in intrigue among a dozen competitors. "Have you any news?" asked Felice of the priest one night, at cliff-bound Orvieto, where they were to remain some days. Father Sebastiano had been visiting the bishop. "None. In God's time, my son. Patience." Father Sebastiano by this time heartily repented more than now that he had brought Madriale along with him at all. The only consequence the old priest had in mind was a just exposure, restitution. Alas, he was realizing daily that not merely such punishment did the silent, brooding, transformed Felice Madriale meditate. The countenance of Felice had grown like a marble mask of vengeance. Father Sebastiano shrank from encountering those eyes. Felice never named Pratola. Sometimes, as a thought crossed the young man's face, it assumed a terribly suggestive expression. Father Sebastiano was glad when they reached Viterbo. A commission of length was to be fulfilled there. "If Pratola has gone very far southward, then I will no longer help Felice to dog him thus to his hiding place," said Padre Sebastiano to himself. "I do not care to have any more of a hand in their meeting than I have had so far. No, not even if it were for 50 Multaes, all fit for the ears of the Madonna. No, no. Felice must go on his way alone, if I cannot persuade him to return presently to Bologna with me, or to take some post or other down in these parts. He can write better music than those stolen matters. He can afford to forgive that rogue. I must try to manage him. But lo, at Viterbo came a letter. Father Sebastiano must needs go on to Rome. In secret dismay, Father Sebastiano told Felice, I decided long ago not to return northward until I had been to Rome, the young man answered. We do not part, Father. Rome is a likely place to find sinners as well as saints. And Felice smiled, hatefully. That night, once more said the priest to himself in fear, Yes, I did wrong in bringing him. I see it now. Murder is in that young man's heart. If they meet, 2 souls may be lost. He thinks now only of revenge upon an Ilario who has taken the place of one he loved and believed in. He will kill Pratola. Not many days later they reached Rome. Father Sebastiano, at first interview with his host, a canon of note, heard a carelessly given bit of news that sent swift blood through his timorous heart. He avoided Felice that night, much perplexed. But Felice met him, laughing softly and wildly. He looked up at the priest. He is here, at Cardinal Marucci's. I have found him, he exclaimed. The nervous father looked out of the window. You have not met? He faltered. Be calm, Felice, for I see death in your eyes. Remember, he was your friend. We have not met, but we shall meet very soon. He has been named for a great musical post here. I thought that the cardinal had bidden him to go about his business. There was no love between them last year. No. And listen, he has been chosen because of a wonderful piece of music, one most particular piece. It won in the competition. It was a Multae. Aquae multae non potuerunt. Think of that. My Multae. The Holy Father and all the city have been mad over it. Mad. It is so new, in so beautiful a style, they say. Felice clenched his hands and stared at Father Sebastiano, yet as if he did not see him with those wide-opened eyes. But I have him. Tonight there is a concert in the Holy Father's presence. His Multae, as they call it, will be sung. Am I not lucky? I have invitations for you and myself. Father Sebastiano looked piteously at him. Felice, he began. The young man did not hear. Felice, he repeated, rising and laying his unsteady hand on the other's shoulder. We will not go there, my son. You must not. You know why not. Felice shook off the hand. What else is my errand here? Oh, do not fear for him. I swear to you that I despise him too utterly now to hurt a hair of his head. But I shall certainly confront him and expose him, even had he a dozen Cardinal Maruccis at his back. It is no time or place for it, Felice. It will be scandalous. Before such company, the Holy Father? It is exactly the best time for it. Father, you promised to support me. You who saw my work often before it was finished. You cannot refuse. You must go with me tonight. You must. How can you shrink from a just man's act because it must have its course among rich churchmen and strangers, even before the Pope or 20 popes? Father Sebastiano flushed. He was silent for a moment. Then, so be it, he said resolutely. It is not the stir of exposure that I fear. I will go with you. When you speak, I will say my say, even before the Holy Father. But Felice, one moment. There, give me your dagger, my son. Wear no arms upon you tonight. And promise me to be calm. I will be very calm, said Madriale, ironically. As calm as a living man before a corpse. Part 3. Madriale and the priest made their way betimes to the Palazzo B, well used to such entertainments. Its owner was a famous patron of arts. Madriale seemed quiet. They had discussed and decided upon a plan of action when the moment should be most auspicious and public. The hall was very full already. They distinguished Cardinal Marucci and many other eminent dignitaries of the papal court. There would be a great concourse, fashionables of the city included. Father Sebastiano and Felice were seated modestly by an attentive acquaintance in a cool and acceptable spot, a loggia opening between them. The long terrace descended into a corner of the moon-lighted gardens. The priest tried to divert his excitement by overlooking the brilliant scene. Felice kept his eyes on the door by which the guests of honor were entering. A small choir took its place, but no Ilario Pratola appeared. Presently the Holy Father was welcomed. He reached his seat. There seemed to be some delay. No sign of Pratola in audience or among the musicians. Felice's brow contracted in suspense. The first part of the concert began and proceeded through several numbers. Other matters, also the new Multae by Signor Pratola, his famous Aquae Multae non potuerunt, were to follow an intermission. So it was stated. Signor Pratola could not possibly be present till within an hour's time, and the performance of the great novelty was emphatically one of compliment to the composer's visit to Rome. This explanation was not clear, but it sufficed. The truth was that Pratola was not far off, but he knew how to stimulate interest in himself and in his share of the program. Felice slipped out upon the loggia during the intermission. His head throbbed, his eyes were dazzled, he was hot and cold by turns. There were but a few dozen steps from the loggia to the turf. He descended them. Air and a moment's stillness. He must have them. Father Sebastiano, busy conversing, did not notice the escape. In the garden all was cool and peaceful, save for sounds of the company in the concert hall. Felice walked on beyond the nearer shrubbery. He passed the marble oval of a fountain, trickling its silvered water over a glittering Leda with her swan. Felice stood still. How tranquil was the night, and he so agitated. Around the path came a figure. Ilario Pratola appeared, coming hastily toward a private entrance to the concert saloon. Ilario looked up. He saw Madriale upright beyond the water and knew him. Felice stepped forward. In the small open face, gravelled and enclosed with shrubs, the two faced each other. "Ah, it is you, Felice!" ejaculated Pratola. Ilario did not say it in any tone of terror, but more in startled, friendly salutation. Ilario's self-control was due to an expectation, day and night, eating, walking, talking, thinking all these weeks of a sudden meeting. "You, in Rome, Felice! Since when, my dear fellow?" "You know for what I am here," responded Felice, sharply, icily. "Possibly," Pratola replied, still with outward composure. "But stand back an instant. Be plain, if you will, that I may be sure that I know. Either you will enter yonder room with me," Madriale went on, leaning forward and fixing his eyes on the immobile man before him. "Either you will enter yonder room at my side and confess to your patron and all the company the base thievery that you have committed, declare who is the author of the motet, my own, my darling labor that they will sing presently in your honor. Or else, Felice," repeated Pratola with perfect guard over himself. "Or else, what is the else?" "Else, as living man, you shall not pass me." Pratola smiled calmly. "An instant to consider, Felice," he answered, looking directly into Madriale's face, still not balking at that name of friendship's long usage. Felice had given a nervous twitch of his lips as he caught name and glance. Pratola continued, "The situation is startling, I confess, but I do not argue what has brought it to us, what has made it justice, for it is just." There was a step again on this path, this time behind Madriale. Across the fountain stood a third party to the interview, a servant of Prince C, one well known to Ilario. Ilario took no advantage of the interruption. He called out, "Davide, Tell my uncle and the Abate Leo I am coming. I have a moment's important business here with a friend, an old friend. He uttered that last word firmly. The domestic withdrew quickly. Felice, said Pratola slowly, as the steps died away again, you ask me to choose in a hard matter. Of course, I have no defense. None. I took your music, I stole it from you, especially the Aquae Multae non that has won me my new post, won such a night of honor, of shameful villainous honor, as this was like to be. But, Ilario went on, speaking clearly, slowly, in a voice that in the past had possessed such a caress, such a charm for Felice Madriale's ears, that it had thrilled his inmost heart at Pratola's will. But I fancy still, that I needed it more than you. For, Felice, I could never, never write one such work as your worst. You can write 50 as good or better than your best of today. It is not in me, alas, never to invent as you. I am nothing save an echo of others, an empty vessel, music machine, not composer. Madriale struggled with a spell that had begun to close upon him, stifling consciousness that his hour of fierce and just reckoning was here. Oh, incantation, oh, sorcery, devil, or what was it that lay in those accents of Ilario, that came in each glance from his eyes, even in the pallid moonlight? But Felice rallied himself fiercely. No more, he whispered hoarsely. He caught at the handle of the second knife he had not given to the prudent priest. I am desperate. I shall kill you, devil, I shall kill you, if only because you look like a demon friend I was once bound to whom I gave heart, soul, and body, my Ilario Pratola. Madriale stepped forward. Ilario did not move. At that instant there rose from the concert hall behind them the sound of voices. The music in which they blended swelled up with an ineffable purity and sweetness. It was the Multae. Out upon the calm night in the solemn gardens swelled the words, Aquae multae non potuerunt extinguere caritatem, caritatem, caritatem. By an error of the chamberlain, or by a misunderstanding of the Abate Leo in charge of the entertainment, it had been understood that the composer was already of the august company, but desired to hearken from an inconspicuous place. The little band of choristers lifted up their voices confidently, transportingly. Aquae multae non potuerunt extinguere caritatem, caritatem. Ah, that word containing all, excluding all. Without, in the garden, the composer and his false friend stood silent, by mutual assent, listening, gazing at each other. It was Felice's first hearing of his motet by any embodied choir. Its effect upon him now was to astonish, to entrance him. Had he written that thing? The fiercely human situation of this moment, the bitter, shameful understory of its presentation here as the work of another man, all that had grown dim in listening to such beauty hitherto unrealized. Felice stood like a statue. A great change stole over his face. Months of storm and embittered brooding were effaced as if by magic. Loud and clear soared the complex, exquisite harmonies. The moonlight cast an unclouded radiance on the face of Felice Madriale of old, the joyous, serene child of the heavenly art, the lover of one friend. The stars seemed to shine with a strange luster, as if their radiance accompanied some steadfast symphony, evolved in the eternal courses of the spheres. Pratola also waited. Motionless, he kept his eyes fixed on Felice, his arms folded. In Ilario, too, a kind of psychic revolution was in surge. his selfish madness, his audacity, even his desire for honor among men, they had fled. What was the whole world worth when abstract beauty spoke? A sense of unworth, of nothingness, of shame deepened. On and on went the singers to the close of the work. As they reached it, a low applause swelled into a loud acclaim. And what happened in the garden to those two? Remember that Felice Madriale was no ideal of resolute and heroic human nature. Few artist spirits are such. Felice raised his eyes to the night sky an instant and sighed, as one might sigh awakening from a dream. Once more regarding Pratola before him there, meeting his glance. "Ah, God," he cried. "Ah, good God, it is too much. It is you. No shade, no devil, just you. I can do nothing against you. I would not, no, not for my life, my salvation. I have loved you always. I must love you till I die, in spite of a million Multaes, a million cruel wounds." He cast the knife into the fountain. Rushing forward, he threw himself upon Hilario's neck. "Let us forget all, anything, everything, except that we are here together again. And as for that which tempted you, let it be that not I wrote it nor you, but some angel of up yonder. Or if I did commit it to paper as a thing of so many notes, shall I, who am part of you, I, a part of whose self you are, balk at my best to do you a little honor when I can?" That was a long embrace in which the two stood there. Hilario was weeping as one from whom indeed an evil spirit had gone out. Neither friend was able to utter another word. None were needed. A new era of their friendship had begun, and it was one destined to perfect in both all that could mean human unity. Father Sebastiano suffered torments that half hour. He could hardly contain his uneasiness when Felice failed to return to his seat after the intermission. The evening's errand and plans were brought to naught. And where was Felice? Had he met and throttled Hilario? When, however, the two young men came into the room, Father Sebastiano could scarcely believe them to be themselves. There was something transfigured in their faces as they advanced. The priest marveled that others did not remark it. But none seemed to do so save himself, nor did another soul in the splendid circle that night. That lauded Pratola, Felice Madriale, stood by, beaming with pleasure. Suspect the authorship of the motet, Aquae Multae non potuerunt, nor was ever divulged its real origin. You will find the motet printed in the scarce old folio of Ilario Emanuele Pretola's works, published in 1690 at Rome. Perhaps, after all, Felice spoke truth. Possibly no mortal man may call himself other than a sort of stenographer, a mouthpiece of any such noble music. Father Sebastiano said as much to himself a few days later, as he was travelling north from Rome, alone, bound for Bologna, leaving the two friends in Rome. There they dwelt happily long years, Madriale soon as great a figure in his art, and Pratola at least a conspicuous one. Albeit people sometimes said that Pratola himself did not compose his best compositions. I shall never let out that queer secret of theirs, mused the priest. And really, to love much and to forgive much, ebbene, it makes the world as melodious as when all the morning stars sang together their motets and madrigals for joy. End of section 32. Aquae Multae Non, parts 2 and 3, by Edward Irenaeus Stevenson. Recording by Devin Tadlow. End of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction.